Tutoring the Bad Boy by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2020.
Chapter 1. Ginny. Caleb Quinn. Even with a mouthful of braces, he's downright mouthwatering. 18, tall, sandy blonde hair, and eyes so blue they make the Port Crest, Texas, sky jealous. At one point, when my mom and I first moved here, I crushed on him. Honestly, there wasn't a girl who didn't. At the time, he had a reputation for being a superhero, like rescuing kids from bullies and sitting with the kid who had no friends. He was the catch of the century until our sophomore year when his mom left his dad for the football coach. In the last 2 years, while he's become even more attractive, he's also been put on the do not date list. Granted, all boys fall into that category, but him especially. Not that I'd even think about anything with Caleb. I wouldn't dare. At least not anymore. My mom, the principal, would kill me. My life is mapped out. The path marked like it's MapQuest and the coordinates set in stone so solid it's got rebar in it. 2 days ago, I turned 17. As a senior and the captain of the volleyball team, recruiters are on my horizon this year. I'm no prodigy or anything, but I'm a beast on the volleyball court. So my foreseeable future is set, and to tell the truth, I'm not even mad about it. I just wish my mom wasn't so militant about it. Stop, Ginny, my best friend and cheerleader co-captain, Veronica Mars, says as we're eating lunch in the courtyard. Yeah, her parents totally knew what they were doing when they named her that. They aren't even coy about it. She was a cool character, and with a last name like Mars, there was no other choice, and Ronnie rocks the name. After skipping a grade, she's now a senior but still a year younger than me. Her parents have her future planned too. Well, her mom does. They've made a deal. She gets to be a normal teenager until next summer, and then she's heading to California to become an actress. I glance at her, squinting as the midday Wednesday sun hits me in the eyes. It's breezy today, and I'm grateful, otherwise, I'd be melting in the September heat. Stop what? I ask as Caleb leaves the courtyard. Ronnie pierces me with a knowing look, and I know exactly what she's thinking. Caleb and I were friends before we hit 8th grade, but just a few weeks into school that year, he changed. At the time, I was more than crushing on him a little. He'd saved me from a bully on my first day of school when I was a new kid in 5th grade, which fueled that feeling. The crush died when I caught him kissing a girl at the water fountain 2 days into our 8th grade year. We went from talking during lunch to him hardly giving me eye contact. Dixie Jones, a junior and one of the cheer squad flyers, shoots me a look. She asks like it's not obvious. I've known Dixie about as long as I've known Ronnie, but she doesn't spend the night as often. She has 2 brothers. One's a freshman and the other is a senior Ronnie crushed on for a while, but he met Mandy French a year ago when she moved to Port Crest and hasn't given another girl a second glance since. Ronnie gives me a like you don't know look, her eyebrows lifting as she blinks. That rabbit hole you like to fall down. Look, he's cute, and he has a chest that could make David cry, which means he's probably got other areas that would have the statue in tears as well. My cheeks burn. Dixie gives Ronnie a playful pop on the arm and then fans her face with her hands. Oh my word, stop that. Ladies don't say things like that. Out of everyone I know, she's as prim and proper as they come. Etiquette lessons, junior debutante ball, and cotillions. I've missed the last few events her parents have hosted. She's been begging me to ask my mom if I can come to the next one her parents are throwing. A chuckle pops out of Ronnie. Please. Don't even tell me your minds haven't wandered that path. It hasn't. I keep my mind and my path above the waist, Dixie says. I level my eyes at Ronnie. Exactly. Plus, he's off limits. I heard he got in trouble again this weekend. If his dad wasn't a lawyer, his butt would be in jail by now. Besides, guys like him don't date girls like me. Or more like, can't date. Ronnie takes a quick glance over her shoulder and turns back to me, popping a grape in her mouth before saying, agreed. Do you guys know what he got picked up on? Shrugging, Dixie pulls a nail file out of her purse and goes to work on one of her nails. Nope. Shaking my head, I take the last bite of my sandwich and shrug. Holding my hand over my mouth, I say, just rumors that may or may not be true. All I know is, if he doesn't stop, he's going to be stuck in Port Crest for the rest of his life. No one wants that. Tell that to the tourists. Dixie crosses her legs, holding her hand out and spreading her fingers to check her nail. I'm certainly not staying here. I nod in agreement. If I was a tourist, I'd know I wasn't stuck here. I laugh. Really, it's not that bad. I just hate to see someone so cute end up as prison bait. Plus, let's face it, a bad boy hits all the right notes. Ronnie gives a dramatic sigh her mom would be proud of. I duck my head as I smile. Ronnie does have a point. I don't watch Grease just because Danny wears a leather coat. Okay, I need to get to class. If I'm late, Mrs. Yates will try to hold me after school, and my mom will not be happy. I don't know if I can handle another yelling match between the two of them. No joke. I don't think I've ever seen your mom's face so red in my entire life. Ronnie isn't kidding. The last argument my mom got into with my Shakespeare studies teacher was the worst to date. If there'd been mud, I could have charged admission. No need for a full-ride scholarship after that, for sure. Right? Dixie drops her file back in her purse and stands, shouldering it, and picks up her books. Mind taking my trash? She asks, and I point to my tray. She tosses it on and smiles. I gotta fly. See you two later. We say bye, and she floats to the music annex. She's been spending more and more time over there. Ronnie and I have asked about it, but when she dodged it, we stopped pressing her. Everyone needs their thing. It's my turn to leave too. I stand and shoulder my book bag. You're spending the weekend, right? Yeah. Dad's working late, and Mom is flying to LA to audition for a commercial. Ronnie's lips turn down for the briefest of seconds. If there's one thing she's good at, it's hiding the fact that she wishes she had a mom who wanted to be a mom. I smile. Okay. Mom just wanted me to make sure. It'll be Friday, so you know what's for dinner. Cauliflower shell spaghetti tacos? Really? Is she ever going to give up? I lift one eyebrow. I'm not sure she knows how. Just bring provisions, and we'll both make it out alive. She pats her gym bag. I'll stop for donuts on the way over. My mouth waters. I know Ronnie hates her mom flying off, but I can't say it doesn't work in my favor. That'll work. See you later. As I head inside for class, I check my trash into the bin on the way in. Walking the halls this year feels weird. It's felt weird since senior year started 3 weeks ago. I know it's my last year. I know college is on the horizon. Things are changing, and while I'm excited, I'm also scared. My mom has controlled me for so long that I wonder what life will be like without her 24/7 influence/surveillance. What will it be like to make my own choices? What will it be like to live my own life? What will freedom feel like? Not that my mom is horrible. She's not. As a single mom, she's worked hard for everything we have. Starting when I was just a baby, she worked to get her degree and fought for every step of success. I know she just doesn't want me to struggle as she did. Part of that is falling for the wrong guy, which is how I came to be. Mom thought he was the love of her life, and my dad isn't a bad guy either. He just didn't know how to grow up. His dreams were always over the top and out there. When I came along, he didn't know how to deal. But who knows how to deal with things when their head has never been anywhere but in the clouds? As I reach Mrs. Yates's classroom, I get a handle on the things weighing on my mind. Apparently, I finished lunch earlier than I thought, and I'm the first one to arrive at my AP Shakespeare Studies class. Hi, Mrs. Yates. Ms. Gray, nice to see you on time for once. I really am sorry for being late last time. I went off campus for lunch, and I got a flat tire. It wasn't planned, I promise. That wasn't the point. You were late the entire week, and I told you the consequences. And yet, it didn't matter. I'm not even sure why you show up for my class. It isn't like your mother won't make sure you pass. Deep breaths. She's not mad at me, necessarily, she's mad at my mom, and, to be honest, I don't blame her. I like your class. In fact, it's my favorite this year so far. My teacher eyes me and then gets the sparkly glint. Is that so? Yes, ma'am. I cross my heart with my finger. Not that I'm a scout, but totally and honestly. Prove it. My mouth drops open slightly. How? Tutor one of my students. He's whip smart, but he's in my afternoon regular Shakespeare Studies class and it seems to be eluding him. He wants to be an architectural engineer. He's decent at math, but with his dysgraphia and dyslexia, he struggles. You have dogged determination and patience, and if you really mean what you say, you'll do this. He needs someone in his corner. Someone unexpected. Tutor? I did a little of that my sophomore year, and I was okay at it. I'd had to cut it because of volleyball practice. As my silence lingers and the glint in Mrs. Yates' eyes dulls. Exactly what I thought. All talk. My teacher stands and holds herself with one arm while she waves the other. My daughter is absolutely subject to the same rules as everyone else, but she's a great student. She had a flat tire. There was no way she could have planned for that. As for the other tardiness, a girl must eat lunch. Her team depends on her to be healthy. She mimics my mom's voice so well, and I hold in a giggle. Tutoring. It's the only thing that will get me into the good graces of my Shakespeare Studies teacher, and I'm desperate. I'll do it. She eyes me a second. Really? Yep, I'll tutor your student. I pause. I can do this. Great, she says as she leans over her desk, scribbling something on one of her sticky notes before handing it to me. That's the name of the student. I told him I'd have someone get in touch with him as soon as I could. A few students trickle in, and I fold the note. Great. I'll get it set up as soon as possible. I smile. The glint in Mrs. Yates' eyes turns devilish. I can't wait to hear how it goes. I walk to my seat as more students come in. When Mrs. Yates is distracted by two guys roughhousing, I take the note and open it. Oh. Crud. KALEB Quinn. I'm so dead.
Chapter 2. KALEB. I snatch the keys off the counter. Yeah, Dad, I'll be back before 10. Way before 10, but I like to make him sweat just a little. My dad turns on his heels and faces me. I mean it, KALEB. I bailed you out, but you have a curfew now. It's Thursday and a school night. 1 minute after 9, and you're looking at military school. You're lucky you aren't in jail this time, and lucky the judge owed me a favor. More like my dad wants to make sure I'll be able to follow in his footsteps. I was there, Dad. I think I remember. After talking to that college recruiter 2 days ago, I need to shape up despite the intense desire to stick it to my dad. I turned 18 4 weeks ago, and that magical number changes things. Arrests, warrants, jail time, all those things add up now. If I really want to be an architectural engineer, I need to keep my nose clean and my eyes on the prize. At no point in my life did I want to be a lawyer. The only reason I've made it my mission to get into trouble is to make it impossible for me to get my license. Maybe that way my dad will get off my back. It's a fine line that I balance. Keeping myself out of enough trouble to really hold me back and getting into enough that my dad's law school dreams are crushed. Caleb, I'm not the bad guy here. I know law isn't your favorite thing, but I thought you'd keep an open mind. That was what we agreed to. I'd keep an open mind about architectural engineering, and you'd keep an open mind about law school. Only, you didn't keep an open mind. You slammed the fist down and decided for me. I don't want to go to law school. I've never been interested, and as much as you want me to do it, I can't. My dad swears under his breath. We come from a long line. And it dies with me, I say as I snatch the back door open and slam it behind me. Not that I'm trying to be dramatic, but I've got a tutoring session in Groves, 20 minutes north of Port Crest, with Ginny Gray. Color me shocked. I laugh as I get in the car and start it up, catching the ocean waves in the rearview mirror as I back out of the driveway. Before my mom left, I loved the beach. Now it's only a reminder that just because things look nice doesn't mean they are. It's taken a week for Ginny's schedule to open enough to tutor me. Ginny Gray tutoring me? The words scroll through my brain, and I still can't believe it. And I'm meeting her at the library the next town over? What sort of lie has she sold her mom? It has to be a lie, because there is no way her mom would be cool with Ginny being anywhere near my gravity. Which is fine by me. The only thing my parents' divorce taught me was that relationships aren't worth my time. They started fighting just as I reached 7th grade. By the time I reached 8th, even hiding in my closet, I could still hear them screaming at each other. That was around the time things began changing for me too. I didn't want everyone to know my life was falling apart and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Most of the friendships I had dried up. Looking back, I can't blame them. The tension between my parents was rubbing off on me, and I did my fair share of yelling too. Even when I had no reason to. I'm surprised Mrs. Yates pulled this off, but knowing the tension between her and the principal, most likely my Shakespeare studies teacher saw it as a way to stick it to Ginny's mom. The last screaming match they got into carried through the whole school, and those who couldn't hear it heard about it from those who were eyewitnesses. From what I understood, tickets could have been sold and the new football stadium would have been paid in full twice over. My thoughts wander from there to the college recruiter, my dad, my future, and the fact that I'm tired of feeling like wanting a life of my own is a bad thing. By the time I'm parking my car, I'm agitated and in no mood to be tutored. Except, that's the reason I'm here, so I need to push through it and just deal. Only, with every footstep, I'm even more frustrated. Why should Ginny need to hide the fact that she's tutoring me? Wouldn't that be a plus for me? Wouldn't her mom, a principal, be thrilled that a student was taking interest in their future and trying to do better? Wouldn't turning a problem child into a star pupil be great for a resume? I mean, I've gone from barely passing to acing all my classes but this one. When I reach the door, I'm furious. This chick has me pegged, does she? Well, let's just see how well Ginny handles the bad boy. If that's what I am, then that's what I'll be. I'm a degenerate, right? I'm going to make the volleyball queen bee shake in her shoes. The door swishes closed behind me, and the smell of stale books makes me sneeze. I may as well have been in a Kit Kat commercial. Every person in the vicinity turns to stare at me. And then I lock eyes with Ginny standing across the room, and my fury fades. She was one of those 8th grade friendships that I blew up, but with the way her mom is now, we probably wouldn't be friends anyway. Up to this point, I've steered clear of her. There are girls who are off limits, and then there are girls like Ginny. She's not just off limits, she's got landmines, grenades, live ammo, and barbed wire with steel-girded bunkers, or whatever military thing they call it, positioned all around her. Until this moment, I've done my best to keep my eyes off of her too. Now, face to face with her, I find myself wondering how I ever managed to do it. She is gorgeous with her long blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, the end lying over the front of her shoulder. A headband holds back flyaway hair, most likely so she isn't pushing them out of her face as we study. She must have played volleyball all summer because she has skin so sun-kissed it glows. Only, there's no hope with her, and since I know this, I lower my gaze a fraction as I make my way to the table she's already claimed. "Hey," I say as I reach her. "You're late." She emphasizes the last word. I shrug. "I'm here now." Her lips pinch together. "You can't be late. I have 2 hours scheduled for this. I can't be late getting home." Lifting my gaze to hers, I narrow my eyes. "Why? Afraid your mommy will find out you're tutoring the resident bad boy, KALEB Quinn?" She squares her shoulders and looks down her nose at me. "Actually, yes, I am. I agreed to do this before I knew who I was tutoring. You'll do things my way, or..." Stepping closer to her, my nose is millimeters away. "Or you'll what, princess? Tell on me? Believe me, I've dealt with worse." "No," she squeaks and swallows a little too loudly. "I won't tutor you anymore." Her lips twist into a snarl. "You need me, remember? You're the one who needs help. Not me. You play by my rules, or your but will be saying goodbye to that architectural engineering school. You got it, tough guy?" Dang, she's feisty. A lot more than I remember. I mean, I've heard she was a force on the court, but from what little I've allowed myself to listen to up to this point, she was low-key and sweet. 2 attributes she's currently not exhibiting. In fact, she's downright intimidating. We'll go with that instead of scary. I take a step back, but I keep my thoughts from showing on my face. "Fine, Miss Gray. We'll do it your way." The satisfied smile on her face gives me a rush. She likes to think she's won. Good. Now, sit down and tell me where you're struggling. What she doesn't know is that I like to win too. Only, people don't know that I'm trying to win because all they see is a kid from a broken home with a bad attitude and a dad willing to practically sell his soul to keep law school achievable. They don't see me coming. No one ever does. GINNY is no different than everyone else. The smug smile on her face is proof of that. Fine, but I have rules too. I slide my book bag onto the floor next to the leg of my chair. Her eyebrows knit together. Like what kind of rules? Shoo! A woman sorting books hisses at us. I take my seat and wait for GINNY to follow. For a second, she stands next to her chair just staring at me. I can see the wheels in her mind turning a million miles a minute. What rules could I possibly have? It's a mystery to me too. Mostly, I just wanted to see her squirm. Finally, she slips into the seat next to mine. "What rules?" she whispers. "Mrs. Yates told me I have to do this or she'll fail me." Lie. I asked, but if I'm going to be difficult, that strikes me as a believable reason. We're only a month in. How can she threaten that? Oh man. Really? Surely Ms. Perfect can fill in the details. I'm a troubled kid. Who wouldn't want to fail me? I give everyone grief, right? That's not fair. I blink. What? She turns to me slightly. It's not fair. Just because you get into trouble doesn't mean a teacher can do that. Does she feel sorry for me? I hate that. Everyone always feels sorry for me. I hate it. It doesn't take another blink before I'm back to furious. I need a tutor, but not her. Look, don't go feeling sorry for me. I make my own choices. I do my own things. I don't need anyone feeling sorry for me. Especially a princess like you. I'm done. I'll find a different tutor. Standing, I shove the chair hard into the table, and it cracks, loud and long. We get another hiss from the lady still sorting books. GINNY glances around, seeming bewildered that I'm ticked. "KALEB. Stuff it. Go home. This session is canceled. This whole thing is over. I'll talk to Mrs. Yates myself." I'd rather fail than have your stuck-up but tutoring me. Instead of waiting for any sort of reply, I stomp out of the library, even going so far as to slam the door. Unfortunately, it must have some kind of quiet shut hinge, and all it does is whoosh soundlessly, which only ticks me off more. Now I look like an idiot and this girl feels sorry for me. Nope, I'm done. I want to be an architectural engineer. My heart is totally set on it, but I'd rather be homeless than deal with this girl. Okay, maybe not, but this will make a great argument when I talk to Mrs. Yates.
Chapter 3. Ginny. That's the millionth sigh in the last 10 minutes. What's up? Asks Ronnie. And you never told me why you needed to hit the library in Groves earlier. I told you. A book, but the online catalog must have been wrong because it wasn't there. I'm a horrible liar. The fact that I ran that lie past my mom earlier today on the fly was a miracle, and my saving grace was that I caught her in the middle of dealing with a PTA member and her focus wasn't solely on me. That's the only reason she didn't catch me in the first place. Liar. No, I'm not. Ronnie's eyes light up. Oh, you so are. You either spill or I'm telling your mom. I don't want to tell Ronnie, but she'll never back off. A pit bull with a pound of steak is easier to deal with. Please, Ronnie, please let this go. As I turn, I catch her gaze and hold it. I'm hoping she sees the desperation I feel. With the way her eyes are glinting, she sees it and couldn't care less. No way. Tell me now. Mrs. Yates asked me to tutor someone. I didn't even know who it was until after I'd agreed. Her eyes narrow. Tutor who? I roll my lips in and slightly shake my head. One lone desperately needing tweezed eyebrow shoots up. Then her lips spread into a Grand Canyon-wide smile. KALEB Quinn. If my mom finds out, it'll be World War III. Please, Ronnie. She slides her fingers over her lips and flicks the invisible key away. Will never leave my lips, but you have to tell me what he's like. Rude. Obnoxious. Scary. Scared. Carrying a weight no one would understand. I've seen it in his eyes. People expect him to be a certain way, and once you're pounded into that round hole, there's no getting free. I'm more than a little familiar with that feeling. But it doesn't matter because he's going to ask Mrs. Yates for a different tutor. Ronnie slides to the edge of my bed and braces her hands on it. What? Why? He called me a stuck-up princess and said he'd rather fail than have me tutor him. Mrs. Yates is going to hate me even more tomorrow when KALEB gets done talking to her. From the way she talked about him, it seems she likes him, but he said she'd threaten to fail him if he didn't get tutored. Fail him? It's only 4 weeks in. That's completely not fair. That's what I said, and then he got mad. Weird. Ronnie smiles again. He was just as cute in person, though, am I right? My cheeks instantly burn. There was no way not to see how cute he was when he was millimeters from my face, or how amazingly kissable his lips were. I'd nearly forgotten to be upset that he was late. Yeah, he really was, but he obviously doesn't like me. Which is fine, because that's a fight with my mom I don't want to have. A knock interrupts us. Girls? My mom opens the door just enough to peek. Hey, it's late. I check my phone. It's only 8. And you have a recruiter coming this weekend. You need to get your rest. It's also Wednesday. Ginny. My mom's tone holds a warning. Mom. I shoot the same tone back. I'm 17. I know exactly what's riding on me being at the top of my game. I don't need 16 hours of sleep a day to function. I know you want me to be prepared, but this is overkill. On the weekdays, your bedtime is 9. It's after 8. You still need to finish studying and get ready for bed, and I know you don't study when Ronnie is here. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Ronnie packing. She knows there's no winning this argument. My mom has spoken like Zeus. Her word is law, and submission is the only answer. Standing, Ronnie says, "No problem, Ms. Gray. I need to get home anyway." Mom wants me to help her run lines for her audition. My mom smiles. "Thanks for understanding, sweetheart. Tell your mom good luck." She holds up a finger. Oh, and before I forget, I have a new cauliflower crust recipe. This one is supposed to be crispy, just like a taco shell. The other one said the same thing, Mom. My mom sighs heavily. Imogene, I get you don't like my rules sometimes, but we haven't butted heads in a while. Let's not start now. It's your senior year. I only want what's best for you, you know that. I'm not trying to be mean. You're just looking out for me. I stand and pull the door the rest of the way open. I know. I smile, trying to diffuse the tension. She cups my cheek. You are a great kid. Smart, full of potential. College is just around the corner. We just need to hold on one more year. Full ride scholarship. My mom smiles and drops her hand. Only the best for you. I nod as she steps back from the door so I can walk Ronnie out. When we get outside, she turns to me. At least your mom wants to be a mom. Towing the edge of the grass, I shrug. I know that, but, Ronnie, I say and look up, locking eyes with her. What do I say? I don't have the words or the capability to form them. My mom is never going to let me live my life. Not while she has the ability to have a finger on me. She's so afraid of me making the same mistakes as she did that she hasn't taken a moment to think maybe her mistakes are what made her so great. Tough. Independent. Strong. Reliable. She's everything a role model should be, and it's all because she made mistakes. How can I ever learn to be all those things when all I'm ever allowed to be is perfect? Ronnie hugs me. Your mom is tough on you because she loves you. You know that. I know that. Everyone that's ever met her knows that. Just make it through this year and your life is your own. That last sentence is for Ronnie because from what I've seen of her mom, her life may never be her own if she doesn't speak up. At least with my silence, I know there's a light at the end of the tunnel. For Ronnie, it's just one long, dark road. I know. I hug her back. Thanks. There isn't much else I could say. I've got it good. No, I've got it great. A mom who loves and cares about me. Who puts me first. I need to appreciate that. It's just hard when I want a little say in my own life. I wave bye to Ronnie as she takes a left and walks home. It's not too far, a couple of blocks, and as far as neighborhoods go, this one is pretty safe. Turning, I head back inside to finish my schoolwork and get ready for bed. My mom is waiting for me. Ginny, I know you're thinking I'm being overbearing, but... I shrug and smile. I know, Mom. Before I head to my room, I pause. Do you know what happened to KALEB Quinn's mom after she left Port Crest? My mom's eyebrows knit together. Why do you ask? Just curious. Her radar perks up. Ginny, no. That boy has been in my office more times than I can count. He was almost arrested last week. She crosses her arms over her chest. His dad keeps rescuing him. It will only last so long, and I don't want you anywhere near that nuclear bomb. But it's got to be hard. I mean, I've always had one parent. To go from 2 to 1 has to be difficult, right? What's brought about this sudden interest in KALEB? Nothing. Ronnie saw him outside at lunch today and said something. Hopefully, I'll remember to tell Ronnie I put her in my mom's crosshairs, otherwise, she'll get a lecture from my mom this weekend about the pitfalls of dating young and falling in lust. That's what my mom called it because teenagers are too young to fall in love. She needs to stay away from that boy. Even if she doesn't want to pursue acting, that boy is trouble. Broken home or not, he's in control of his choices. If his father would be a father instead of a get-out-of-jail card, the boy might learn that there are consequences and straighten up. Maybe he's hurting. I mean, sometimes I think about Dad. What it'd be like if he was still in the picture. Maybe Caleb's dad just doesn't know how to be strong like you. I layer that last sentence on my mom like frosting on a cake. Her eyes twinkle. Don't you flatter me. His father is in control of his choices as well. Just like I was. I made my choices, I live by them. He needs to do the same. He also needs to let Caleb fall on his rear end. Once you reach the bottom, there's nowhere to go but up. She points her finger at me. That's right. Always look up, honey. You don't have to reach the bottom to do that either. I didn't. Part of me wants to say, yeah, I know. You're perfect. Because in reality, my mom is as close to perfect as a person can get. At least, that's how she presents herself to me and the rest of the world. Night, Mom. Night. Make sure all of your schoolwork is done. I will, I say as I take the 20 steps to the right and slip inside my room. My homework is almost done, so I flop down on my bed. In an instant, my thoughts begin to wander. Yeah, my mom is awesome. She made great decisions, but not everyone can be Ms. Norma Gray, perfect student, parent, and principal. People do make bad choices. At least, I think so. Not because they're bad people, but because they're flawed. What do I know? I'm 17. Yeah, I think about life, love, and all that other sorts of stuff, but I also know I'm still trying to figure out all of it. It's too hard to solve tonight, and I'm too tired to think any deeper.
Chapter 4. Caleb. The next day at school, I'm earlier than usual. Mrs. Yates's class is my last of the day, but since I need to see her as quickly as possible to let her know Ginny isn't the best choice for my tutor, I'm already waiting outside her classroom when she arrives. Mr. Quinn. Good to see you so early. How did your tutoring go? I scratch the back of my neck and wait for her to unlock her door before answering. As I step inside behind her, I search for the right words to land me a new and improved tutor. Well, our personalities clashed, and I really think I'd be better off being tutored by a guy. She sets her purse on her desk and folds her arms over her chest. Is that so? Yes, ma'am. We just don't see eye to eye. She cocks an eyebrow and tries to hold in a smile. Caleb, I'm not buying that. Not for a second. Why not? Everyone else has determined that I'm nothing but trouble. Well, minus my dad, and he's mostly holding out because of hope. Why? Isn't a tutor a tutor? Why does it have to be Ginny Gray? Mrs. Yates flicks her gaze to the door and back to me. Because she's the best. Despite her tardiness, she's the best student I have, and she's an excellent tutor. She's got just the right amount of patience. But Mrs. Yates. Ginny stops short as her gaze hits mine. When her shoulders sag, I'm wondering if I'm seeing things. I thought she'd be grateful. Not disappointed. Mrs. Yates strolls past Ginny and swings the door almost shut. Great. Both of you are here, which means we can get this settled right now. She turns to Ginny. I thought we had a deal. Ginny glances at me and back to our teacher. We did. We do. But he doesn't want me as a tutor. Her lips press together in a hard line, and she steps closer to Mrs. Yates. Caleb said you were going to fail him if he didn't get a tutor. Why would you already be threatening him with a failing grade? We're only 4 weeks into the school year. Just because he's had a hard time doesn't give. Ginny's eyes widen like she's just realizing what she's saying, and she slaps her hand over her mouth. Mrs. Yates's eyes narrow, flicking between Ginny and me like a game of tennis. Then her attention settles on me, and I'm pretty sure I just lost. Is that so? I swallow so hard I feel my Adam's apple bob. Ginny drops her hand and turns to me. You jerk. You lied to me. I scowl. You didn't want to tutor me any more than I wanted to be tutored by you. Tears spring to her eyes, and I must admit, I'm surprised. Why wouldn't she be thrilled to be rid of me? I point toward the door. Plus, I don't want to drive a town over every time I need a tutoring session. I have a curfew, and I can't be late. She blinks a few times, and the tears vanish. I just... Before she can finish the sentence, Principal Gray is standing in the doorway turning the color of a stoplight. Her lips pinch together as her gaze quickly moves from Ginny to me and lands on Mrs. Yates. What exactly is going on here? I'm setting up tutoring for Caleb. Ginny happens to be my best student. Is there a problem? Mrs. Yates's words are polite, but the temperature is north of the Antarctic. Ginny doesn't have the time to be tutoring. There will be recruiters in the stands this weekend, and she needs to practice. I'm clear on where Ginny's intimidation technique comes from. There's a brawl brewing, and for once I'm a spectator. I could definitely charge for the cage match about to go down. Mrs. Yates folds her arms over her chest. Caleb is a bright, capable student, but he's struggling in this class. I'm not surprised my teacher thinks that. She seems to be the only one who has any faith in me at all. Granted, the reason most have no faith is my own fault. Principal Gray interrupts, placing her hand on her hip. Perhaps if he stayed out of trouble, he wouldn't. Lifting her hand, Mrs. Yates cuts off Principal Gray. Norma, I'm done fighting with you. You have interfered with my grading policy more than once, and you're discriminating against a student. Either Ginny tutors Caleb or I'm filing a formal complaint. Whoa! My teacher isn't messing around anymore. Principal Gray's jaw tightens, and the tension in the air is making my skin crawl. Sort of like how my parents' arguments felt before my mom left. I haven't felt like this in a long time, and I'm remembering that I hated it. I don't dread going home anymore. Not only will I file a formal complaint, but with Ginny's tardiness, the best she can receive at this end of the first 6 weeks is a D. That will disqualify her from playing in any school-sponsored sports. Ginny's eyes widen, and her mouth drops open. Tears are on the verge of trickling down her cheeks. This thing has just gone nuclear, and for what? Me? Suddenly, the urge to protect Ginny hits me so hard in the gut that I'm breathing hard. She came here this morning to stand up for me. Including Mrs. Yates, that's 2 people who've been willing to take a risk on me. Mrs. Yates folds her arms over her chest. It's your call, Norma. Silence falls over all of us, but the tension only seems to build. Now it's feeling exactly like things were before my mom split. It's a tug of war, and neither party is interested in a tie. Fine, she can tutor him. She glares at me, then Ginny, and her gaze settles on Mrs. Yates. But if his grade doesn't improve by the end of the 6 weeks, you're tendering your resignation. I won't have a teacher so blatantly undermine my authority. He needs more time than that, and you know it. Mrs. Yates lifts her nose a fraction. But I'll compromise. If I don't see at least some improvement, you'll have my resignation that day. If it does improve, Ginny tutors him until fall break. We'll revisit then. Principal Gray glares at Mrs. Yates long enough that I'm pulling at my collar. The thick tension makes it hard to breathe. My heart is racing so fast, the vein in my neck is thumping. Finally, Ginny's mom breaks the silence. Fine. A moment later, the bell rings and other students are gathering at Mrs. Yates's door. That seems to snap everyone out of the little bubble we were just in, and Mrs. Yates takes a step back. Principal Gray steps closer to Ginny. Get to class and be prepared to face the consequences of lying to me. Ginny darts out the door, but not before I see tears rolling down her face. For a second, I think maybe we have more in common than I realize. Then I shake my head to clear it. Something in common. Right. We have nothing remotely in common. She's perfect and I'm not. With that thought wiped clean, I head out of the room before Mrs. Yates and Principal Gray decide they need to talk to me. Well, at least this way, if they do want to talk to me, they'll have to pull me from one of my classes. Hopefully one of the more boring ones.
Chapter 5. Ginny. After school the next day, I'm waiting for KALEB at the school library entrance. I'd left word with Mrs. Yates that I had exactly 45 minutes and for KALEB to meet me here. I would have done it myself, but the last thing I wanted was my mom seeing me talking to him. Now I feel cowardly for it. Why shouldn't I talk to him? If I'm tutoring him, there will need to be some form of communication, right? It's taken every ounce of energy and positive thoughts to keep the argument my mom and I had the night before from bringing me to tears. She's never come down so hard on me before. I was only doing what Mrs. Yates asked me to. Was it really my fault? Yes, I lied, but I didn't see another way. I'm grounded indefinitely. Not sure what exactly she's grounding me from since I'm not allowed to do anything other than school and volleyball anyway. My teammates don't even invite me to their birthday parties anymore because I always have to say no. I shouldn't have lied, but at the time, I didn't feel like I had a choice. I told Mrs. Yates I'd tutor her student. If I'd known who it was before agreeing to it, maybe I could have convinced her to let it be a different student. It's my mom's fault Mrs. Yates doesn't like me. Hey. KALEB's voice pulls me from my thoughts, and I turn around. He blinks a second. Are you okay? It's then I realize I'm crying. Rubbing my hands down my face, I say, yeah, I'm fine. He stares at me a moment before he tips his chin toward the back of the library. There's a table in the way back. If I have to study at the library, it's where I typically go. It's away from all the distractions. Nodding, I quietly follow him to the table and take a seat. Where? Look, I'm sorry for getting you in trouble. Tears spring to my eyes, and I swallow hard, working to keep them from flowing again. I keep my attention pinned on the book I'm pulling out of my bag. If I look at him, I'll cry again, and I don't want to. It's okay. I mean, I can handle it. He pushes a chair closer to mine and sits, setting his bag on the table. But you shouldn't have to. I was a real jerk the other day, and there was no reason for it. I just hate it when people feel sorry for me. Since my mom left, it seems all anyone can do is pretend like nothing happened or give me sad looks. I get it. Plus, my mom hasn't exactly been friendly to you. My mom's been unfriendly to almost everyone when it comes to me and her plans for my life. If she perceives a threat, she goes into full-on combat mode. That doesn't make it okay. My problems aren't yours. When I don't respond, he touches my shoulder. Tingles race down my arm, but I ignore them. What's the point of dissecting them when I'm under guard? I work to shake off the warm zing working its way into my bones and look at him. I'm serious. I'll be on time and lose the attitude from now on. One side of his lips tugs upward. I'll even let you yell at me again, but that's a limited time offer. The little mischievous glint in his eyes takes him from hot to blazing. That smile is lighting up the butterflies in my stomach. It adds to the charm he's dishing out. But those butterflies need to scatter. Even if my mom allowed me to date, I'm not interested, much. Rolling my eyes, I shake my head. Whatever. We were in a library. Anything above a whisper was yelling. We did get a shush, remember? I push on his shoulder. Would you stop? Now, Tell me where you're having trouble. He gives me a small groan. All of it. That doesn't help. I slap his hand away from his notebook and glance over his notes. What part is the problem? Isn't your class reading some of it aloud? They are, but most of the time they sound like they don't understand it either. It's hard for me to get into it. I don't get a few lines read before I'm dozing off. He feigns a yawn. It's so boring. I scoff. You think Shakespeare is boring? Yeah, you don't? No, I say, shaking my head. I lived in Nashville before we moved here. My mom took me to summer Shakespeare every year. I love it. But I guess that's different from reading it. Honestly, that was the reason for signing up for the class in the first place. My schedule was hectic, and I needed at least one class that I could practically sleep through and still get an A. Caleb sets his elbow on the desk and his head in his hand. Now that my eyes aren't clouded with stupid tears, I can see what he's wearing and smell a woodsy scent floating from him. Not only do I like his jeans and t-shirt, but he also smells great too. I like how his hair isn't super long. It doesn't touch his collar like most of the guys, but it's long enough that I can see myself running my fingers through it. When he smiles again, I notice his braces are gone. The other day I could have sworn he had braces. Okay, am I seeing things, or did you get your braces out? The lopsided smile made my stomach tickle, but this smile makes my skin warm uncomfortably. It's big and wide and there's a delight in his eyes. Yeah, this morning. I've had them for 4 years, my second round of braces. I keep running my tongue over my teeth, expecting them to be there. My mouth feels weird without them. All of a sudden, I'm keenly aware of his lips as his tongue skates across his straight pearly whites. What would it be like to be kissed by him? I bet kissing will be different. Oh. Crud. I didn't think that thought. I spoke it. Aloud. To Caleb. He blinks, and my face burns like I've fallen asleep on the beach without sunscreen. His head tips back as he laughs, and the mortification showing on my face soaks into my skin as it races to my core. I'm not sure I'll be able to look him in the eyes ever again. Covering my face with my hands, I squeeze my eyes shut and wish the earth was flat so I could walk off the edge. Anything to disappear. I wouldn't know. I haven't really kissed anyone. At least, no one that matters or would give me the ability to compare. His voice is husky, and there's a flirty edge to it. I peek at him through my fingers and groan as his blue eyes meet mine. I can't believe I said that. It's not like I haven't thought about it. His cheeks turn pink like he's embarrassed. I haven't really been interested in anyone in a while. My parents. Right. The thought sobers me. All the flirty feelings flit away, and my feet find the floor. Aside from the fact that my mom would chain me in my room if I was interested in anyone, I'm too busy with school, volleyball, and now tutoring. I haven't been interested in anyone either. Even as the words pour out, I know that's not entirely true. I haven't allowed myself to think about it. What's the point when I know my mom will go ballistic? The clearing of a throat pulls my attention from Caleb. It's Oliver Reeves, the librarian and my mom's friend. Although, I get the impression sometimes that he wishes it was more than friendship. I suspect she's asked him to keep an eye on me. Hi, Ginny. Your mom just wanted me to remind you to be aware of the time. You can't be late to practice. You've got Scouts coming this weekend, and I need to be at the top of my game, I say, finishing the sentence with an exasperated sigh. It's all the time. She never lets up. Oliver lifts his hands as if to say, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just doing what she asked me to. Thanks, Mr. Reeves. His gaze darts from me to Caleb and back to me. Okay, well, I'll let you two study. The emphasized last word isn't lost on me. In other words, my mom is watching me, and I hate it. Once Mr. Reeves is halfway down a book aisle, Caleb leans over. I'm sorry. His breath hits my cheek, and goosebumps pop up all over my body. It's fruity and sweet from what I guess must be some sort of breath freshener. Maybe you wouldn't be getting such a hard time if it was anyone else but me being tutored. Maybe, but I doubt it. Let's just get to work. I can't be late to practice. I tell myself to ignore the small downturn of his lips, but it's not just his lips. The light in his eyes has dimmed, and for some weird reason, that bothers me in a way I can't pinpoint. I barely know him. I didn't say anything hateful. They were statements of fact. We need to work, and I really can't be late to practice. Not if I want to make Mrs. Yates and my mom happy. Touching his shoulder, I say, I didn't mean it like that. He shrugs off my hand. I'm good. The only thing my parents taught me is that relationships are too much work and they end in disaster. His lips press together in a thin line. And I'm not interested in you. You're my tutor, and that's the only reason I'm sitting at this table. Not trying to be mean. I just want to make sure we know where we stand. Right. Exactly. We are absolutely on the same page. I open my book to one of the last sonnets and blink back tears. It's so dumb. Even if I wanted to date, my mom wouldn't let me. I'm basically dating volleyball until the foreseeable future. A relationship would only bring me problems. Like Caleb said, they're too much work and they end in disaster. No way I want one. But my heart hurts at the thought, and I pinch myself. I need to get a grip. Caleb is just a guy, and I'm helping him with Shakespeare. Nothing else.
Chapter 6. Caleb. Kicking back on my bed Saturday afternoon, I eye the small basketball net hanging on my door. I've had it since I was 6, so it's a little ratty looking now with all the tape holding it together. With a flick of my wrist, the small foam ball soars the 6 feet, hits the rim, and bounces. My friend Chris Johnson snatches it just before it slams into my computer and gives it a spin on his ring finger. All right. Talk. What's up with you? What? Nothing's up with me. Something's definitely up with me. Since our first study session in the library, I've thought of nothing but Ginny. It's freaking me out, too. She gave me her phone number so I could text her if I had questions when I was working on assignments. Sad part is, I've been trying to think of questions just so I can text, which sounds pathetic. I don't think about girls. Well, not like that. Not since my mom left. That kinda shattered any sort of dream I might have had about relationships and marriage and all that. That issue aside, it's Ginny, and I'm the resident pariah when it comes to dating any girl in my small hometown. Chris flops down in my desk chair and uses the end of my bed as a footstool. You only miss that shot when you're thinking about something. So, he says, making a motion with his finger, tell me. Because you've been missing that shot all day. I swear under my breath and sit up with my back against the wall. My room isn't small, but it's also not huge. My bed stuck in the corner gives me the space I need to have a desk chair, and dresser. I've got a drafting table too, but all weekend, the only thing I'd been drawing was a blank. Who? It must be bad. He smiles. A girl. Has to be a girl. Ginny Gray has been tutoring me for Mrs. Yates's class. For a second, I think I've broken the guy, and then he blinks. Ginny Gray? As in Principal Gray's daughter? Man, you need to put whatever you're thinking down and back away from that landmine. Dude, she's so off limits she should be required to wear an actual warning sign. I snort. He's not wrong. When I met her at the library, and I'd never, ever admit this to anyone because it would make me sound stalkery, but my breath caught when she came into view, and I stopped to watch her a second. She had on this pair of jeans that hid her curves just right and this t-shirt that showed off her lean arms. Then when I did let her know I was there, she turned around and I could see she'd been crying. I'd never seen brown eyes so pretty in all my life or wanted to take someone into my arms as much. I hated that she was crying. Hated it because I knew I was the reason. For a brief moment, it had ached not to take her face in my hands and kiss the tears away. Of course, there was no way I was stupid enough to do that. Aside from the fact that I don't know her anymore or have that sort of relationship with her, I have no desire to be mauled by her mom. I could absolutely picture Principal Gray hitting me with her car. And backing up and doing it again. I think her mom is tough on her, Chris says, his voice pulling me from the sudden vision of being murdered by my principal. I nod. Yeah, I think so too. Chris grins, and I know what's coming next. She sure is hot, though. Ginny or the principal? I laugh and duck as he flings the ball in my face. Ginny is hot. I'd never go near her, but the guy who does, he shrugs. Nothing great ever came easy. I bet she'd be the girl. Like, the girl. The kind you get with and paint white fences and have kids with. I laugh again. Yeah, that's not happening. Not to me. I think my genealogy has proven that to be a ticking time bomb. No thanks. Other than tutoring, it's smart to stay away from Ginny. Even if you still believed in marriage and all that, she's not the one you want to mess with you. Nodding, I say, no kidding. My lips are saying that, but that's about the only part of my body on board. There's something about her that, I can't even put it into words. That first day in the library in Groves, I expected her to just believe Mrs. Yates wanted to fail me, but she didn't. She'd said it was unfair. I'd taken it as her feeling sorry for me, but after our tutoring session, I don't think that's true. My phone dings, and I grab it, hoping it's Ginny. A truly stupid thing to even think. With all the looks I get when I'm out, I'll be in college before dating is even on the radar. I check the number, and to my surprise, it is Ginny. Ginny, just wanted to check on you. Have you done the assignment? I know I said text me if you need me, but I think maybe you're scared you'll get in trouble with my mom. Who's that? Asks Chris. Telemarketer, I reply, jumping up and running to the restroom where I lock the door. Leaning my hip against the counter, I smile. She's thought about me, and it makes me feel weird. Not in a bad way, just in a way I'm not familiar with. Me, I wasn't scared of your mom. Okay, maybe I was a little, but I honestly had no questions. The sonnet was one that looked pretty easy. I checked the time on the phone. Me, aren't you supposed to be playing volleyball? Ginny. The three dots drum like fingers as she types, then they stop and start again. For more times the process is repeated until a text finally pops up. Ginny, yeah. Me, is everything okay? From everything I've heard, Ginny isn't someone you want to meet on a volleyball court, but this text is giving me the feeling that she's upset. I don't wait for a response. Don't tell me you're scared. I immediately add, I'm kidding. Ginny, okay. I blink at the response. Okay? That wasn't the answer I was expecting. I thought she'd tell me to stick it or some other wise answer. Thinking she might be scared catches me off guard. Mostly because I don't like the idea of her feeling like that. Not when she seems to care, at least about my grades. Me, anything I can do? Ginny. Ginny, college recruiters are out in the audience. My mom has my entire future hinged on my performance as a player. It's like that's the only way I can get a scholarship or something, even though I make good grades. I can feel the pressure in the sentence. Plus, it's something I understand, although I've reacted to it differently. What would it be like had I gone along with my dad's wishes? Would my life be different? Sure, I'm not into sports, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't have interfered with other aspects of my life. Me, act like they aren't there. I mean, from what I've heard, you're unbeatable. It should be a cakewalk for you. Ginny, yeah. Ginny, spike time. Gotta go. Rubbing my knuckles along my jaw, I stare at the response. She sounded off. Yes, I know, I couldn't hear her voice, but I feel it. But what do I know? I don't know her. I shake my head, quickly flushing the toilet before going back to my room. So a telemarketer? Or a girl? Chris grins. You heard the toilet flush. I'm not telling him it was GINNY. I don't need him trying to dissect our texts or offer an opinion on her. I'm tired of hanging out here. You want to go watch the volleyball game? Chris's eyebrows raise. Volleyball? Are you sick? Shut up. My tutor is playing. I have a real vested interest in her being able to help me with my grades. Better grades mean a better college. He holds up his hands up in surrender. Okay. His hands drop to his sides. Think your dad will get on board if you get accepted to a really good school? No, even as the word drops out of my mouth, I know that answer isn't true. I want to get into the best school possible. Maybe it will help my dad accept that I don't want to be a lawyer. Based on the way he's reacted, being an architectural engineer is equated with being an artist or musician, not that I think anything is wrong with either of those, but it's not like I'm looking to head out to Hollywood and try acting. Whatever. I'm over it. I'll go watch the volleyball game and support my tutor. If she wins, it's good for me. Or that's what I'm telling myself.
Chapter 7. GINNY. Rolling my neck, I lean my shoulder against the wall just outside the locker room and let out a long breath of air. I've played 3 games, allowed the yearbook committee photographer to take loads of photographs with the team, and talked with recruiters. It's 7 in the evening, and I wish I could crawl into bed and not wake up until Monday. I can't, of course, because I've got homework to finish. Volleyball used to be fun. I loved practicing, playing, all of it. Now it's a chore, and I think taking out the trash would be more fun. Closing my eyes, I wish I knew how to love it again. I think the worst part is knowing that it doesn't end with high school. If I get a scholarship, I'll have to play in college too. Maybe it'll be better if my mom isn't around and I don't feel smothered. Like all I can do is volleyball and school and nothing else. That was a good game. A familiar voice pulls me from my thoughts, and I open my eyes. KALEB? He was in the stands? I recognized the guy with him. His name is Chris, and we had a class together last year. The teacher was weird, too. We had to take photos at the beginning of the school year, and then at the end we took another. Then we had to find 10 differences between the 2 photos. Although, the one at the end was kinda cool. I'd never realized how much things could change from one year to the next. Hi. I smile and look at KALEB. You came to my game? For whatever reason, the thought that he was in the stands makes the exhaustion I feel bearable. Just the last one. KALEB mirrors me by leaning his shoulder against the wall a few feet from me. I figured your game was directly tied to your ability to tutor me. It was completely selfish. The lopsided grin he gives me makes the butterflies in my stomach jittery. You haven't texted me any questions. Have you even looked at the homework yet? With a groan, he shakes his head. No, not yet. I straighten and cross my arms over my chest. You can't wait until the last minute. What if you have a question and I don't know the answer? He rolls his eyes. I knew you were busy, so I figured I'd work on it tomorrow. He has a point. Even if he had questions, I wasn't available. I'll admit there's truth to that. Exactly. His gaze locks with mine, and I swear it's like walls slamming down, separating us from the rest of the world. The smart thing would be to get his grades up as quickly as I can so I'm no longer tutoring him. That way my mom won't be flipping out and things can go back to normal. Only, there's something magnetic about him. Something I can't define or pinpoint. It's just there. It's been there since the first day we met in 5th grade. We stand there moment after moment, and I'm positive his friend Chris says something. By the time I break eye contact, he's gone. Your friend left. Caleb jerks his attention to where Chris was standing a few moments before. Yeah, I guess he did. He steps closer. You played a really good game today. I'd heard about you, but seeing you play in person was different. Chuckling, I say, different? He shoots me a half smile. It's one thing to hear something and another to witness it. You're pretty amazing. I lower my gaze to the floor, hiding the smile on my lips. The compliment travels from my brain, through my core, and warms my skin. Why it would matter what he thinks makes no sense to me, but it does. There's a good chance I would have played even better if I'd known he was in the stands. Thanks. Those recruiters sure seem interested in you. Caleb pokes me in the stomach. That's good, right? Shrugging, I lift my gaze to his. I guess. He tilts his head. You guess? It's... What's going on here? My mom's voice booms from behind me. She glares at Caleb. I don't think I've ever seen you at a game before. Caleb looks caught in a bear trap. I thought I should get more involved with school activities. And since she's my tutor, I thought. Right. My mom takes her focus from him and turns on me. You were very rude to Coach Williams. She came all this way to watch you play. The least you could do was be willing to listen. Coach Williams is a recruiter from Gilroy University, a small school a few hours from Port Crest. It would give my mom the ability to pop in for visits, and the only kind of pop I'm interested in is the fizzy kind. There's no way I'm going to Gilroy. I was polite. I thanked her for her time. I also don't want to flat out tell my mom that I refuse to go there either. At least not right now when things are so tense between us. Besides, I'm thinking harder than I ever have before, trying to come up with a reason that I can't meet Coach Williams. Ginny said to meet her after the game so I could get some tutoring in. She said tomorrow is her homework day, so I didn't want to cut into that, Caleb says, coming to my rescue. Only, he doesn't have any books at all, so that excuse has about as much chance of flying as a frog does. My mom doesn't miss a beat as she tilts her head. Oh, really? Do you normally meet up for tutoring with no books in sight? Then I remember seeing something hanging on the corkboard in Mrs. Yates's class. There's a movie showing at the show on the shore tonight called Warm Bodies. We were going to see that because it's a retelling of Romeo and Juliet. That's coming up in a few weeks, but I thought it would be good for him to see it so we could discuss it later. So you're going on a date? My mom asks. Her horrified look isn't lost on me. Caleb's eyes widen, and the color drains from his face. Absolutely not. Caleb blurts. For a second, I'm a little hurt. Does the idea of going out on a date with me sound that bad? Then again, it's my mom. It could just be fear. No. It's not a date. I don't have time for that, remember? I have school and volleyball. The only reason I mentioned the movie is that I think extra credit is being offered and Caleb needs it. Hey. Caleb crosses his arms over his chest. Fine. I need it. I see. My mom looks at me. I look at Caleb. Hey, could you give me a second to talk to my mom? He holds my gaze a moment, nods, and then walks far enough that away I'm positive he can't overhear me. I step closer to my mom. Mom, I need to tutor him to the best of my ability. I don't want Mrs. Yates getting you in trouble. If I get his grade up, it's a win for both of us. I've put as much force in the words as I can muster because I sure don't feel it. I like Mrs. Yates, and I love her as a teacher. It bugs me that she might have to resign because my mom is so laser focused on making sure I don't turn out just like her, a single mom who has to fight her way through life. Mom, I know I lied to you, but I've never done it before. That has to count for something. I'm not interested in dating, and if I was, Caleb Quinn wouldn't be on the list of people I want to date. That last part is bitter on my tongue. I like Caleb, and maybe I forced the thought to die. It doesn't matter what I think of Caleb. I'm his tutor and nothing else. Even if I was interested, he's not interested in me. Her hands drop to her sides, and she takes a huge breath while keeping her eyes locked with mine. I can almost see the debate she's having with herself. Then her eyes tear up. I just don't want you falling into the trap I did. Love is great. It's wonderful, but you're only 17. You have your whole life ahead of you. I put my arms around her and hug her. I know, Mom. You love me. You want all the things you didn't get. I do, Ginny. You have unlimited potential, and I don't want anything getting in your way. I want you to strive for the moon and have a straight shot for it. My mom leans back. She chokes back a sob. I want all the good things for you. I know. You're amazing, Mom. You are. I couldn't be prouder of you. All the things you've accomplished. I want to be just like you. And I do. That's the truth. She hasn't let anything stop her from achieving her dreams. I just want a little more balance, I guess. I'm not dating Caleb. I'm just tutoring him. Please trust me. My mom nods. All right. You give it your all and tutor him. She smiles. I'll take Coach Williams up on her offer to eat dinner and let her know that you plan to tutor someone. That'll look good to her, I'm sure of it. Exactly. I'm a well-rounded student. That's not going to Gilroy if it was the last college on earth, but hey, whatever makes my mom happy at the moment and allows me to tutor Caleb. She hugs me and gives a squeeze before releasing me. Okay. Just don't be late. I finish her sentence and smile. As soon as the movie's over, I'll be home. I promise. Okay. Would you tell Caleb I'm going to grab a shower and then I'll be out? I point at her. And be nice. She rolls her eyes. Yes, I'll tell him, and I'll be nice. As I go to step inside the locker room, my mom touches my arm. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Hopefully our talk has helped things a little. At least, I want it to. I'm not sure if I can handle things getting worse.
Chapter 8. Caleb. When I see Ginny duck into the locker room and her mom head my way, I wonder if I should run. She gets a few feet from me and stops. Ginny will be out in a minute. She wanted to grab a shower before going to the movie. My eyebrows hit my hairline and my jaw hurts from hitting the floor. She's letting Ginny go to a movie with me? I have no idea what Warm Bodies is, but it's a movie on the beach, with me. I scratch the back of my neck. Okay. I'd never even heard of that movie, but if it'll help me understand Shakespeare, I'm all for it. Her eyes narrow. I do want to make a few things clear. Okay. What hasn't been clear up to this point? She looks over her shoulder toward the locker room and back to me. I don't like you. I don't like that Ginny has taken an interest in you, and I especially don't like her hanging around you. But I know her. Until she realizes that you're not worth her time, she'll give you everything she's got. I just hope she's not too disappointed when you inevitably mess up. Because you will. We both know it. I shake my head and curse under my breath. Other than Mrs. Yates and maybe my dad, no one in this town cares about me. I know you don't. My one dream is to be an architectural engineer. The only way that happens is by getting my grade up in Mrs. Yates's class. She said she'll give me a college recommendation letter. She said that letter depends solely on my dedication to her class. That's the only reason I'm willing to be tutored. Just as she opens her mouth, something comes over me that I can't describe. It's more than desperation. More than just needing someone to hear me. It's this soul-deep, unquenchable hope that words can't encapsulate. Sagging, I catch the principal's gaze, hold it, and say, "Principal Gray, I want to be an architectural engineer. I want it so bad it hurts. I'm a screw-up. I know it, but life can't be over at 18, can it?" Principal Gray's lips press together in a thin line, and she holds my gaze until I nearly squirm. "Mr. Quinn, I don't know why, but I actually believe you. So, here's the deal I'm willing to make with you." She believes me? I'm shocked but grateful. Except there's a deal she's wanting to make, and I don't like the sound of that. Okay. Ginny likes you. She can deny it, excuse it away, or whatever she wants, but she does, and she doesn't need to be interested. She quickly looks over her shoulder. So here's my proposal. You make her think you like her until you get your grade up and then dump her as soon as you do. Did her mom just say what I think she said? What? No way. And I'll give you a personal recommendation. I'll make it glow. Blinking, I'm trying to process what she just said, and I'm struggling. So, I date Ginny and dump her, and you'll give you a letter of recommendation. I'm a little speechless. You'd really be okay seeing her hurt? No, but girls with broken hearts find their focus much easier than those with visions of love. I've heard of parents doing crazy things, but this is certifiable. And cruel. As great as the letter sounds, I'm not sure I can stomach hurting someone. Not on purpose. As I start to shake my head, Ginny's mom leans in. I can get you a meeting with MIT. Massachusetts Institute of Technology? That's my dream school that I'd totally put out of my mind because there was no way I could get into it. Not with my grades and history with getting into trouble. It's the one school that might get my dad to realize how serious I am about what I want to do with my life. It's the school. My phone dings, and I pull it out of my pocket. It's my dad, and it feels like the world is whispering in my ear to listen. To take the deal. If I can get a meeting with someone at MIT, maybe I can show them how desperate and determined I am to be the best student they've ever had. And she's totally gotta be bluffing. No way, I say, but I'm not able to hide the hope in my voice. I want to go to that school. If nothing else than to prove to myself that I don't have to be the screw-up everyone is expecting me to be. I have a friend who works at MIT. No guarantees of getting into that school, but if you can convince my friend you've got what it takes, you'll have a great shot. She sticks her hand out. Deal? Before I can think twice, I'm shaking her hand. Deal. Deal? Ginny asks as she stops next to her mom. Principal Gray and I startle, and her mom smiles. I was merely apologizing for being unkind. We made a deal. He works hard, and I'll give him a letter of recommendation so he can get into a good school. Ginny's mouth drops open. Really? She throws her arms around her mom. That's amazing, Mom. Thank you. We'll make sure he gets his grade up as high as we can get it. Principal Gray pats Ginny on the back and steps back. Okay. I said we made a deal about his grades. I'm still not okay with, she raises her eyebrows. Duh. I know, Mom. No dating. Ginny's cheeks turn a dark shade of pink. I'm just tutoring him. That's all. I hold Principal Gray's gaze, and she nods just slightly. Exactly, I add. Just tutoring. I appreciate the letter, though. Ginny tucks a piece of her hair behind her ear as she looks at me and smiles. Right. Are you ready to go? She checks her phone. If we hustle, we might make it before the movie starts. I'll see you when you get home, Principal Gray said. I wave bye to Ginny's mom, jog to the exit door, and pull it open. I have a twofold purpose. 1. I need some air, and 2. I just agreed to date Ginny and break her heart. I'm the town bad guy. Granted, much of that reputation is through rumors I didn't correct when I heard them, but my character isn't exactly golden. Still, the idea of hurting a girl who is fighting to help me makes my rumored bad boy rep pale in comparison. Hey, are you ready to go? She asks. I smile. Yeah. Ginny tilts her head. You sure? I'm sure, I say and let go of the door. Tell me about this movie. I've never heard of it before. She holds my gaze a second, and I wonder if she's overheard my conversation with her mom. Then I dismiss it. No way would she have not said something. I mean, if she caught even part of it, there was no way she would have just smiled and acted as if nothing was wrong. I know I wouldn't have. A heartbeat longer, and I'm almost willing to confess the whole thing when her lips spread into a smile that has my knees threatening to give out on me. For a girl with zero flirting history, she sure can get a guy's heart racing. Then she starts talking. I wish I could say I pay attention while we're walking to the beach, but I don't. The first thing I do is tune her out and contemplate the deal I've made with her mom. She offered me 2 things that could change my life for the better. Not just change it, but give me the chance to show my dad I'm serious. I think that's why he's so bent on my going to law school, because I've avoided hard things for a long time now. He's right about it being in my blood. I can read his law textbooks, and it's nothing. Then hand me a poem, and I'm wondering where my brain went. But I love to draw, to see these buildings in my head and make them into art people can use. By the time we get to the beach, it's dark and the pre-movie ads are on. Maybe by the time it's over, I'll know what I want to do about that deal with Ginny's mom. As we take a seat in the sand, Ginny's flowery soap or shampoo floats around me, and I realize I'm so doomed.
Chapter 9. Ginny. I'm trying to focus on the movie, but the conversation my mom had with Caleb is playing in my head just as clear as the movie in front of my face. I didn't play my hand at the time because I was in shock. My mom made a deal with someone to break my heart. And not just any someone, a guy she hates. Not only that, but she's willing to give him a letter of recommendation and get him a meeting with a friend who works at MIT. I don't know what hurts worse. That she'd make the offer or that Caleb would take it. I think part of the reason I haven't said anything is that I want to see if Caleb will tell me. It's easy to see from his perspective that it's a sweet deal. Putting myself in his shoes, I'm not sure how I'd handle it. There's zero chance my mom will fess up. She thinks if my heart gets broken that I'll swear off relationships for the foreseeable future. Maybe that's true, but I'd like to think that just because one relationship fails doesn't mean the next one has to. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm digging this movie. Caleb's voice pulls me from my thoughts, and I look at him. What? He tips his head toward the screen. I like this movie. I tilt my head and smile. Really? Then I remember he's supposed to be romancing me so he can break my heart. It kills any enthusiasm I might have. Holding up his hand, he leans in and whispers, "We'll talk after." I nod just as my phone vibrates in my pocket. Discreetly, I pull it out and maneuver myself where Caleb can't see the screen. It's Ronnie. Ronnie, hey. I stopped by your house and no one's home. Where are you? Me, sitting at the beach watching warm bodies with Caleb. Ronnie. If I wasn't watching a movie, I'd be busting out laughing. I can only imagine what she's thinking. Ronnie, did you hit your head? Are you hallucinating? Me, no, I'm sitting here, sand between my toes, watching a movie with the resident bad boy. Ronnie, is your mom sick? Do I tell her what I overheard? Maybe if I wasn't texting, but in print, where it could be seen later? No way. Me, no, I told her the faster I get his grades up, the faster I'm done tutoring him. She agreed, and here I am. Ronnie. My phone buzzes in my hand, and Dixie has joined the conversation. Dixie, you have to be joking. I know your mama. There is no way she'd go along with that. Me, well, she did. Were you right there when Ronnie started texting me? Dixie, no, she came here when you told her where you were. I think she wondered if we needed to call for medical attention. I thought this was your favorite movie. KALEB asks. It is, I whisper my reply before shutting my phone off. I'll have to explain later what happened. Sorry. He scoots closer. We need to talk after this movie. I nod, thinking we'll discuss the movie for a few minutes and then I'll go home. If we need an in-depth discussion, we can talk later. I don't want to be late for curfew. For the rest of the movie, I allow myself to be engrossed. It's been a while since I've seen it, and it's easy to remember why I loved it. Connections brought people back to life. Humans are social, and technology can only offer so much. It can't caress your arms, kiss you, or love you. Technology is a tool, but it can't replace the emotional connections that people need. A beating heart needs another beating heart to find its rhythm. When those two hearts sync, it's music. I'm not saying it's good music all the time, but when we find that person that complements our beat, it makes life easier. When the movie's over, I'm in no hurry to leave. My mom is waiting on me at home, and as much as I don't want to confront her about the deal she made, there's part of me that does. Actually, I'm still undecided about how I feel about it. KALEB twists to face me, and he hangs his head. I want to be an architectural engineer so badly. There's no hope for me to get into MIT because I've worked so hard to stick it to my dad. It feels like he's warring with himself, and I wonder if he realizes he's talking out loud. I don't know what to say, so I just stay quiet. He continues, if I get into a good school, maybe he'll support me. I think he wants me to go into law because he has connections and he doesn't think I can get into college on my own. His voice grows softer until it breaks on the last word. The emotions he's struggling with wrap around me, and my heart hurts for him. The desperation he's feeling soaks into me, and if there's nothing I understand more, it's desperation. I go to cover his hand with mine, and he jerks it away. Don't. I don't deserve your kindness. I made a deal with your mom to break your heart in return for a letter of recommendation and a meeting with a friend of hers at MIT. My mom thinks KALEB is the devil incarnate, but he's just proved her wrong. Not saying he's a saint, but part of the reason she hates lying so much is because my dad lied a lot. He'd tell her one thing, and she'd find out it was another. I know. It's not even a dilemma whether to confess that I overheard them. His head jerks up, and his gaze finds mine. You know? And you sat through this entire movie with me? Nodding, I say, I wasn't sure how I was going to handle it, and I didn't want to deal with my mom or the recruiter from the college she's trying to push on me. Push on you? It's only a few hours away, and I need something farther away. He takes a deep breath, his fingers digging into the sand between us. I get that. Why did you tell me? I ask. More than anything, I want to hear the answer to that. KALEB shrugs. The more I thought about it, the more I couldn't go through with it. I just can't do it. Which means your mom is going to hate me even more. Not if we go along with it. He blinks. What? I smile. You heard me. We go along with it. It allows me to tutor you, and you get the letter of recommendation and a meeting with her MIT friend. I keep the part where I've never heard of my mom speak of an MIT friend to myself. For a minute he stares at me, and I wonder if I'm growing a second head or have something hanging from my nose. I discreetly check my nose to take it out of the running. If your mom finds out. She won't. I cut him off. Plus, she'll back off because she thinks you're in cahoots with her. He laughs. Cahoots. Nice. Then it hits me that he doesn't want to date and maybe he thinks I'm pushing because I like him. Which I don't. Look, you get what you want, and I don't get grief. It's not like I'm interested in you. His lips turn down so quickly that I'm sure I'm seeing things. Right. I'm not interested in dating anyone. This would only be to get my grade up and get me into MIT. And make it easier for me to tutor you. Exactly. He pauses. So, how will this work? I haven't really dated anyone, not serious or anything. I raise an eyebrow. Really? He rolls his eyes. I mean, no one that I thought could lead to anything. It was all for fun. If she ticked my dad off, that made me like her even more. A smile stretches on his lips. How about you? Dating? You've met my mom, right? KALEB busts out laughing, and it's infectious, which makes me laugh. See, even you can't picture me dating anyone. Actually, he says, his gaze catching mine. You're the kind of girl a guy dates with forever in mind. You're smart, kind, and gorgeous. That sobers me, and I swallow hard. Then I remember it's all a game and break the intense eye contact. This pretend thing is going to end up biting me if I can't keep things straight. KALEB has had his issues, but I don't have to dig too deep to see most of them stem from being hurt. My mom has hammered into me that love can't change anyone, but I don't think that's true. I'm not saying it's true for everyone, just that it's not written in stone. Sometimes, I think the right person can change someone's heart. Faith and hope and love are powerful. At least, I think so. It's true, KALEB says. I think that's why most guys avoid you. Well, that and the barbed wire fence that is your mom. Snorting, I cover my nose with my hands. It makes KALEB nearly double over from laughter. I pop him on the arm, keeping one hand over my nose. Stop laughing. No, he laughs harder. I need to get home before my mom turns into the troll under the bridge. We can talk about warm bodies later. I stand and swipe my hands over my backside to knock the sand off. He jumps up with me. If I'm pretending to date you, then I'll walk you home, because if this was real, that's what I'd do. Okay. Of all the things I thought I'd be doing my senior year, fake dating a boy my mom despises wasn't one of them. I'm a horrible liar, but if KALEB is going to get into MIT, I'm going to need to play this like I play volleyball. Like a beast. Then I remember that I typically put my heart into my games, and I nearly gulp. My heart can't be in this. The second the thought hits me, I know one way or another, this whole thing is going to end with me wrecked.
Chapter 10. KALEB. It's Wednesday, the end of the first 6 weeks, and I'm sweating bullets. I've been waiting all day to find out how I did on the last test I took. I know I'm doing better in Mrs. Yates's class, but there's always that lingering doubt that maybe I didn't do as well as I thought I did. We've had quizzes every other day and 2 tests that count as 25% of the grade. We get that last test back today, along with our 6-week grades. Mrs. Yates has us reading the next few poems so we can discuss them on Monday. The anticipation is killing me. I've been meeting GINNY a couple of times a week since the night of the movie. We've mostly stuck to Shakespeare, but not totally. More than once I've apologized about the deal with her mom. That hasn't been far from my thoughts at all. That night, I had no intention of telling GINNY about that deal. First, for self-preservation. I want to get into a good school, and as wrong as it is, her mom is the best chance I have. Second, because it was her mom. I know what betrayal feels like, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. When the movie ended, I just couldn't not tell her. Mr. Quinn? Mrs. Yates's voice cuts through my thoughts, and I look at her. She's smiling and holding up the test, blank side out to keep my grade confidential. I take it as a good sign that I've done well, and I nearly break my neck getting out of my seat. When I reach her desk, she looks up at me and says, "Hard work pays off." Taking the test, I nod and stroll back to my desk before flipping it over to check the grade. It's a C. Not fantastic, but it's not failing, which was my goal. As for the entire 6 weeks, this test has me sitting at AC as well, but only by a point. One bad test, and it's back to failing again. The good news is, since I made improvement, it also means Ginny will tutor me the rest of the year and I have the possibility of an even better grade by Christmas break. Those were the terms principal Gray laid down, and I've met them. Butterflies are lighting my stomach up, and the only person coming to mind is Ginny. I can't wait to show her, making the last 20 minutes of class agonizing. When the bell rings, I stuff my junk into my bag and am about to floor it to the door when Mrs. Yates calls on me to come back. I swallow the groan and walk to her desk. "Yes, ma'am?" "I knew if you wanted it bad enough, you could do it." She smiles. "Yes, ma'am." I turn to leave and stop, scratching the back of my neck. Thanks for helping me." Nodding, she looks down. That's all we need sometimes. Just a little help. Her voice is thick, and if I stay, mine will be too. Why she's had any amount of faith in me is beyond my grasp, but it's something I'll never forget. If for no other reason than Mrs. Yates, I'm going to officially get my act together and prove that I'm someone worthy of that faith. My thoughts immediately go to Ginny. Mrs. Yates is great, but Ginny? I can be myself around her. My mom would always say that love couldn't change a person. It wasn't until she left that I realized she was talking about my dad. I wonder if my dad had opened his eyes a little sooner, then maybe he could have changed and my parents would still be together. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again, I say and jet out the door, slamming into someone so hard that I'm left breathless. Ouch! Ginny groans and touches her head. Is your chin made of concrete? I laugh and hold my chest. No, but I think your entire body is. My chest physically hurts from the run-in. The girl is as solid as they come. Geez. She grabs her bottom lip with her teeth, and her gaze hones in on the paper I'm holding. So? My plan had been to fake failing, but I can't stop the smile from forming on my lips. See. Her mouth drops open with a gasp, and she flings her arms around my neck. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. There's zero hesitation on my part as I wrap my arms around her. Couldn't have done it without you. I'm also keenly aware of how good it feels to be holding her. Like this is my spot. The one I've been looking for without even knowing it. She leans back, her lips inches from mine. I knew you could do it, and you didn't need me. Her warm peppermint breath hits my skin. I'm glad I got to tutor you, though. Oh. My word. A girl with a southern accent strolls up. What did I miss? Ginny steps back but stays close enough that our arms touch. Nothing. I was congratulating Caleb on passing Mrs. Yates's class. Another girl joins them. What's up? Caleb, these are my two friends, Dixie and Ronnie, Ginny says, rolling her eyes. Hi. Both of their faces and names are familiar, Ronnie's especially since we've been living in Port Crest since we were kids. We've just never run in the same group. They're cute, but they're not Ginny. There's something pure that bubbles out of Ginny, and I feel good when I'm around her. She has this lightness about her that I seem to find addictive, and it's grown increasingly so after spending all this time with her the last couple of weeks. Dixie grins as she eyes me, then Ginny. So, my mom and dad are throwing a fish fry dinner this weekend. Why don't the two of you swing by and hang out for a while? You know what my mom will say. Ginny hugs herself. There's zero chance I'll be able to. Ronnie groans and shakes her head. No, but you can ask. Maybe she'll surprise you one day and say yes. Ginny shrugs. I'll think about it. Dixie links her arm in Ronnie's and eyes Ginny once more before saying, Okay, well, we're in the same class next period. We'll see you later. See you later, Ginny says. As soon as they're out of earshot, Ginny turns to me. Dixie means well, but she knows I'll never be allowed to go to a party. She has a perpetual hope that one day my mom will loosen the reins and I'll be able to go. Maybe she's right. I mean, you have to have a little bit of a life, right? Wouldn't hurt to ask, I say. Shaking her head, Ginny lowers her gaze to the floor. No, the sadness in her voice makes me ache and angry at the same time. I pull her into another hug, and she rests her cheek against my chest. I'm sorry. More than sorry. I wish I could fix it. Instead, I just stand there holding her. The part that gets my blood rushing is the fact that she's not in a hurry to untangle herself from me, even though we're beginning to get attention from people moving through the hall. I'm supposed to be faking all of this, but there's nothing fake about my feelings. Ginny and I are friends, and this is what friends do, right? Holding the other up when the world is crushing them? Or is this how it feels to hold the right someone, the someone who futures are planned around? Pushing the thoughts away, I return to reality. The one where I'm from a broken home and dating, marriage, and all that isn't in the cards for me. Even as the thoughts litter my mind, I can't help the little sprig of hope that one day maybe I can have all that. My dad was blind, but that doesn't mean I have to be.
Chapter 11. Ginny. I've got a war going on. One side says to step away from KALEB Quinn. He's a heartache waiting to happen, and how can I disagree? He made a deal with my mom, and we're just playing along. What if that's the reason he's holding me? There's a chance my mom could see us, and he'd be keeping his end of the deal. The other side says to soak up the comfort he's offering. Plus, I like being in his arms. It's nice to not feel absolutely alone for once. Adding to that other side, the number of people beginning to stare at me and KALEB is another good reason to step away. Ginny Gray doesn't dare make eye contact with guys, let alone allow one to hug me. If talking to a guy could give my mom a heart attack, this act could possibly send her into a catatonic state. I don't know how long I stand there, leaning into KALEB, but the humming noise of students slowly dies until I can hear his heart beating. I also realize my breathing is now matching the rhythm. We've synced, and it feels both strange and comforting. What exactly is going on here? My mom's voice slices through the moment like a hot knife through butter. KALEB nearly stumbles as he jumps away. I don't blame him. My mom has his future in the palm of her hands. One false move, and his dream is over. Of course, MIT isn't the only school, but it's the school if you want to be an architectural engineer. Plus, I know it wasn't even on the table until my mom made the deal with him. If I were him, I wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole. Turning to her, I sigh. I was congratulating him on bringing his grade up. I sound pretty convincing because I've had a ton of practice with Ronnie and Dixie. After shutting my phone off that night at the movie, their questioning has become way more demanding. They know something is up, and if this situation was normal, I'd spill my guts. But it's not, and KALEB is depending on me to help him get into college. I can't risk telling my friends and then word getting out that I know my mom made that deal with KALEB. And it required a hug, she asks. It didn't require one, but I was happy for him. He worked hard. It was a minor celebratory thing. I shrug. That's all. KALEB holds up his test. Exactly. Nothing else. If it wasn't for her tutoring me, I would have failed this past 6 weeks. I know it's not the best grade in the world, but it's better than I thought I'd have. My mom's lips purse together. Find another way to congratulate him in the future. Her arms fold over her chest. Now, get to class. Both of you. Principal Gray, KALEB says. Dixie is having a party on Saturday. I was wondering if Ginny could go after we finish tutoring. My dad will be working, so I'm mostly going because there's the promise of a meal. A laugh comes from my mom. Hardly. Ginny has other things she needs to do. A party isn't on that list. Knowing what I know about the deal she's made makes this no feel different. She's pretending to keep me on a short leash because that's what she's done for forever. She's telling me no because she doesn't want me figuring out that she wants my heart broken. All right. She wants my heart broken? Game on. Why? I ask, giving her the pushback she wants. Why can't I just hang out with friends for once? What could possibly happen that would destroy my future? Aside from the fact that you're grounded for lying to me? You know my stance on parties. No matter how fun they might be, there's too much danger in things getting out of hand. Parties are fun, but they have no value for a successful future, I drone out, mimicking her voice. Ginny. She speaks my name with a warning behind it. Mom. I throw back. Her eyes narrow. What has gotten into you? You need to watch. As far as acting goes, my mom could be on Broadway. She's diving into this role as bad guy feet first. Fine. I'll play the part of rebellious daughter. It doesn't hit me how angry I am until I fire back and say, my attitude. Right. You are on shaky ground, young lady. Just shaky? Right now, I want to start an earthquake, but if I do, there's zero chance of going to that party on Saturday. My mom will be standing outside my window, waiting for me to sneak out. I swallow down the anger and frustration I feel and then sigh and act defeated. I just need a break, Mom. My mom drops her arms to her side. I really do understand, but the harder you work now, the less you'll have to fight later. I don't want you, she looks from me to KALEB. Could you let me talk to my daughter alone for a second? Sure, he says and taps my arm. I'll text you later if I have any questions about the homework. I nod, and my mom waits until he's well out of earshot before she says, Ginny, I know you work hard. You always have, and I love that about you. Even if something comes easy to you, you still work to be the best at it. It's not that I don't want you to have fun. I don't want you to get distracted and lose everything. There's so much I want to say, but all it will lead to is going in circles with her. Instead of fighting it, I shrug. Okay. As I go to turn, my mom catches my arm. I'm not trying to hurt you. I only want the best for you. The bell rings, and my mom tips her head in the direction I should be going. Get to class, and we'll talk about this later. Unwelcome and unwanted tears blur my vision. Yeah, I know, I say as I pull my arm free and walk away. It's the same story, same verse as always. Only, as I'm leaving, I realize her first sentence is a lie. She wants me hurt so I'll stop putting her dreams for me at risk. The sound of her heels clicking grows softer as the distance between us increases. As I pass a small maintenance door tucked back from the hallway, a soft whistle grabs my attention. Hey, KALEB says. He takes a small step forward and glances down the hallway. Are you okay? Shrugging, I step into the small hiding spot with him. I don't know. I'm tired of fighting with her. I'm sorry I asked about the party. He keeps his voice low. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? We can't exactly pretend we're dating if we never go anywhere, I whisper back. I should be getting to class, but the last thing I want to do is sit in a classroom when the entire school feels like a cage. He takes his bottom lip in his teeth and nods. I know, but that's not why I asked. I thought we could both use a break and celebrate. It's not an A, but we worked hard for it. I chuckle. You worked hard for it. You put up with me, didn't you? He shoots me a half smile, and my pulse races. There's no explanation for the way he affects me. Yeah, he's cute, and for most girls, that would be enough. But KALEB is more than attractive. As we've spent time together over the last couple of weeks, we've had a chance to talk. I've seen a side of him that I don't think a lot of people get to see or appreciate. He's smart and funny and sweet. I like him. You're not that bad, I say, teasing. In the next second, this little spot we've picked feels sealed off from everything, and the air is charged. Then it hits me. I've never wanted to be kissed before in my life as much as I want to be kissed by KALEB. My heart is pounding so hard that there's no way he doesn't hear it. I'd be surprised if the entire school can't hear it. He takes a step toward me, and I'm lost in his essence. He's kind of shaking his head as he chuckles. Like he's not used to hearing compliments. Part of me hopes it's the person speaking it rather than the praise itself. I said thank you, right? Another step closer. His warm spearmint breath is hitting my lips, and like an arrow is pointing to them, my gaze dips to his mouth. Nodding, I mumble a breathy, uh-huh. It's the best I've got since I'm not sure I have enough air in my lungs to speak louder, or the brain power to come up with something wittier. The smile on his lips fades, and our gazes lock. I don't know if it's the anticipation or the actual kiss that will be better. It's building up in my mind and heart like a roller coaster hitting the very top before flying down. There's a chance it'll be an incredible experience or a horrible letdown. Though, with the way my skin's tingling, I'm expecting amazing. Suddenly, it occurs to me that I've never kissed anyone before. What if I'm bad at it? I know KALEB won't be. I'm positive he's kissed other girls because I saw him. Both of those thoughts have me frozen as he bends ever closer. The one and only boy I've ever wanted to kiss me is bending closer, and there's a chance I'm going to wreck the entire experience. And an even better chance that he'll have a frame of reference with which to judge my kissing ability. The anticipation and fear last just long enough for his lips to touch mine. In that moment, I'm stunned by the softness of his lips and the gentle way he's kissed me. He pulls back, and again, our gazes lock. The way he's staring at me makes me wonder what he could be thinking. His hands glide up my arms, stopping at my shoulders to rest just a moment before he takes my face in his hands. My heart is hammering in my chest so hard that I wonder if I'll need to wrap my ribs to ease the beating they're taking. The moment his lips caress mine again, I'm lost in the fantasy that's just become a reality. Butterflies settle in my stomach, and if there was ever a rightness in my life, this would be it. I'm standing in the spot I was meant to be, kissing the lips that feel as though they're made for mine and hoping with all the hope I have that it'll never stop. Unfortunately, as quickly as the kiss begins, it ends as a door slams in the hallway somewhere. We jump apart, and I feel dizzy. It's then that I realize we must have kissed longer than I thought, because I'm desperate for air. KALEB says and scratches the back of his neck. I thought it'd be a good idea to kiss just in case we need to back up our claims of dating. And just like that, my utopian kiss is dashed. For a brief moment, I'm crushed, and then I realize he's right. This is all for show. I'm not looking to date anyone, and the only reason we're doing this is to get him into a good school. I nod. Exactly. At least this way it's done, and if it happens again, we'll be ready for it. The words are slipping from my lips like they're greased, and yet they taste as bitter as the crab apples that grow on the tree in my backyard. His hand drops to his side, and he peeks around the edge of the corner. I guess we should get to class. I'll text you later, okay? Quickly, I throw an acknowledgement and scurry away. The last thing I want is to let him see the dejection I feel at the moment. A feeling that's utterly stupid since I've known all along that it's a game. Right then and there, I make a vow with myself that the next time we meet, I'll have my head and my emotions straightened out. But even as I think it, I wonder how I'll keep my heart wrapped up as neatly as I need. As I reach my class, I lock the thoughts away. I'll deal with it when the time comes. For now, I'm locking up whatever budding feeling I'm having. Snipping them at the roots and envisioning them doused with weed killer. I just have to make sure my heart is on the same page the next time I see him.
Chapter 12. Caleb, how many times are you going to check your phone, man? Chris asks me Saturday afternoon. Are you expecting a call or something? Or something. It's been 2 days since I texted Ginny about my homework, and the curt reply has been playing in my head the entire time. Which should not surprise me since I'm an idiot for telling her I kissed her to help the believability of our relationship. Which is so far from the truth that I'm almost tempted to check the length of my nose. I didn't just want to kiss her. I had to. Her lips were begging for it. My lips were begging for it. After the radio silence, I've typed out 1,000,000 texts to her, and I've chickened out each time I went to hit send. I heard her. I saw it in her eyes, but there's no taking it back. The last thing I need to do is fall for my fake girlfriend. Just waiting to hear from my dad. Chris laughs to himself. Yeah, right, dude. Chris can see right through me. He knows I'm thinking about Ginny. But how am I supposed to tell him how confused I am? The kiss was amazing. The way Ginny smelled, the soft moan that came from her lips, feeling the small of her back with my hand. My skin warms just thinking about it. Yep, I'm losing my mind. You coming with me to Dixie's? I ask Chris. He tosses the basketball to the hoop in my room, and it goes in clean. At least someone in this house can concentrate. Turning to me, he smiles and shrugs. Sure. I mean, Dixie's pretty hot. She's not so bad. Honestly, not my type at all. Unfortunately for my sanity, Ginny is my type. Are you blind? With those dark eyes, pouty lips, and the tiny cheerleader shirt, Chris lets out a long whistle. The girl is on fire. But I'm wasting my time telling you this. He retrieves the basketball and throws it to the hoop again, sending it in. All you can think about is Ginny Gray. I toss my phone on the bed. She's helping me, man. I'm, like, not failing this class for once. Isn't she supposed to be tutoring you today? Yes, she's supposed to be tutoring me before we go to Dixie's party. However much I want to text her and ask what happened, I can't swallow my pride. I think she's grounded or something. Her mother is Principal Gray. Ginny is permanently grounded. I haven't heard from her in 2 days. Chris looks me in the eye and knits his brow like he's trying to figure something out. I can feel what's coming next. You dating her? I play dumb. What? I asked, are you dating her? I'm really conflicted here. I gotta go through with Principal Gray's plan, and that means pretending that I'm dating Ginny but acting like we don't want her mom to find out. But at the same time, I actually want to be dating Ginny. I mean, she's way too good for me, but I still want her all to myself. Not knowing which lie to tell, I allow the words to escape my mouth. Yes, we're dating. Are you serious? Chris tosses the basketball at me, and I catch it. When did this start? And why hasn't her mom sent you to jail? It's just our secret. Not anymore. Her mom caught us hugging. She didn't see us kissing. Even Principal Gray would admit that was a step too far in our plan, and she'd probably kill me. And Ginny's not texting you? A wave of frustration comes over me, and I pull my hand through my hair to get it out of my eyes. She's being weird. I don't understand what I did wrong. It's a lie, but I don't want to deep dive into a relationship that isn't real. Ginny and I are pretending. One slip, and there's no way her mom won't find out. Chicks don't make sense. Ever. Like, why isn't Dixie Jones throwing herself at me? Total mystery. I look over at my phone lying face down on the bed. I want to text Ginny so bad, but nothing feels worse than being on the receiving end of radio silence. I don't know why, since I'm the bonehead who stuck his foot in his mouth. And it's not like I've been texting her, so why would she text me? I hold back the frustration I'm feeling and swallow the groan building in my throat. A new plan comes to mind. I'm going to go to Dixie's party and get this stuff off my mind. Besides, I deserve to celebrate after what I achieved in Mrs. Yates's class. What Ginny helped me to achieve. I reach over and grab my phone to look at it one more time. Finally, there's a text from Ginny, and my heart starts pounding in my chest. Why does she have this effect on me? Ginny, I hope you're having a good weekend. Let's have a session on Monday before volleyball. I can't respond right away because Ginny will know that I've been staring at my phone for 2 days. This is so not me. I take a breath and let a few minutes pass as I watch Chris toss the ball around. Okay, that was enough time. Me, sounds good. Hope you're having a good weekend too. A weekend trapped in hell is probably where she finds herself. It must be hard living in the Gray household. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse that my dad's gone so much. I walk over to the corner of my room and grab my skateboard. I gotta get out of this house. Chris snorts. You're the only guy I know that has a house to himself and never wants to be here. I exit my room and Chris follows, grabbing his own skateboard. Makes me think of my mom. I'm just being honest with him. The empty house makes me think of my missing mother. It also makes me think of how hell-bent my dad is to make me do something with my life that I don't want to do. How can he even picture me as a lawyer? Everyone thinks of me as the guy that's going to need a lawyer. Not for divorce, though. I'm never going to go through that. As Chris and I skateboard to the beach, we get some stares. Older women roll their eyes like I'm covered in tattoos or something. People just assume I'm up to no good, which, to be fair, is for good reason until recently. The sun is setting at the beach, and I get off my board and hold it in my hand. The beach makes me think of Ginny. Everything makes me think of Ginny. It finally dawns on me why she's being so distant. She assumes my mission to pretend like I'm her boyfriend is empty. Should I prove her wrong? Can I prove it? Chris looks out to the water. Dixie's place is 5 minutes away. Let's do this. I tease him. You ready to be ignored? I've mastered the art of it. Chris is obviously being funny because I know chicks love him. We've been referred to as the Heartbreakers. I understand where we got the reputation, but I'm determined to turn a new leaf. Rolling up to Dixie's, I see a few kids from school walking up the stone steps to her palatial house overlooking the ocean. The Joneses have a ton of money. I think her dad is a lawyer, ironically. I won't be asking him for any career tips. Chris brings a hand to the collar of his t-shirt. I guess I should have worn my tie. Dixie may be rich, but she's more Texas than Texas. We walk up the steps, and I can see through the glass front door, all the way through the house and out back where there's an infinity pool with a bunch of kids standing around it. I ring the doorbell and wait. I've gotta at least look polite. Dixie's mother, Jolene, pulls it open. In the corner of my eye, I see Chris looking toward the ground. I know what he's thinking. Jolene Jones has never dressed like a mom, at least not to me. Her sunflower dress is tinier than it should be, and I'm pretty sure she knows it. Hey, boys! Jolene flings the door open, and we step inside. Hey, Mrs. Jones. We're so happy to have you, Jolene says with a twang. Thanks. I've never actually been inside Dixie's house before, but I've heard about it. It's got everything you would expect from a glass house on the beach. The Joneses definitely have something to prove. Jolene leads us out back. We've got burgers and hot dogs. There's coleslaw and beans too. Chris puts down his skateboard. Smells good. I can't smell any of it because, for a moment, I stop dead in my tracks and feel the air kicked out of my chest. Ginny is standing by the pool, a red plastic cup in her hand, and she looks drop-dead gorgeous. I'm not talking Dixie Jones gorgeous. Ginny is on a whole other level, and I can't figure out why she's an absolute magnet for me. She's not one of those girls who tries very hard. She's just effortlessly stunning. Her blonde hair sits perfectly on her naturally defined shoulders that are shown off by the tank top she's wearing. As if she can sense that I'm staring at her, Ginny turns her head, and our eyes lock. The magnetic pull is made all the more clear. Everyone else at the party seems to disappear while Ginny and I stare at each other. A twisted grin comes to my lips. It's been 3 days since the kiss, but it feels like an eternity. Ginny turns away and starts talking to Dixie, who wears a pair of cut-off Daisy Dukes and a halter top. Considering that Ginny hasn't been talking much to me, I should mingle and ignore her. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do that. I walk out the back door and straight to Ginny. Her face registers a shocked look. KALEB. Ginny. Dixie looks from Ginny to me and back like she's watching a tennis match. Why do I feel like I need to excuse myself? I turn to Dixie. Do you mind if I talk to my girlfriend for a minute? Dixie's jaw practically drops to the floor as her eyes widen. She blinks a second like she's trying to decide if she should ask questions or not. Dixie and Ginny share a look, and she finally asks, "You need a refill, Ginny?" She points to Ginny's plastic cup. Obviously, our dating status will be the topic of a later discussion. Ginny hands it over. Thanks. Dixie smiles, eyeing me a second longer. I'll be right over there. I turn back to Ginny. Why have you been so quiet? I'm surprised by my boldness. Ginny stammers a little. I've just been focusing on my own classes. I need good grades too. She's lying to me. What about our plan? The plan is for your sake, not mine. Are you upset with me? Ginny sighs and looks away. Geez, now it really does feel like we're dating. I place my hands on her shoulders and square off with her, looking into her eyes. I'm pretty sure everyone is staring at us right now. And what's wrong with that? I look down at Ginny's pink lips, reminded of how amazing they felt when we kissed for the first time. There's nothing I want more than to kiss her again. It's all I've thought about for the past 3 days. Except in my fantasies, we've been alone. Ginny blinks, and I admire her eyelashes. Listen, I do have to protect myself, you know. Why? She hops and looks away. I don't want to get too wrapped up in all this. Because you have real feelings or something? I can't believe I say this. Ginny knits her brow like she's angry. No. Why would you ask that? Just making sure. Ginny's eyes soften, and my instincts tell me she's lying through her teeth. Could it actually be possible that she has feelings for me like I do for her? I slide my hands off her shoulders and down her arms. As I step in, Ginny doesn't pull away. Heat is building in my stomach and rising into my chest, and I feel like if I don't kiss her right now I might die. As she leans into me, I can smell her hair again. She's breathtaking. I move my hands from her wrists to her waist and gently pull her into me. Touching my lips to hers, I want the moment to never end. I taste her strawberry chapstick and close my eyes. For a moment, it's like time stands still. I'd never felt this way for a girl before. I don't just want to kiss Ginny, I want to hold her. I even want to protect her. What on earth is going on? Both Ginny and I pull away quickly and turn. Standing in the doorway is Jolene standing beside Principal Gray.
Chapter 13. Ginny. I feel faint. My knees want to buckle. Is it from the kiss or the image of my scowling mom standing there next to Dixie's mom? Imogene Gray, get over here right now. Mom's hands are crossed in front of her chest. KALEB must know I'm on shaky ground because he's holding me up. It's not Ginny's fault. Jolene Jones places a hand on my mom's shoulder. It looks innocent to me. Mom brushes her off. Not in my book. Come on, Imogene. I relent. Okay. Turning to KALEB before I pull away from him, I see compassion in his bright blue eyes. I still can't believe he kissed me in public like that, but maybe he couldn't hold back. I definitely couldn't. As I walk to where my mom stands, she shakes her head in judgment. Everything is too confusing. I can't even tell Ronnie how messed up this whole situation is getting. I'm going along with a plan that my mother created, and now I'm made to feel shame because of it. It's so unfair. Mom speaks to Jolene coldly. I'll see you at the PTA meeting, Mrs. Jones. Jolene's response is biting but in a charming Texas sort of way. Okay, Ms. Gray. There's fire coming out of Mom's ears, and I'm surprised she doesn't lead me out of that glass house by the nape of my neck. All my friends stare, and I'm completely mortified. The plan is not going to plan. This wasn't supposed to happen. I hop into my mom's Ford Focus and look out the window. Dixie is standing in the doorway. No doubt there will be an endless text session between us tonight. I have to be careful, though, because if I tell Dixie the truth, I'm afraid it will spread like wildfire. I'm very disappointed in you, Ginny. Mom doesn't even glance at me while she drives. Her eyes are narrow. I'm sorry. It's like it came out of nowhere. I told you I was picking you up at 6, and that's when you conveniently steal a kiss from KALEB Quinn. I look at the clock on the dashboard. It's 6:15. How did I lose track of the time so badly? I was having fun, then when KALEB arrived, everything froze and I was in an alternate universe. He smelled so amazing. It's just as I remember from the first kiss. KALEB isn't the kind of guy that wears Axe body spray or anything like that. He smells like soap and ocean air. I could have stood there kissing him all night. I didn't know he was going to show up, I finally say. How did you not know? He's the one who mentioned it at school the other day. Yeah, but you told me to text him less. I've barely talked to him since then. And Mom has no idea how crazy hard that was. The past few days, I've wanted so badly to reach out to him, but if I'm going to be honest with myself, my heart was hurting the whole time. The realization after the first kiss that KALEB was only doing it because of the plan was too hard to stomach. I was convinced he was just a good actor until tonight. Then it hits me. My mom caught us. Pretty convenient, right? Did KALEB see her and then kiss me? The thought is like a sock to the gut. He's played me again, and like an idiot, my heart is panting like a dog. Inwardly, I groan. How can I keep my feet on the ground when my heart can't stay rooted? Mom takes a deep breath, trying to collect herself. She leans over to turn on the radio, and Dave Matthews Band comes on. Crash Into Me. Great, that's the last song I want to hear right now. Because KALEB just literally crashed into me, and it felt so amazing. Mom starts talking again, and there's something unfamiliar in her tone. I understand that you and KALEB are sharing something, and I don't want to allow it, but I will so long as you keep your grades up and your eye on the prize. In fact, if you even excel during this relationship, perhaps it has some benefits. I turn to her, and my eyes go wide. Did she just say that? That so doesn't sound like my mom, and it dawns on me that she's going along with the plan right before my eyes. Should I be angry? She's literally saying this with the full knowledge that KALEB will break my heart. I feel my trust fly through the window. I lean to the radio and spin the knob. Can we turn this down? We can't put on your resume that you're reforming a notorious bad boy, but if KALEB succeeds, it's only going to make you look better. Mom's tone becomes light and reassuring. This is so twisted I don't even know what to think. We have another tutoring session on Monday. In public. What? I ask. I said, in public. I will only allow this to continue if you and KALEB meet in public. A humorous smile comes to my lips, and I try to keep myself from laughing. We were just in public. And why would she even mention it? We've never met anywhere that wasn't public. Unless she's trying to sound like she's being hard on me. To make this whole plan more authentic. Mom's voice goes flat. You have a point. As DMB continues to hum in the background, I can't get the kiss off my mind. There was deep tenderness in it, and longing. There's no way that KALEB could have faked that. Just when I thought the first kiss was the greatest in history, the second kiss was even better. Even Caleb's breath was amazing. Why is everything about him positively edible? Never in a million years did I think I'd be the girl who would be the object of Caleb Quinn's desire. The sun sets over the ocean, and I'm fantasizing about walking with Caleb on the beach, hand in hand. I know it's corny, but these are the kinds of thoughts that dance through my head when I think of him. Not that I should, because it's all pretend. Which I should have known. Mom breaks me from my reverie. What is it with that Jolene Jones? She shakes her head in disdain. What do you mean? I think half of her skirt was missing. She's kind of a free spirit. And where was her husband? You don't seem like the type who judges other women for not having a husband around. The statement flies out of my mouth before I have time to consider it. That was so the wrong thing to say, and I can feel Mom sitting on her anger. I'm not saying she needs to have a man around all the time. I just think that if he's a good man, he'll stay for his daughter's party to make sure no funny business is going on. Like the funny business that I found myself in. The kind that my mom is secretly plotting with Caleb to put me in. Dixie's brothers are really protective. Maybe that's their job. Mom lifts her brow. The Jones brothers are no better than Caleb. More male bashing. I'm sympathetic because I know where it's coming from. Mom is under a lot of stress to make a success out of me and protect my purity. That's what moms do. My phone dings in my little side bag that's slung over my shoulder, and I feel my heart pound in my chest. I totally know who it's going to be. Caleb, I'm sorry. I type away feverishly. Me, there's nothing to be sorry about. Caleb, I didn't know I was going to do that, for the record. Me, I didn't put up a fight. LOL. In my attempt to be funny, I can picture Caleb's twisted smile in response. Caleb, I gotta say something, Ginny. Me, sure. Caleb, I love kissing you. My heart is now beating so fast that I'm sure my mom can hear it. I bring my hand to my chest to try to slow it down. Reading his words while in a tense car ride with my mom is too much. I make a hasty response and throw my phone back in my bag. Me, ditto. Who was that? Mom asks. Apparently, I'm not the only one with a sixth sense. It was Dixie asking if I'm okay. Geez, if Mom can lie, so can I. Of course you're okay. You're a sensible girl. Mom says it as much to herself as she does to me. Does she really think I'm so volatile? Does Mom truly believe I'm one of those girls who could get derailed by a flirty, hot bad boy? Crud. Maybe she's not far off. That is, if it weren't all for show. Who knows how I'd feel if I thought for even a second that any of it was real. Maybe I could lose my head and throw everything out the window. We pull up to the house and into the garage. The air outside is warm and intoxicating. My mind returns to the fantasy about walking on the beach with Caleb. Going inside, I want nothing more than to go up to my room and stay there the rest of the night. We're having tofu kale fajitas. Mom drops her purse on the kitchen counter and opens the fridge. Not my favorite, but I find I have a really strong appetite because I never made it to the burgers and hot dogs at the party. Delectable. One day you're going to thank me for instilling proper nutrition in you. Your body is getting the fuel it needs to excel at volleyball and get you into the best school. Man, all I want is a slice of pizza. Can't a girl shoot for the junk food stars? By best school you mean Gilroy. Mom takes out the marinated tofu and kale and places the dish on the counter. She closes the refrigerator door and turns to me. Gilroy is the best. You'll thrive in a small school, which brings me to the next topic. Like how you'll never leave me alone for the rest of my adult life. I had a very nice conversation with Coach Williams over the phone after you were so rude 2 weeks ago. I have to interject here. I was not rude. There were a lot of people coming up to talk to me. Well, Coach Williams was very forgiving and asked to have dinner. I've invited her into our home on Monday night. Perfect. Coach Williams seems like the type who likes paleo-vegan cardboard food too. After the game? That's right. Mom walks over and places her hands on my shoulders. That means that Monday is very important. You have to nail it, Ginny. Great. No pressure. My phone starts buzzing again, and so do the butterflies in my stomach. Is that kiss going to open up a whole other world? Are KALEB and I going to send loving texts to one another day and night? I mean, I need to play the part in case my mom looks through my phone. I take my phone out of my bag and look at it. It's Ronnie. My heart sinks. Mom pulls the phone out of my hand. That means not having your phone in front of your face all weekend. Come on, that's my phone. Literally, my mom just took my entire life out of my hands. At least the last name to pop up is Ronnie. After dinner, Mom says, putting my phone in her purse. Why do I feel so upset that the text wasn't from KALEB? Is this how it's going to be now? Me waiting by my phone, and every time I get a text from someone other than KALEB, I feel like crying? No, I refuse to be that girl. I'm going to screw my head back on straight and have a breath. KALEB is definitely getting under my skin. As we sit down to dinner, my phone still buzzes in the distance, and it's torture. Ronnie will think that my mom locked me in the closet or something. The tofu and kale fajitas taste like tofu and kale. Too bad I didn't grab a burger. It's not lost on me that Mom dropped me off at Dixie's at 4 and picked me up at 6 so I would come home for dinner. In my world, micronutrients and a social life do not mix. Mom pours herself a small glass of red wine, which is kind of rare for her. She only ever does it on Saturdays because there's no school the next day. She closes her eyes and smells the wine, then takes a sip. A lot is riding on Monday. I feel my tofu turn to cement in my throat. I speak kinda sarcastically. It's gonna be great. An idea forms in my mind, and a little smile comes to my lips. I have the perfect plan to make Monday as entertaining as it can possibly be. Mom invited Coach Williams, and I'm going to invite KALEB Quinn.
Chapter 14. KALEB. As I'm lying in bed, my phone rests on my bare chest. I'm willing it to beep but hear nothing. In frustration, I pick it up and scroll through Facebook, seeing the usual lame photos of girls wearing too much makeup and filtered so heavily that they don't even look real. They're especially cringy now that I'm comparing all of them to GINNY. I drop my phone on my chest and look up at the ceiling. I'm losing it. She probably went along with kissing because she knew her mom was going to show up. Can't exactly pretend to date if no one thinks you're dating. We had to take it public eventually, and Dixie's party was the perfect place. That kiss, though. If her mom hadn't caught us, I'd almost believe she liked it as much as I did. After GINNY left with her mom, Chris and I hung around at Dixie's for a while, but the only thing I could think about was the kiss. School on Monday should be interesting. We're totally public now, and this is Port Crest where everyone knows everything about everyone. That thought would have bothered me at the beginning of the school year, but funny enough, it doesn't rattle me at all anymore. The phone hits the bed as I roll to face the wall. I need to stop obsessing so much over something I know isn't actually real. It's not like I don't remember our talk in the library. She's not looking to date. For that matter, I'm not either. I wouldn't even be in this mindbender if it weren't for her mom. Downstairs, I hear my father come through the door, and I roll my eyes. Who knows what he was up to? He probably had a date. No, I'm just frustrated. He hasn't so much as looked at a woman since Mom left. He was a workaholic before, and now I'm surprised he even comes home. The phone dings finally, and I grab it so fast you'd think it was a drowning baby. It's GINNY. GINNY, Sorry, I couldn't talk earlier. Mom went ballistic on me. Me, no worries. That's what I thought. Ginny, can I ask you a question? I decide to be funny. Me, no. Ginny. Me, J/K. Ginny, hilarious. What are you doing Monday night? I grin mischievously. I like the way this conversation is going. Me, hanging out with you. Ginny, okay. How about dinner at my place? My mouth drops open. What exactly is going on here? Has she made amends with her mom and now she's hoisting the white flag? Is there something important Ginny and her mom want to talk to me about? There's a good chance Ginny told Principal Gray that she knows about the plan and we're all going to hash it out. My mind instantly goes back to the showdown Principal Gray had with Mrs. Yates, and I wonder if I really want to put myself in that intense of a situation again. Besides, doesn't she have a previous engagement? Me, don't you have a volleyball game? Ginny, yeah. Lots of pressure. Me, you got this. Ginny, whatever. See you for our session on Monday. Me, looking forward to it. Monday is looking pretty awesome. A whole evening with Ginny. I put the phone down and rest on my back, placing a hand on my chest. There's this wave of warmth when I think about one day having Ginny rest her perfect brunette head there. I groan and rub my face with my hands. Get a grip, man. I hear footsteps in the hallway and sit up. My dad hasn't slept upstairs in his bedroom since Mom left. The only time he breaches the second story is when he needs to talk to me. Even then, most of the time he just texts me to come downstairs so we can talk. Which means he's probably heard about me kissing Ginny. Normally, the girls I kiss aren't ones worthy of a talk. A light knock comes from the door, and I wait a beat, hoping he thinks I'm asleep. He's on the third knock when I answer. It's open. The door opens, and light from the hallway floods into my black room. He flips the light on, and I squint, holding my hand up to shield my eyes. What's up? Leaning his shoulder against the doorframe, he runs his knuckles down his jawline. We need to talk. Okay. About what? In my head, I'm begging whatever higher being might be watching that I'm totally wrong about why he sought me out. My dad takes a deep breath. Normally, I don't comment on who you're dating, but this time I think I need to speak up. Ginny Gray? Clearly, that higher being and I still aren't on speaking terms, or should I say, listening is the issue. Yeah? What about her? Ginny Gray? Really? He lets out a long sigh. Just, why? I shrug. She's just my tutor for Mrs. Yates's class. Maybe if I don't confirm the dating rumor, he'll relax. He narrows his eyes at me, most likely surprised by the tutor part. To be honest, I'm still surprised by it, and it's been weeks now. My dad crosses his arms over his chest. Tutoring? Yeah, can't get into college with failing grades. Mrs. Yates said that if I get my grade up, she'll even write me a letter of recommendation. I pause and then blurt, so did Principal Gray. I can't even believe I said that. Why did I tell my dad that? All that work to make it impossible to go to law school just, poof, up in smoke. His mouth opens as his hands drop from his chest and then his eyes light up. 2 letters? I've spilled everything so far. Yeah, and Principal Gray even has a friend that might give me an in for MIT. MIT? He rubs his hand across his lips. That's a good school. She thinks you might make it with your grade history? I don't know. Maybe? Shaking his head, he holds up his hands. Back to the dating question. Are you dating Ginny? Because if you are... I push off my bed and face my dad. Relax. We're just friends. Just friends? Yeah. My chest hurts with the thought. Just friends with Ginny Gray makes my stomach turn, but it's better for everyone if my dad isn't on my case about dating the principal's daughter. She's really smart. She's helping me a lot. And beautiful, kind, intoxicating, and the list could go on. Dad puts his hand on my shoulder. Can we make a new deal? I furrow my eyebrows. Like what kind? You make it into MIT, and I'll never say another word about law school. He smiles. But if you don't, you agree to meet with my old law professor about attending law school. Fair? Actually, for my dad, that's more than fair. Until now, he hasn't been willing to even consider a college other than Baylor, his alma mater. Slowly, I nod. All right. Deal. I stick out my hand, and my dad shakes it. His hands hang at his sides. How's the grade in Mrs. Yates's class looking? Not bad. I'm passing. She thinks I can bring it up to AB this next semester. I smile. My dad slaps my shoulder. That's great. KALEB, I know we've struggled lately, but I'm proud of you for taking school seriously this year. You're a smart kid with a ton of potential. Nodding, I say, yeah, all this touchy-feely with my dad makes it weird. Obviously, he's feeling the same as he backs out of my room. All right. Catch some sleep. I'll see you later. Yeah, see you later, I say as I close the door before dropping back onto my bed. I just had a reasonable conversation with my dad. Something I haven't had in forever. I link my fingers together and put them behind my head, realizing I missed talking to my dad. We did that before, and I can't remember why it changed. All I know is that when my mom took off, I was hurt. Then when she said she didn't want me to come with her, something snapped inside of me. I close my eyes, and the last conversation I had with her plays in my head. My heart broke that day, and she's my mom. I'd never really considered what my dad might be feeling. He worked all the time, so why would he care? But they were fighting all the time when he was home. Maybe it was just one vicious cycle. To avoid fighting, he worked, which made the fights that much worse. Before I know it, I've drifted off, and I'm dreaming about Ginny. Weirdly enough, we're dressed in those Shakespearean costumes and running around in a field. When I wake from this dream, I contort my face in disgust. Now that I'm having Shakespearean dreams, I know things are getting serious. When I go down to breakfast, I don't take my phone with me. I have to get a hold of myself. I refuse to be invisibly tied to my phone and drooling like Pavlov's dog as soon as my phone chimes. It's Sunday, and I'm not going to spend it thinking about Monday. That's a whole 24 hours away. I'm a guy. Obsessing isn't our thing. Based on the few takeout boxes and the half-empty orange juice jug, it's pretty clear that Dad has neglected grocery shopping. I grab the OJ and down it. No food means I need my phone after all. Maybe Chris will want to meet up somewhere. Sure enough, he's jonesing for donuts too, and we agree to meet at Coastal Donuts. I quickly dress, grab my skateboard, and head out. The sun is warm already, and just as I'm thinking that beach life is definitely for me, I spot Principal Gray's Ford Focus drive past and I nearly crash into a bush. I hop off my skateboard and hold it in my hand. The Ford Focus stops, and Principal Gray pulls back to meet me. She rolls down the window. Good morning, KALEB. Her tone has a chill to it, which makes no sense. Wasn't fake dating her plan? Good morning, Principal Gray. Call me Norma. First name basis? Weirdness. Norma, I say awkwardly. I step closer to the car and lean down. I don't remember kissing being part of the dating plan. Did she think we just hold hands or something? Kissing is part of dating. Who would believe we're dating if we don't kiss? I'm sorry. It was unexpected. Total truth. I didn't expect to kiss her at all. I'm still willing to hold up my end of the bargain, but if you do anything to tarnish Ginny's reputation, I'll make you regret it. I regret the whole thing. If it weren't for the deal, I'd know if Ginny actually likes me. As unexpected as that kiss was, it was amazing. I wouldn't mind a few thousand more of them. It was a kiss. In public. If you expect me to break her heart, then she has to think it's real. I lean back and run my hand through my hair. Besides, I don't think about Ginny like that. I mean, I'm a guy, and my thoughts do wander that way, but I'm a lot quicker at yanking them back when it comes to Ginny. Good. Get your grades up, get Ginny's hopes up, then let her down. It will be an important lesson for her. The car rolls forward a bit and stops again. I love her. That's why I'm doing this. This way I'll be here for her to help her through it. She taps the gas, and I'm left standing on the side of the road staring after her. If I weren't living this, I'd say it was the most unbelievable story ever told. Except, it wasn't 2 days ago that I saw a car on my Facebook feed being chased by a cop, only to see it flip over the middle barrier, barely missing a truck, and then drive away. I'm only 18, and every day I think the weird can't get weirder. I gawk after the car long enough that I've got sweat running in my eyes. Dropping my skateboard to the pavement, I finish my trek to the donut shop. Dude, I've been sitting here forever. Chris sits on a ledge adjacent to Coastal Donuts. I had an unexpected meeting. Hey, that isn't too far off. Not surprised. Chris jumps down from the wall, and we walk over to the shop. It's more like a donut stand than anything else. You order at the window, then find a table. I opt for the bear claw while Chris gets a couple of old-fashioned donuts. There are 2 cartons of milk to wash it down, and I find myself being the happiest guy on the planet. Except for the fact that I wish Ginny was here. Chris speaks with his second donut in his mouth. You got plans today? Nah. Does your dad know about Ginny yet? Chris asks and then gulps down half of a donut. Geez, word travels fast. How do you know my dad knows? Chris's eyebrows reach his hairline. Really? You kissed in full-on public display. The space station knows by now. He chuckles. Surprised it wasn't Principal Gray who told him. Who knows? Maybe she did. Honestly, I'm surprised you're still alive. I want to tell Chris everything, but I'm experiencing a moral dilemma the size of the Lone Star State. If Principal Gray is telling the truth, my relationship with Ginny can get me into MIT. Actually, I'm supposed to deliver a broken heart for my chance at admission. Not only does that get my dad on board with my career choice, but it gets me into the school I need to be in. Only, I'm already struggling with that detail. I don't like the idea of hurting Ginny, especially not on purpose, even if it's all an act and she knows it's part of the plan. I mean, MIT is great and it's the best school, but there are other colleges, cheaper colleges, that I can attend and keep my soul intact. If I tell Chris any of this, or the fact that I had a dream that I was romping through a field of golden grass wearing a pair of man leggings, Chris will never speak to me again. I decide that it's better to tighten my lips. The last thing I need isn't choking on a donut from laughing too hard. If there was any time that I needed a friend, it's now. Chris finishes his milk and tosses the carton into a nearby trash bin. It lands in. Dude, this girl is messing with your head. How do you know? You just sat here for, 5 minutes thinking to yourself in silence. I have to laugh because I didn't know it was that long. I've got a lot on my mind. That's a first. Chris punches me on the shoulder, and I punch him back. But I'm telling the truth. I'm in my senior year of high school. I'm fake dating a girl that, if I'm being truthful, I wouldn't mind actually dating, and a dream of a future that, until recently, looked totally impossible is within my grasp. So much is hanging in the balance. One misstep, and it could all crash around my ankles. Inwardly, I shove the thoughts away. I need to focus on the here and now. I'll worry about the future, later.
Chapter 15. Ginny. Why am I so nervous? Maybe it's because I have the last and most important volleyball game of my life this evening, followed by a dinner with Coach Williams. Other coaches are going to be there, though, and I'm playing for them. I can eat dinner with Coach Williams all day long. It won't change my plans to find a school on the opposite side of the planet from Port Crest. There's also KALEB. He'll be at my house, having dinner with me. If nothing else, I'm glad the coach will be here just so my mom doesn't flip out. She'll be forced to keep her cool. I'm not looking forward to the blowout after, but it'll be totally worth it. I look up at the clock hanging on the wall of the library and let out a frustrated sigh. KALEB's 5 minutes late. I thought we'd covered the don't be late topic. I tap my pencil on the table while the gamut of thoughts runs through my head as to why KALEB might not show. Another frustrated sigh pours out of me. I'm obsessing over nothing. He's just late. I will remain calm. I will be composed. I will. KALEB turns the corner of the teenlit section, and I pop out of my chair and smile like a beauty pageant contestant. Great. It's like my body has a mind of its own when it comes to him. He waves, and I can't stop myself from admiring how drop-dead gorgeous he is. I get a hold of myself and sit. Clearing my throat, I try to speak with a measured tone. You're a little late. KALEB laughs and looks at his phone. 6 minutes. It's just that, we don't have a lot of time. You sound like your mother. I'm offended. I knit my brow in disbelief and glare at him. He shows me his twisted smile and pushes a piece of hair back from in front of his eye. Why does he have to be so, KALEB and cute? I force myself to relax and say, I just want you to do your best. In all things. You have a point. KALEB props his skateboard up against the table and sits. I'm pretty sure he's not supposed to bring that in here. They say that punctuality is a key to success. That's what I've been told, I say, tapping my pencil again. As he drops his bag next to his chair, he pulls out his books and takes a seat across from me. So why do rock stars always show up so late? I grin. Are you planning on being a rock star? A snort pops out, and he shakes his head. I can't sing to save my life. You sure look the part. My filter and my mouth have conspired against me. My cheeks flush red, and KALEB rakes his hand through his hair, grinning to himself. Okay, deep breath and change of subject. We're going to talk about A Midsummer Night's Dream today. I open my textbook and flip to chapter 5. For a second, I think KALEB is going to give me grief over my stumble, but he just opens his book then looks up at me expectantly. This is the one with all the fairies, right? Yes, it's a play about love and magic. They go hand in hand. KALEB looks at me intently, and I almost have to look away from the intensity of the stare. What do you mean? He shrugs before clearing his throat. I don't know. I've never been in love, but I hear it feels like witchcraft. Why did my heart break when he said he's never been in love? Ugh, when it comes to inner emotional composure, I'm the one who's failing today. To not give too much away, I dive right into the lesson. That's actually what the play is about. Magical forces are used to make certain people fall in love. Even the Queen of the Fairies comes under a spell where she falls in love with the first thing she sees. She ends up loving a donkey. KALEB laughs. That's pretty messed up. She doesn't think so. Because of the spell, the donkey looks like the most handsome guy in the world. I have to wonder if someone's weaving a spell for me. Except KALEB actually is the most handsome guy in the world. This play sounds kind of cool. They performed it in the theater department last fall. Did you get to see it? KALEB looks deep into my eyes. Do I look like the kind of guy who saw this in the theater department last fall? I can't help but laugh hard. KALEB really does have a great sense of humor. It leads me to believe that he's a whole lot smarter than he lets on. There's something so appealing about that. They did a really good job. Ronnie played the lead fairy. She wore a blue unitard with a rainbow tutu. I can totally picture that. The Queen of the Fairies wore this beautiful green dress. As I mention it, I think about that stunning emerald gown, and my face lights up. KALEB notices it, and his face lights up too. I wish I could have seen you wear it. I'm confused and knit my brow. I wasn't wearing it. Caleb awkwardly clears his throat like he's been caught. Right, I meant, just in general. Oh. I watch as Caleb gets up from his chair and comes around the table. I have no idea what he's doing. He pulls out the chair beside me and sits. I can feel the warmth coming off of his arm. I look over at it and see the ripple of muscles. Crud, I'm blushing again. He leans closer and says, "Sorry, I just feel like this is a better proximity for whispering in the library." A group of 3 girls clutching textbooks pass by. They look at us and start snickering to each other. It's either because they heard about what happened at Dixie's party or they're giving off the general flirty female energy that most girls have when they see Caleb. It's kind of annoying. Ignoring the butterflies in my stomach, I ask, "Do you want to read some of the lines from the play?" Caleb looks at me like I'm an alien. If I do you promise we can have a real conversation afterward? What do you mean? A Caleb and Ginny conversation. Not a Tutoring school idiot conversation. I bump him with my shoulder. You're not the school idiot, and you know it. It's your way of dealing with the hard stuff. Kinda like armor or something. Caleb seems intrigued and leans in even closer. He whispers in my ear, and the hairs on my arms stand on end. I'll tell you my real identity, but you can't tell anyone. I see where this is going, and I try to hide my grin. Okay. I'm Superman. I playfully push him away and laugh. Your secret is safe with me. The initial tension melts away, and Caleb and I get to reading the lines of the King and Queen of the Fairies. Caleb mostly looks confused the whole time, and I have to explain certain words and phrases to him. As I look down at the textbook explaining things, I feel Caleb's eyes boring into me. You're a good actor, he says, cocking his head to the side. You have a beautiful voice. I clear my throat. That's a compliment I've never received. I don't think I could ever stand on a stage and have people stare at me. You're going to have to when you're valedictorian. I hit Caleb playfully again. Whatever. I'll become valedictorian when you become Superman. Deal. Caleb puts out his fist for a fist bump. I guess I've wandered into fellow dude territory. I put out my fist, but Caleb grabs my hand and opens it. As he holds my hand tight, I stare at him in stunned silence. All I can think is that I want him to kiss me again. The suspended moment is broken when the old librarian walks past and shakes her head in disapproval. Caleb and I let go of one another, and I crane my head over the textbook, trying to quickly regain formality. I think you're really getting better at reading Shakespeare and understanding it. Caleb plays along. It's weird. Like a different language or something. You'll learn it. You just have to have a little faith in yourself. Seeing that the librarian is gone, Caleb scoots in closer again. Now, can we talk about real things? Like what? I'm kind of playing dumb. Your game tonight. Dinner. I will myself to take a deep breath and close the textbook. I'm nervous. Concern is written on Caleb's face. I'm nervous too. Why? He blinks like it's a dumb question. 'Cause I want you to succeed. Just like you want me to succeed. About the kiss, why am I bringing this up? It was bad timing. That's all. Ouch. Being kicked by a draft horse would have hurt less, but I don't let it show on my face. I knew this was all pretend, so it's not his fault my feelings are all over the place. Maybe it was too much, in terms of, I clear my throat. The plan. Caleb looks down at the table. Yeah, maybe. Despite absolutely knowing what this is, my heart breaks as he agrees with me. For the briefest of seconds, I wanted him to disagree. The kisses, the closeness, the compliments. Suddenly, It hits me. I'm going to go down in flames. There's no way I'm going to be able to keep myself from getting hurt, because no matter what my head says, my heart just doesn't seem to care. What on earth am I going to do? At the moment? Nothing, so I try to get the conversation back on track. Mom doesn't know that you're coming to dinner tonight with Coach Williams. He shoots me a half smile. I know. I blink. What? I ran into your mom on Sunday. I could tell she was clueless. You ran into her? My voice hits a new octave with each word. Well, I was riding my skateboard to the beach, and she drove by. I can imagine how well that went, I say, shaking my head. I consider that with all this drama going on, I can't quite fathom my mom's current state of mind. With a shrug, he lets go of my hand. She feels like she has to be cruel to be kind. I lower my gaze to my textbook. Cruel to be kind. Right. That's a gentle way of putting it. KALEB tips my chin up and looks into my eyes. She really does care for you. I bark a laugh and pull away. It's a messed up way of showing it. I completely agree. He nods and chews the side of his cheek. Can I ask you a question? Of course. He hesitates a second. Am I invited to dinner as revenge? KALEB looks mildly disappointed, and my heart skips a beat. Honestly? At first it was, but not anymore. I just want you to be there. Maybe it'll make things easier. There's that twisted grin again. For emotional support. Something like that. Oh boy, I'm in trouble. Yes, I admit to myself that I do want KALEB there for emotional support. However chaotic my mind and emotions are, he makes me feel safe. Is it weird that the school bad boy makes me feel protected? That's a few hours on a long couch, and I suspect I still wouldn't have a good reason. I look up at the clock, and my jaw nearly drops onto the table. Oh, crud. His eyebrows knit together. What is it? I pop out of my chair and grab my book, clutching it to my pounding heart. I'm late. Those tightly knitted eyebrows pull apart as one arches up. The game is in 2 hours. Exactly. You wouldn't believe the amount of prep I have to do. KALEB leans back in his chair and folds his hands behind his neck. I command you to go and take your supplements, Imogene Gray. Laughing, I say, now you're the one who sounds like my mom. I bolt out of the library and run across campus to the gym. Considering that I'm 2 hours early, I'm the only one in the dark locker room. I open my locker and take out my jersey and knee pads, then I sit on the bench, close my eyes, and meditate. It's been my pre-game ritual throughout high school. I focus on victory, making all the right hits, and reaching new heights. I try to concentrate as much as I can, but my mind wanders. In the silence of the locker room, all I can think of is KALEB. Part of me doesn't even care if I nail this game or not. What I really want is to just be happy. Will going to Gilroy University on scholarship make me happy? Will becoming a star volleyball player make me happy? How about being valedictorian? I open my eyes, breathe deeply, and shake my head. I don't know if any of that sounds appealing. What do I really want? As lame as it sounds, I want to know whether or not KALEB has real feelings for me like I have for him. Right now, KALEB Quinn feels like my whole universe.
Chapter 16. KALEB. I looked down at my black jeans and black t-shirt emblazoned with crazy train, and I lifted from my dad's closet, making sure my bad boy vibe is on point. The Van Skater shoes add to the effect. Pulling my hair back from in front of my face, I knock on Ginny's front door and grin to myself. I don't plan on making this easy for anyone, especially Principal Gray. Sure, she's helping me out, but that doesn't mean I can't have a little bit of fun. Principal Gray opens the door wearing her standard two-piece pantsuit, and the look on her face is priceless. Caleb? Good evening, Principal Gray. I have to admit that I love giving adults an unsettled feeling. What are you doing here? The question rushes out. I clear my throat and play dumb. I was invited. Her eyebrows knit together. You were? Yes. During my tutoring session today, Ginny invited me over for dinner. Is that a problem? Principal Gray looks behind her with fear in her eyes. She steps outside and closes the door. Her voice is hushed. Didn't Ginny tell you who's here? I don't think so. Oh man, this is fun. Principal Gray narrows her eyes. She knows I'm not stupid, and I know she isn't stupid either. It's a standoff. She crosses her arms in front of her chest, leaning back. Whatever fear or uncertainty she felt a few seconds ago is gone. Sure. She probably forgot to mention it. I shrug, staring her down, all the while holding the cheesiest grin I've ever mustered. Yes, she must have forgotten. Principal Gray sighs to herself in frustration. Let me tell you something. She steps in close and points her finger at me. I want you to behave yourself in there. My eyes go wide. Why would she ever distrust me? Innocent old me? Scout's honor. I place a hand over my heart for emphasis. Principal Gray rolls her eyes and opens the door. Inside, I'm hit with the smell of steamed greens. Don't ask me how I know because I never touch the stuff. She leads me into the dining room where the table is immaculately set with a little beach-themed centerpiece. My eyes go straight to Ginny like a moth to a flame. She looks absolutely amazing. Her hair is still in a braid from the volleyball game, and her cheeks have a gentle flush. Her little blue strappy dress is so appealing that, for just a second, I forget all about why I'm here. Caleb. Ginny gets up from her seat ceremoniously. It's the same greeting this time as the one in the library. What she didn't realize was that I'd spied on her through the aisle and watched her a moment. When I finally made my presence known, she jumped out of the seat, excited to see me. Can't say I've had that sort of reaction from anyone in a while, and for it to come from her makes my skin warm. Congratulations, I say, seeing as she completely crushed the volleyball game. There's no reason why Ginny shouldn't be on a scholarship to the best school in Texas. Ginny looks down bashfully. Thanks. She was amazing. That's when I noticed the woman wearing a Nike pullover on the other side of the table. Caleb, this is Coach Williams, Ginny says. Coach Williams stands and extends her hand. She looks like a beast, standing 6 feet tall. Her gray bob cut gives away her age. Are you Imogene's friend? She asks, shaking my hand. I'm her boyfriend. The room goes silent, and Coach Williams's face falls. Does it hurt Ginny's chances if she's dating a guy like me? I guess I should have thought about that before blurting it out. Principal Gray is quick to intervene. She tries to swing things in her favor. Ginny is tutoring Caleb Quinn. He was nearly failing at Shakespeare, and now he's acing it. Good job with the mock enthusiasm. I try to correct her. I'm actually getting an A, Caleb. She emphasizes the grade letter. We're all happy for you. At this point, I'm not even surprised she's willing to lie anymore. It seems the only thing she's able to do. For a second, I feel sorry for her. I could see in her eyes when she stopped me near the beach that she absolutely believes she's doing the right thing. I just wonder when she'll find the line she's crossed, what the consequences will be, and if she's thought about it at all. I stare Principal Gray down, glad that she can't actually kill me with her eyes. As it stands, I'm guessing she's pushed me off a building at least 100 times by now. I narrow my eyes in defiance. If Norma is committed to getting her daughter's heart broken, she's going to have to pay the price. Ginny is clearly uncomfortable and clears her throat. We've seen a lot of improvement. Caleb is a good pupil. I grin at her. After seeing her completely kill it in that volleyball game, she didn't know I was there. She's more attractive than ever before. I didn't realize how much I like athletic girls. And you're a good kisser, I reply. Again, my mouth isn't checking in with my brain at all. The room goes silent again, and I'm wondering if I'm laying it on too thick. Is that even possible? Besides, I'm telling the truth. Coach Williams laughs nervously and sits back down. Principal Gray is mortified and desperately tries to change the subject. Why don't we eat? That sounds like a good idea. Coach Williams places her napkin on her lap. My gaze is still locked with Ginny's until her mother snaps her finger, sending Ginny into her seat with her head hung down. I wonder if Principal Gray ever stops to consider how her actions affect her daughter. Maybe she knows and she's just so bent on getting Ginny into college that she just ignores it. As I make my way over to the seat beside Ginny, Principal Gray stops me. Caleb, you can sit over here. She motions toward the chair beside Coach Williams. Reluctantly, I relent. There goes my dream of sitting beside Ginny and surreptitiously putting my hand on her knee. I can only imagine how that would go, but the thought of her warm skin under my hand makes me dizzy. As I sit, Principal Gray rushes back into the kitchen to get the plates of food. Coach Williams raises a hand. Can I help you with that, Norma? No, I've got it. Thanks. When she returns, Principal Gray is holding a steaming dish of kale. I'm amazed that I predicted that one, and something else that looks like a brown log. What's wrong with this woman? Can't she just make a taco or something? Without realizing it, I'm grimacing. I only know because I catch Ginny trying to hold back a smile by rolling her lips in. How does she eat this stuff? I take a mental note to ask her later. Maybe I'll start sneaking over after dinner and passing her actual food through the window. Principal Gray presents the dish. Vegan meatloaf. There's tremendous pride written on her face for something that looks like it should be floating down a river. Oh, Norma. That smells amazing. Seriously? Is Coach Williams faking it? By the looks of her chiseled I spend 10 hours a day in PE class arms, she probably eats vegan meatloaf all the time. Besides, she sounds sincere, and based on what I'm seeing, no one is that good of an actor. Only the best for a future Olympian. Principal Gray smiles. Ginny rolls her eyes and groans. Come on, Mom. It's true. Principal Gray walks back to the kitchen and retrieves a large salad. Between that and the kale, I can confidently say I'll be getting all my greens for a lifetime. That was one of your best performances tonight, Ginny. Coach Williams nods her head. I agree. I speak up. So do I. All eyes turn toward me, and Ginny looks amused. You were there? Of course. That's what boyfriends do, right? I give my best twisted grin. It took restraint to force my head in the noble direction while watching her play. Ginny is fit, and the uniform the volleyball team wears shows off her every curve. And since cold showers weren't available, I chowed down on a lot of ice. I'm really proud of you. My thoughts are brought to an instant stop when Principal Gray plops a heaping helping of vegan meatloaf onto my plate. It thuds so loudly that my heart skips a beat as I jump. Would you like organic ketchup, Caleb? Principal Gray asks. I've never wanted anything so much in my life. Except, perhaps, your daughter. Thankfully, my mouth and my brain are in communication with each other this time and I don't blurt out that last thought. There's no high fructose corn syrup. She says it like I should care. I mean, I guess I should, but I ate 6 donuts yesterday. Clearly, sugar isn't an issue for me. Coach Williams scoops some steaming kale onto her plate. They say that stuff will kill you. Principal Gray nods. Yes, all the research indicates it. There's a bit of light conversation as we all dig into the meal. I wish I could lie and say the vegan meatloaf tastes like cardboard, but it's surprisingly good. Then again, I've slathered it in enough ketchup that I'm pretty sure Ginny's mom will have to grab a new bottle the next time she goes grocery shopping. Ginny and I steal glances here and there, and I think about how she's so different from what I thought. That exterior of perfection is not at all who she is. Ginny's sensitive and warm. She just doesn't wear her heart on her sleeve. She's not stuck up like anyone would assume about the principal's daughter. Coach Williams puts down her fork. Do you mind if we have a serious conversation now? She folds her hands on the table in front of her and unleashes her academic game face. Principal Gray puts on her own game face as the two women stare Ginny down. That's a great idea. Are you ready, Imogene? Ginny coughs and takes a sip of her water. Sure. She's not nervous, just... How do I put this? On the spot. Ginny straightens her shoulders and looks to me. Is she searching for encouragement from me? The moral support we joked about? I smile and give a slight nod, hoping she gets what she needs from me. Great, Coach Williams goes on. How do you feel about Gilroy, Imogene? Ginny steals one more glance at me and then shrugs her shoulders. I think it's okay. I'm both surprised and proud of her. It took guts to be honest with her mom in front of someone else. Principal Gray scoffs. Just okay? Tell the truth. Taking her lips in her teeth, Ginny looks at her mom, but her gaze doesn't quite reach her mom's eyes. That is the truth. I have a few options, and I think Gilroy is just okay. The room turns icy. I enjoy seeing Principal Gray stewing, but there's an uncomfortableness in the air. Here I wanted to be the one that turned the room on its side, but it ends up being Ginny. Coach Williams puts up a commanding hand. Now, Imogene. Gilroy University is one of the top private schools in Texas. Your attendance would be predicated on volleyball, but there will be so many more opportunities waiting for you there. We have the best teachers, the best campus. Good parties, I hear. I want to conceal my smile, but I can't. Am I the only one who considers such things? I hear Gilroy has good parties, so sue me. Mostly though, I just like seeing the look on Principal Gray's face. I mean, I'll totally check the parties out, but I won't be living at them. If Principal Gray looked like she wanted to murder me before, now it looks like death would involve hours of torture before putting me out of my misery. Imogene won't be attending any parties. Not since the last ordeal. Clearly, the party is still a touchy subject. It was just a kiss. A short, sweet, mind-bender of a kiss that I wouldn't mind experiencing again should I get the chance. Ginny stomps her foot. I'm not interested in parties. Recognizing her outburst, she pauses to take a breath. I just want some freedom, Mom. She glares at her mother. If there's anyone that understands what Ginny is saying, it's me. Her thirst for freedom? Right up my alley. Coach Williams is quick to chime in. You'll have tons of freedom at Gilroy. She's going from recruiter to saleswoman pretty quickly. You won't believe our sprawling campus. You'll have your own room once you're a sophomore. You'll only have a roommate the first year. Principal Gray leans in and speaks between her teeth. Listen to her, Ginny. I'm sorry. Ginny gets up from the table, her gaze on the floor. I know you came here because my mom invited you, Coach Williams, but Gilroy isn't my first choice. She turns and walks toward the stairs and presumably up toward her bedroom. My heart is pounding in agony because I want to follow her. To let her know it's okay. That she's not alone. Imogene Gray, where do you think you're going? Her mom asks as she stands. Without giving a response, Ginny runs up the stairs, and I'm left in awe. I never in a million years thought she'd be that bold. I burst with pride. Principal Gray shakes her head in mortification. I'm so sorry, Coach Williams. The coach stands and shrugs her shoulders, obviously trying to ease the tension, even though I'm not sure there's a way to tone it down. It's all right. She needs to make the decision for herself. I chime in. I agree. That's it, KALEB Quinn. Principal Gray nearly loses it before looking at her guest and reminding herself to stay calm. I think we've had enough of your comments for one evening. She finally makes me angry. I won't be silent just because you don't like that I'm dating your daughter. The plan has definitely derailed tonight, and I'm not dissatisfied. It should derail. I'm beginning to think that MIT isn't worth breaking Ginny's heart, even if it's only for show. In fact, I want to protect her from pain in every way. The thought catches me off guard, but it's true. I care about Ginny, and the last thing I want is to see her hurting. Principal Gray whispers to me, "I'll see you to the door." Great! I get up from my seat and walk behind Norma. "Nice meeting you, Coach Williams." I playfully wave. Coach Williams looks at me like an alien. "You too." Outside the front door, I find myself in the same place where this evening's adventure began. Principal Gray leans on the doorframe, yet again crossing her arms in front of her chest. "Caleb, I'm not amused. You should listen to Ginny. She's trying to be honest with you. Don't tell me what my daughter is trying to do." "You're right. I can't tell you that. You don't know Ginny's innermost secrets, so you don't know what she's trying to do either." Principal Gray cocks her head in disgust. "What on earth do you mean?" "I guess you'll have to find out." I turn and walk away in bad boy fashion, but it's not all for show. I know Ginny's secrets. She feels as intensely for me as I do for her.
Chapter 17. Ginny. Go away! I say, making sure my mom can hear it over her pounding on my door. Imogene Gray, open up the door this minute. Groaning, I lean my head back against the headboard of my bed. Can't she just back off for once? I don't want to talk. About Gilroy. About Caleb. About life. I just want some space to think. It's like she's afraid if I have a moment where she isn't dictating my every footstep, she might realize that I can, in fact, stand on my own and not fail. She pounds on my door again, and I call out, "I need some space." "You can have space when you're attending Gilroy University," my mom yells back. Yeah, right. If I know my mother, every weekend at that university is booked with her. At the rate she's going, she'll probably get a new job as Dean Gray and position her office right outside my dorm room with my first job lined up. I feel like a puppet. Mom keeps knocking, and I relent. What else am I supposed to do? It's not like she'll stop. I open the door, and Mom is scowling at me. "I'm sorry. I just needed some time. I want a reason as to why you ran out of the room after dismissing Coach Williams." Reason? As if she'll listen. She never has before. Why would she now? Instead of giving her a real answer, I go with a distraction question. "Why were you so mean to Caleb?" I was not mean to Caleb. He had no business being here. I put on my best poker face and play my hand. Yes, he does. He's my boyfriend, and I care about his opinion. I guess that's not far off. I do care about his opinion. If only the boyfriend part were real. Do you really think Caleb Quinn's perspective on anything is valid? If he had his way, he'd be riding that skateboard around Port Crest for the rest of his life. He'd be one of those old surfer dudes who still think they're 17. Mom pushes through the door and stands in front of the window, looking down. Perhaps she thinks Caleb is down there, trying to climb his way up. A sense of protectiveness comes over me. My mom doesn't know Caleb. If she gives him half a chance, she'll realize he's not the same guy anymore. That's not true, and you know it. Caleb is going to be an architectural engineer. Maybe even get into MIT. My eyes go wide as the last sentence takes flight. I quickly recover just before my mom turns to look at me, setting her hands on her hips. Her eyes narrow. "What do you mean, MIT?" I mean... I fumble. He told me once that MIT is his dream. Mom examines me like a criminal in an interrogation room. I can almost see the light of that one lamp hanging from the ceiling, swinging back and forth. Well, you'd be hard-pressed to find an admissions officer that would let him through those pearly gates. Wait a second. Is Mom saying that it's all a lie? After dragging both of us through the mud, is she not even going to help Caleb get into MIT? That would take the deranged deception to a whole other level. I love my mother, but do you know what's sad? At this point, I wouldn't put it past her. Do I call her out now or let her out herself later? Better question, do I tell Caleb? I've got no proof, so I think I'll keep it to myself for now. I go back to defending him. I think you've got Caleb all wrong. He's a nice guy. And he's smart. Smart enough to nearly ruin his chances at anything before you came along. You know I don't like the relationship because he isn't good enough for you. I cross my arms over my chest. And who is good enough for me? Mom smirks. Boys studying to be doctors at Gilroy University. I can't help but laugh. Walking over to my bed, I plop myself down and get comfortable. I have a feeling this is going to go on forever. Can we change the subject, please? I'm being serious with you, Ginny. What you did tonight could possibly hurt your chances. Although, I must say that your lack of enthusiasm for Gilroy seemed to spur Coach Williams on. But in the end, universities only pursue athletes that play hard to get for so long. Geez. Mom's now speaking about choosing a college like it's a dating scenario. I don't want the dashing, cavalier university. I want the university that's a good kisser. One that holds my hand and not my throat. A blush comes to my cheeks as I think about Caleb. Mom narrows her eyes because she can see right through me. Why do my feelings for him have to be consistently written all over my face? Now that Caleb and I are dating, I feel like I should wear a bag over my head. Listen. Mom sighs and sits next to me on the bed. You did an amazing job tonight in that game. You deserve all the success you can get. But if you're closing the door on opportunities, don't expect them to knock that door down. You have to have willingness. You have to have a hunger, Ginny. Right on cue, my stomach growls. Although the vegan meatloaf did taste okay, I wasn't able to shove much of it down. The daunting image of Coach Williams looking at me like an expensive new workout outfit in the Nike shop window was too much to bear. I could seriously use a slice of pizza right now. How do I tell her the truth? Sure, Gilroy isn't that bad, but I need as much distance as I can get. And what if it turns out that I don't want to play volleyball down the line? I realize there's no point in bringing any of this up because Mom's just going to shut me down. I finally tell her partially what she wants to hear. Just let me sleep on it, okay? Mom brings a loving hand to my back. Okay. But you're still grounded. My mouth drops open with a huff. Grounded? You never said I was grounded. Well, I'm saying it now. Your conduct tonight was terrible. And then add to it the fact that you invited Caleb without asking me. You can't ground me. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm so angry I could spit bullets right now. Mom gets up and walks to the door. You can go to school and volleyball practice. That's it. Wait 1 second. Did I just hear what I thought I heard? So you're saying I can't tutor Caleb anymore? I didn't say that. Mom turns back to me before leaving. I just said you're grounded. She closes the door, and I'm left dumbfounded. For how long? I call out to the door in vain. Great. Grounded. If that means only going to school and practice, then I guess I've essentially been grounded my whole life. Maybe it's time to put this dating plan into second gear. The only way Caleb gets a chance for MIT is if he breaks my heart. He can't do that if we only see each other at tutoring. I've never been downright defiant, but I'm tired. I need some freedom, and I need to do something that will get my mom's attention. Something that will make her stop and be forced to hear what I have to say. Picking up my phone, I stare at it as I consider texting Caleb and telling him what happened. Instead of texting Caleb, I do something I should have done days ago. I text Ronnie. Me, Ronnie, I need your help. Ronnie responds in 5 seconds flat. Ronnie, what's going on? Me, I'm grounded. Ronnie, what did you do? Me, groan, it's a long conversation. Ronnie, can I come over? I have to think about it. What is something Ronnie could say that would get me a temporary pardon from being grounded? Me, yes. But it's time to show off your acting chops. Ronnie, what do you mean? Me, tell my mom that you're distraught. You must come inside. Ronnie, why am I distraught? Me, I dunno. Make it up. Ronnie, okay. Be there in 10. I put down my phone and patiently wait. Ronnie is my best friend in the world, and I'm pretty sure she's about to nail it. Once I finally hear knocking at the front door, I run over to my window and open it so I can listen to the performance. Principal Gray, I have to talk to Ginny. What's wrong, Veronica? Ronnie is sobbing. Can I get you some water? Ronnie gulps and tries to hold back the tears. Yes, please. I listen to Mom allowing Ronnie inside and closing the door behind her. I punch my fist in the air in victory. Minutes later, Ronnie comes through my door holding a glass of water and a box of Kleenex. Hi, Ginny. Your mom said I could come up. She closes the door behind her, then drops the facade, her lips breaking into a smile. I whisper, Academy Award. What did you say? Ronnie runs over to the bed conspiratorially. I told her my dog died. Chuckling, I shake my head. Wow, you went for broke. Then I grimace. You're going to have some explaining to do when she sees Chuck the next time. Ronnie's parents also liked the television show Chuck. She shrugs and laughs. It worked, didn't it? Ronnie grabs her spot on the beanbag chair in the corner of my room. What's up? So you've probably heard I'm dating Caleb. Her eyes narrow. I swear, every time my mom drags me to LA something exciting happens and I miss it. Her lips pinch together. And you didn't even text me. All around very un-Ginny Gray. I'm sorry. I should have. It's just, I bite my lip. It's all fake. Her eyes go wide as she sits forward. What do you mean? My mom is essentially bribing him. She told Caleb that if he pretends to date me then break my heart, she'd help him get into MIT. For a moment, Ronnie just blinks. She looks how I've felt since overhearing the whole stinking thing. She finally shakes her head and rubs her temples with her fingers like it hurt her brain to process it. Ginny, that's so messed up. Why did she do that? Why do you think? To teach me a lesson. I sigh. The same lesson she's been teaching since I could do math. That relationships are bad and I need to concentrate on finishing school and my career. Leaning back, Ronnie shakes her head. You need to put a stop to this. There is no way this isn't going to end badly. That's not all. A recruiter from Gilray University was here tonight, and I guess I wasn't being as malleable as I should be. I hesitate a second. Caleb was here too. Ronnie brings her hand to her mouth to conceal an exasperated laugh. What? I roll my lips in to keep myself from smiling. I invited him. If you know about this plan, why are you going along with it? Her eyebrows knit together as her head tilts. Because I like Caleb and the thought of dating him makes me tingle? He's working really hard to get his grade up. I don't think anyone ever gave him the grace to be brokenhearted when his mom left. I shrug. I want him to have a chance to follow his dream. If that means pretending to date him, then I'm willing to give it a shot. Ronnie sits there in silence, and I wonder if she's about to tell me I'm the craziest girl in the whole world. Her face softens with compassion. I get it. You do? There's a reason Ronnie's the greatest friend I've ever had. Sure. A smile stretches on her lips. Plus, he's drop-dead gorgeous and there's a perfectly good reason to go to prom next spring too. She makes a valid point. He is cute, and prom is coming. There's more to him than looks. KALEB has qualities I never knew about. He's smart, funny, and sort of romantic. Ronnie lifts a single eyebrow, and then her eyes go wide. You like him? Crud. Of course I like him. He's a nice guy, I say, trying to downplay it. She's not buying what I'm selling. You couldn't play poker if your life depended on it, Ginny Gray. Spill. Fine. I like him, but it can't go anywhere. You've met my mother. Even if we tried to have a relationship, she'd be in the middle of it. It wouldn't be fair to either of us. I flop back on my bed and look at the ceiling. Now that I've said it aloud, I realize I'm more than like KALEB. I'm falling for him. I miss him when he isn't around. I'm happy when I'm with him. But I'm right about my mom, and there is 0 point in pursuing it. Besides, I'm not even sure if he likes me in the same way. I quickly sit up. But none of this is why I asked you over. I need you to cover for me in the coming months. Cover for you? My mom wants my heart broken? Then I'm getting it broken. There's no better way to make her think I'm lovesick than sneaking out to spend time with KALEB. I grin. Ronnie's eyebrows hit her hairline. I don't know about that. I mean, in theory, yes, it'd definitely make the dating part seem real, but are you sure you want to lie to your mom? You've never lied to her before. And again, she's got an excellent point, though my mom felt like I lied to her when I snuck to meet KALEB for the first tutoring session. I have to get her to stop. I've tried talking. I've tried yelling. I've tried everything. Something has to get her attention. Something that will make her hear me. To actually hear the words I'm speaking. My shoulders sag. I'm desperate. Tears begin to trickle down my cheeks. Ronnie pushes off the beanbag, crosses the room, and sits next to me, putting her arms around my shoulders. I know. If you think this is what it takes, then I'm on board. I might need your help when it comes time for me to tell my mom I'm not going into acting. I put my arms around her. You've got it. There's a knock at the door, and Mom pushes it open. She's carrying Tupperware filled with cookies, and she frowns. Here are some sugar-free cookies I baked yesterday. Take them home to your family, Veronica. I'm so sorry about poor Chuck. A tear rolls down Ronnie's cheek. He was a good pup. Geez, she's good.
Chapter 18. KALEB. Coming downstairs for breakfast, thoughts of Ginny still consume my mind. Is it possible that I slept with a smile on my face? I remember coming home and lying on my back, looking up at the ceiling, thinking that last night was the most fun I'd had in a while. The look on Principal Gray's face, Coach Williams's face. It was all priceless. We need to talk. Dad sitting at the kitchen counter, the newspaper held in front of his face and a half-full glass of orange juice to his side. From the looks of the refrigerator on Sunday, I imagine OJ is still all we've got left. The scene feels right out of a family sitcom. I shrug my shoulders. What did I do this time? I'm genuinely curious since I've been actively working to not be in trouble. Sit down. Dad pulls open the stool next to his. A sigh slips from me as I drop into the chair. I got a call from Principal Gray this morning. Really? Dang. This is more serious than I thought. I'm going to need to stand my ground. I feel no shame over what happened last night. All I did was stick up for Ginny. And what did she say? She said you were rude when you went over for dinner. And to make matters worse, you didn't tell me you went there for dinner, Dad says, and then takes a gulp of juice. I motioned toward the fridge in exasperation. I didn't say anything because I didn't think it was a big deal. You were working late, our fridge is barren, and it was the principal's house. I honestly figured you'd be happy I was hanging out over there, keeping myself out of trouble. Dad tosses his newspaper aside. Normally, I'd say you're right, but with it being your senior year and her thinly veiled dislike of you, maybe it wasn't the best idea. Maybe, but Ginny asked me to be there. My dad and I used to be close before my mom left and I got angry at the world, my dad being the closest and easiest to take it out on. There's an itch to tell him everything that's going on, but I want him to have plausible deniability if anything goes down. I've given him enough grief over the last couple of years that I owe him. KALEB. Dad takes off his glasses and massages the bridge of his nose. As I'm looking at him, I start to notice a few things. He's got crow's feet the size of big birds, his hair is grayer, and he looks tired. What hits me in the chest is that most of that is due to me and the stress I've put on him. I actually appreciate that you tried to be there for Ginny, but she's Norma Gray's daughter. I just don't want you being a target. Again, I'm tempted to tell him about Principal Gray's deal, but I think he'd be furious. I really don't want to add anything else to his plate just yet. Plus, I'm starting to see things a little clearer on Mom, him, and their divorce. I need to show my dad that things are different with more than just lip service. I know, Dad, and I don't want to be a target either. Ginny just needed someone there as moral support. My dad blinks a couple of times, and his posture softens. A long sigh pours out of him, then he smiles. You know, when you were younger, you always did stand up for the little guy. Remember in 5th grade when you socked that boy for pushing a girl down? It was just before Principal Waz retired. I think it was right in the middle of that transition because Principal Waz's wife was having health problems, and that's why it happened during the first few weeks school started. The memory floods back in color, and I recall the entire thing with such clarity that I'm shocked I didn't remember it before now. It was Ginny, and I told her not to tell anyone because she was new and I didn't want her first days spent ratting out someone. It was a few months after that first time meeting her that we became friends. I can't believe I didn't remember before now. Yeah, I remember. I was so proud of you. He chuckles. Your mom was not happy. She thought you should have handled it better or different, but that boy had a reputation for being a jerk back then. Nodding, I say, yeah, I think they moved a couple of years after that. A smile lights up my dad's face, and it goes all the way to his eyes. You remember when we used to do bro nights? Your mom would go out with her girlfriends, and we'd spend the evening watching movies and eating junk until we were sick? Yeah, why? Let's do that this weekend. What do you say? For a second, I'm stunned. We haven't done that in years. Don't you have to work? His shoulders sag for a moment, and then he shakes his head. You know what, I'll make sure everything is done by Friday. We can go to the grocery store right after you get out of school, fill up the fridge, and get high on Spree and Now and Laters. Really? My dad's lips turn down almost imperceptibly, but I see it. He's making an effort. I'm down for it. I don't have any plans this weekend. I mean, I need to read some for Mrs. Yates's class, but I can do that pretty quickly. I just can't turn him down. Well, not can't. Don't want to. Suddenly, I realize why. It wasn't my dad who skipped town on me. Yeah, he'd thrown himself into work, but I can understand why now that I'm older. He loved my mom. As a kid, I remember him pulling her off the couch and dancing with her in the living room, painting her fingernails because her hands were sometimes shaky, and coming home from work with flowers. I mean, she was my mom. I loved her too, but I wasn't in love with her. She didn't make a promise to love and cherish me. My dad's heart was broken, and he didn't know how to process it any better than I did. We were both hurting. My dad's phone buzzes on the table, and he checks it. Oh, man, you need to get some breakfast and get going. He looks up from it to me. If you want, I can take you. We'll hit the donut shop on the way. Donuts? You're on. We scramble from the table, my dad grabbing his briefcase and me snatching my bag off the hook on the wall and my skateboard. It's a mad dash to the car to make sure I'm not late, because that's the last thing either of us need. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I pull it out. Ginny? This early? Ginny, hey. Me, hey. Everything okay? Ginny, we need to talk. Me, okay? Is this a good talk or a bad talk? 3 little dots pop up on my display and disappear. They do that a few times before she finally responds. Ginny, I don't know. We just need to talk. Maybe during lunch? Me, okay, sure. Me, meet me at the football field? Ginny, too public. Don't want my mom to get wind, and she has eyes all over the school. Meet me at the quad for lunch. Ronnie will be there, so mom can't say a thing. Me, deal. I don't mind that Ronnie chick. I mean, I don't know her very well, but she's Ginny's best friend. But I understand Ginny's reasoning. If someone does happen to see anything, it's better for both of us if we've got a third party so no one can claim anything other than talking was going down. By the time my dad and I hit the donut shop and zip over to the school, we've got minutes to spare. I hit the ground running the second he skids to a stop and slide into my desk in my economics class just as the bell rings. Chris throws a head nod, and then my phone chimes. Chris, dude, nice timing. I smile and look up at Mrs. Preston, who's frowning at me deeply. Please put the phones away. Sure. For the next few hours, I literally look up at the clock every few seconds and stare, watching the minutes drag. By the time it hits lunch hour, every scenario I could imagine has passed through my brain. Is Ginny calling the fake dating off? Did her mom ground her after dinner? Or worse, did her mom figure out I spilled about our deal? Is Ginny giving me a heads up? Of course, that last one is the least likely since I wasn't hauled into the principal's office the very moment I stepped foot on campus. Knowing Ginny's mom, I would have been, and by now I'd be staring down the firing squad. Before I hit the quad, I realize I'm running and force myself to slow down. I don't want to come across as desperate, because I also realize the reason I'm hurrying is because I want to see Ginny. Like, a lot. Off in the distance, I see her sitting with Ronnie. The sunshine reflects off Ginny's blonde hair, and I feel like I'm stepping into one of those hair commercials. All I can think about is running my hands through it to verify if it feels as silky as it looks. I can't help but think that Ginny looks more beautiful every time I see her. Time to play it cool again. As I approach their table, the girls look up at me, and I give my twisted smile. Ronnie's indifferent, but I see Ginny's cheeks flush. I wish I could say it wasn't satisfying. I push my hair back from in front of my eyes and sit, straddling the bench. Ginny is smiling. Hey. Sorry to have to be the babysitter, Ronnie says, picking up a slice of pizza from a paper plate and taking a bite. The whole time, I haven't taken my eyes off of Ginny. What's up? Ginny huffs. I'm grounded. Home. School. Tutoring you. What? I direct the question toward Ginny and look from her to Ronnie and back. Why? Being rude to the coach. Inviting you without telling her. She rolls her eyes. As if grounding me is any different than what I'm normally allowed to do. How long? I ask. Ronnie brushes the side of her mouth with a napkin. I would guess an eternity. The protective part of me bristles. You didn't do anything wrong. You told the truth. Well, she didn't like my truth, but Ginny smiles and then narrows her eyes. I have a plan. My gaze darts from Ginny to Ronnie. Ginny shrugs. Ronnie knows. I had to tell her because of what I'm planning. Okay? I cross my arms over my chest. What exactly is your plan? She places her hands flat on the tabletop and leans forward. My mom wants my heart broken? I can feel the tension in the words. Like she's going into battle, which is kind of true. Well, I'm thinking there's no better way to sell it than doing everything I can, she says, pushing off the table and bringing her hands to her heart as she cocks her hip and bats her lashes to be with the man I love. She's being completely cheesy, but I like this side of her. In an instant, I've got visions of holding hands, kissing, and all the things that come with finding the right person. Then something hits me so hard I nearly choke. I'm falling for her, and the thoughts freeze me in my tracks. I'm 18 with college on my horizon. Until this year, I was doing everything I could to ruin my own life. A relationship, a real one with her, isn't something I can or need to be thinking about. Right, I say and laugh off the comment. Something we do if we were really dating. I almost don't catch the little flinch she makes, but I see it. And I ignore it. She shakes off the comment. Exactly. Her eyes narrow as the twinkle in her eyes turns mischievous. What better way to prove my undying affection than to get caught sneaking out at night, to see you? She's back to being cheesy, which I take to mean that she's had a second to think through the idea of a real relationship and she's come to the same conclusion I have. We're both not in the market for anything serious and especially nothing permanent. Even if we did, it's not the right time. We've got our futures ahead of us, and they don't include us being together. Our paths are diverging at the end of senior year. My head is quickly back on solid ground, and I smile. What did you have in mind? Yeah, I'm keeping my nose clean, but Principal Gray is the one who set this whole thing in motion. Isn't love supposed to make you stupid? In my mind, there's nothing dumber than taking on your principal who has a daughter willing to sneak out to see you. A tiny voice in the back of my mind pushes back, saying I need to be careful. Just because it's all pretend doesn't mean the lines can't blur, and that's the last thing either of us needs. I have no intention of breaking Ginny's heart, or my own.
Chapter 19. Ginny. KALEB is definitely playing it cool. Did he even catch when I said I was going to pretend to be in love with him? Typical KALEB Quinn, just when I think I've figured him out, I'm thrown for a loop. Or maybe like me, it took all of 3 seconds to realize that a relationship is out of the question right now. There's part of me that wishes he'd seemed a little excited. I mean, pretending he's my Romeo, getting caught by Mom while sitting under the stars, holding his hand, feeling his intense gaze won me, leaning in for a kiss. I just wonder if maybe he considered for a microsecond and liked the idea of kissing me as much as I like kissing him. A tiny shiver runs the length of my body as the image in my head plays. It needs to stop because it's obvious KALEB doesn't feel the same way. I need to breathe, sit up tall, and collect myself. I keep getting bogus ideas about KALEB's intentions, and I refuse to let my heart go down like the Titanic. Ronnie seemed nonplussed this entire time, but I know her well enough that a hash-it-out session is coming while she's parked in the beanbag chair. Sometimes I think of it as a therapist's couch. One day, I'll write Ronnie a big check for all she's had to hear. Ronnie sighs and grabs her paper plate before getting up. I need another slice. Mom tells me I have to watch my figure so I can go to Hollywood one day. Every time she says that, I just eat more. KALEB laughs. Seems the 3 of us have the same problem. Parents living vicariously through us and us working to make sure that doesn't happen. Nodding, I say, yep. Ronnie waves. Later. Wait! I reach out to grab her arm. You can't leave us here. This was part of our plan. You want to pretend you're in Louvre? Ronnie's voice is sing-songy and quickly returns to deadpan. You might as well start now. As Ronnie walks away to the pizza stand, I realize she has a point. If we're going to start this game, then I guess we have to start it right this moment. I'm going full throttle. No holding back. Man, this is going to be fun. And potentially self-destructive. Hey, I was talking to my dad this morning. Caleb leans forward, resting his elbows on the table and clasping his hands. Oh yeah. I know all about the tension between Caleb and his dad. How did that go? Are things better? You know. Caleb looks off into the distance, and his face softens. I've been looking at us through the eyes of a kid who misses his mom. Never once did I stop to wonder what it was like for my dad to lose his wife. His gaze returns to mine. He loved her too. She abandoned us both. I find myself a little jealous. When was the last time my mom and I had a real talk? Long enough that I can't remember anymore. I guess you were both trying to deal with it, huh? That's what hit me this morning. His voice grows soft. I've been blaming him for this whole thing, but it wasn't him telling me he didn't want me. It was my mom. Your mom? Right after she left, she called me. I begged her to let me come stay with her, and she flat out refused. She said it was better that I stay with my dad because she needed to work on her relationship with the coach. There's a sadness in his eyes that breaks my heart. My dad just split. I can't imagine how it would feel to love him and him not want me. I move around the table and sit next to Caleb, placing my hand on his arm. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry for you. I'm sorry you hurt so much. Caleb pulls away from me, gets up from the bench, and sits on the table. He rests his feet on the bench and his elbows on his knees. The move stings a little, but there's a vulnerability in it. I've seen a tiny section of his heart, and it scares him. As he looks down at me, his hair gently moves in the wind. I'd really like to know what those locks feel like. It's fine. His words say that, but his voice is thick, and I can feel the emotion in it. He's far from fine. Do you remember that time in 5th grade? He asks, clearly signaling that he's shared enough. I cock my head and think about it. There were a lot of times in 5th grade. What are you referring to? I know what incident he's talking about, the bully, but I want to know if he remembers which one I'm thinking of. He shoots me a lopsided grin. The time that kid was bullying you? I'm suddenly transported like one of those flashbacks in a movie. I remember standing at the water fountain and this big kid had overheard that my mom was going to be the principal. He knocked my books out of my hand and pushed me down. I snap out of my memory to reply. Yeah. I pushed that memory far away that first day of school, and when Caleb and I parted ways in 8th grade, I'd buried it. You were on the verge of tears because he was being mean. Then what happened? The memory floods again. I must have totally blocked this out of my mind. You punched him in the jaw. Caleb cleared his throat. You remember that? Yeah, he started crying. Boy, I felt a lot of satisfaction in that moment, but also kinda bad for him. A satisfied smile comes to Caleb's lips. Yeah. The principal wanted you to tell on him, but it was your first week here. I couldn't let you. You came to my rescue. The feelings I had for him that day return with lightning speed. I remember loving Caleb. It's a kid sort of love, but at the time, it sure felt super real. You swooped in and rescued me. Yeah. Caleb nods, and his grin widens. I gotta say, it's my favorite memory from 5th grade. I got in a lot of trouble at home. But this morning, my dad said he'd been proud of me. I felt bad for not saying anything. Boy, I felt so ashamed, but back then it was every girl for herself, and I was the new kid. I just didn't have the courage to say anything back then. I told you not to say anything. He pauses. Besides, I got a friend out of it. His gaze captures mine, and more memories flood into my mind. All our times talking during lunch. We weren't inseparable, but we were good friends. Until this moment, I didn't realize just how much I'd missed those times too. 8th grade kind of went haywire. I don't know if I'm treading through deep waters or not. But part of me really wants to know all the things I've missed. So, the stuff with your mom changed you? KALEB sits quietly a moment, and I almost apologize before he says, yeah. At first she made it seem like everything would be fine, but it wasn't. When she said she didn't want me, it was like something snapped. I thought it was my dad's fault all of it happened, and I took it out on him. Add to that him pressuring me to be a lawyer, it turned hostile, and it's been that way ever since. I'm sorry. The second the two words leave my mouth, there's a shift in the mood. Whatever tender moment we were having is gone. I suspect he's got a lot of things going through his mind and he can only process so much. In an instant, that familiar KALEB exterior returns, and he pulls his hair out of his eyes. The bell rings, signifying that lunch is over, and KALEB stands just as a group of football players pass by. He nods his head in a greeting, and they return it. I gotta bolt. History class. KALEB's face contorts in disgust. Nodding, I put on my tutor hat and say, take notes and keep away from your phone. KALEB gives me his twisted smile. Yes, Principal Gray. I lightly sock him in the stomach. Do not say that. A burst of laughter pops out of him. He starts to walk off, but then comes back. Our plan within a plan starts tonight. What do you mean? I ask as I start to get up from the table and gather my things. I'm coming to your house. I smile and catch my bottom lip in my teeth. Is that so? Yeah. You're gonna sneak out your window, lover girl. As he walks off, my mouth goes dry. Did he just say what I think he said? Lover girl. My heart pounds in my chest, and my cheeks burn. Geez. I let out a long puff of air. I'm seriously going to need a constant reminder to keep my cool. None of this is real. There's a goal. That's it. I hastily walk toward my home economics class and realize that if I don't break out into a run, I'm going to be late. Mom hasn't said how long I'm grounded for, but if word spreads that I'm late to class, the end date for my punishment could be 3 decades from now. Just as I step through the door, the bell rings and I heave a deep sigh of relief. The home economics room smells like cinnamon, and I instantly perk up. The frumpy teacher with pink hair, Mrs. Ludendorff, makes her rounds through the room. Please take your seats. Home economics is by far the funniest class I have. I share a communal table with Ronnie and Dixie, as well as the twins, May and Sarah Wong. Never in a million years did I think my mom would have me take such a class. She says it looks good on my college application because it shows I'm well-rounded. As I sit on my stool, I give a silent greeting to the girls since one wrong sentence will undoubtedly send us into a round of laughter. Another reason I've loved this class. It's not so serious, and I can relax a little. Mrs. Ludendorff, with her customary Betty Crocker gone wrong exterior, points to the whiteboard where a recipe is laid out. Today we're making cinnamon rolls. Dixie clasps her hands together in excitement. Yummy. Yes, Dixie, they are yummy. Mrs. Ludendorff looks down at Dixie through her glasses. The prescription on them is so high that Mrs. Ludendorff looks bug-eyed. Good enough to eat. We burst into laughter. At least we're doing something today that takes my focus off everything going on in my life, being grounded, the plan within a plan, and all the feelings I'm having for KALEB. A loud static noise comes from the intercom speaker. Good afternoon, students, this is Principal Gray. Every time Mom's voice comes over the loudspeaker, I sink into a hot lava pit of mortification. Mrs. Ludendorff says, quiet down now. This is a stern reminder that no student is allowed to sit on the tables in the quad. Thank you and enjoy 4th period. I'd like to say I'm shocked, but I knew she was watching me. What's shocking is that she's outing me in front of the entire school. I'm furious. It's one thing to privately keep tabs on me, but when she's bringing the entire city of Port Crest into it, it's war. The girls note my reaction and knit their brows together. They have no idea. They don't know that my mom just came over the loudspeaker to inform me that she knows I was sitting with KALEB Quinn. Well, if she found that hard to take, wait until she catches me sneaking out my window. This is a very good reminder, Mrs. Ludendorff says. Not only is it bad manners to sit on the tables, but also, someone could get hurt. As she talks, the girls all cock their heads in unison. Nothing Mrs. Ludendorff says seems to fully check out. Now that we've made that clear, let's look at this recipe and read the ingredients aloud. What is this, elementary school? I'll never understand Mrs. Ludendorff's weird obsession with having us read every single ingredient. As we all begin to recite, I feel the vibration of my phone and take it out, keeping it low and out of my teacher's field of vision. KALEB, was that what I think it was? I look from side to side to make sure no one is watching me. Me, yep. As KALEB continues to type, I hear Ronnie clearing her throat, trying to get my attention. KALEB, I knew I sat on that table for a reason, smiley face. Ginny Gray, would you please put the phone away? Mrs. Ludendorff does not look pleased. Part of me is surprised she can even see this far. I do as I'm told and join in to recite the last of the ingredients. Powdered sugar, vanilla extract, and salt. Now, let's go to the apron wall and suit up. As I'm walking to retrieve my apron, Dixie elbows me in the side. She whispers gleefully, "How's it going with KALEB?" Word is spreading. It's going really great. I pick my pink apron off the hanger and tie it around me. Inspiration comes over me. If we're really taking this plan to the next level, then it's high time that I show my dear friend, the school gossip, exactly how enthusiastic I am. I throw back my hair, smile brightly, and place a hand on my hip. I'm pretty sure he's in love with me. Dixie lifts one eyebrow. Oh. My. Goodness. Is the feeling mutual? Mutual? The first thing that comes to mind is maybe not in love, but unsure falling for him. I feel warm and light and happy when I'm around him. I see tiny clips of life in the future with us together. Before I blurt something I'll regret, I respond, I don't know. We'll see. A knowing grin comes from Dixie before she walks back to the table, giving me a second to get my thoughts together and in order. It's all fake. I'm not falling for him. I try setting it on repeat as I follow Dixie, and I realize when I reach my destination that no amount of repetition is going to keep me from getting hurt. I'm doomed.
Chapter 20. KALEB. As I look up at Ginny's window, a smirk comes to my lips. I see twinkly lights in her room, as well as some kind of rainbow lamp. Such a girl, but then again, that's what I like about her. What I like even more is how Ginny is pacing back and forth, wringing her hands with a tense expression on her face. She must be nervous. Another thing I like about her. She doesn't want to break the rules because it's fun. She's doing it with the hope of making her mom listen. I have to be honest when I say I have no idea how to get her down from that window. I'm stand here, gauging her house, figuring out how I can maybe climb up and help her down. There's a tree to the left of the house that could lead up to the roof and straight to Ginny's window. I decide that's my game plan. The rest of the evening I have mapped out. It was fun sitting in economics class, not paying attention to a thing Mr. Preston was saying while I imagined what to do for my date with Ginny. The more romantic the better, and I have just the place in mind. The most important thing is that we're seen. If word spreads and comes back to Principal Gray, then we're accomplishing our goal. To make sure I'm really playing up the romance element, I pick up a few pebbles from the ground and toss them at Ginny's window. She runs over and looks out, and I give her my best bad boy nod of the head. A sort of I'm here for you, baby type thing. I can tell Ginny finds it amusing because she breaks out into a smile. She looks amazing. I mean, she always does, but tonight she's wearing a cute little blue dress. Yeah, she's clearly not thought through the whole sneaking out thing. My phone beeps in my back pocket, and I pull it out to read. Ginny, what do we do now? Me, what makes you think I know? Ginny, this was your idea, tough guy. Tough guy? I think about my response really quick and decide on something cheesy. Me, I ain't tough. I won't bite, baby. I see Ginny shaking her head and smiling. Most likely she's laughing, which I've found myself enjoying her laughter. She turns to the window, making like she's going to open it, and stops, turning her back to it. Maybe she needs some moral support. Me, I'm coming up. Through the window, she faces it again with her head tilted. She does that when she questions things, one of the small quirks I've noticed about her since we started hanging out together. She totally doubts I'll do it. I guess it's time to show her my Spider-Man mad skills. I walk up Ginny's driveway to the climbable tree. Just as I get there, I hear the hum of the garage door, and I quickly press my back to the side of the house. As the garage door comes up, the light inside pours onto the dark driveway. Even though my heart is pounding at the thought that I've been busted, I have to admit this is one of the better adventures I've had in a long time. Something to tell the grandkids. Ginny must be freaking out even more upstairs. That bothers me more than getting caught. A lone figure walks out of the garage, and of course it has to be Principal Gray. Sure enough, she walks down the driveway and over to an empty trash can. I watch as she takes it by the handle and rolls it up into the garage, then the door begins to close. My heart slows down a bit, and I let out the breath I was holding. I turn to the tree and map out my climbing pattern. About 6 feet up the trunk there are branches that seem sturdy enough to pull myself up. Jumping up and reaching for one of those is going to be a pretty sizable pull-up, but I know I can do it. I still have a pull-up bar I've been using in my bedroom from the days where I wanted to be ripped and covered in tattoos. I get a running start and propel myself into the air, grabbing onto the lowest hanging branch and pulling myself up. After a little grunting and sweating, I'm onto that branch and reaching for another. Within minutes, I reach the porch roof under her window with only a few scratches. The roof is just flat enough to walk across, but I notice there are some loose pieces, so I take care to feel my way out. Falling off this roof and breaking my neck would not be the romantic ending I'm going for. When I get to her window, she's sitting on her bed, looking down at her phone. My guess is she may have heard the garage door and figured I gave up. Normally, she'd be right, but if she's helping me with my grades, the least I can do is help her get her mom's attention. Ginny lifts her head, jumps, and drops her phone onto the floor, ignoring it as she runs to the window. She quickly opens it, and I'm greeted with the widest, most mesmerizing smile yet. There's exhilaration and anticipation in her eyes. For all the faking, Ginny and I are really playing our parts well. Except, the longer this plays out, the more real it feels. My mom almost caught you, and you still climbed the tree? I was expecting you to text me that you weren't coming. Shrugging, I say, almost being the operative word. Besides, we've got plans, and I'm not bailing. Ginny heaves a sigh, and her shoulders relax. Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, I don't want you to get. No obstacles can stop us, my love. I shoot her a cheesy grin. She rolls her eyes. I have a mind to push you off this window. I palm my chest in mock shock. I'm hurt, Ginny Gray. Wounded even. Shut up. She chuckles and waves me off. I put out my hand to help her through the window, and she sobers, her eyebrows hitting her hairline. You can't be serious. How else are we supposed to get out of here? Ginny pokes her head out and looks down. A ladder? I give her an aw shucks type of snap of my fingers. Dang, forgot to bring it. I take that thing everywhere. With a scoff, she says, I'm being serious. How am I supposed to get down from here? I'm wearing a dress. You'll be fine. Just as I turn and point to the tree, I lose my footing and my pulse races. The thought of Ginny's mom finding me knocked out on her lawn makes my stomach drop. There's a good chance she'll hesitate to call 911. Cool, slightly rough fingers quickly wrap around my bicep, and I regain my footing. It doesn't ease my pounding heart at all, and instead warms my skin, sending a tingle of electricity straight to my core. Playing it off, I say, I'm supposed to be the knight in shining armor, but I thank you. Are you okay? I nod. She looks down again. There's no way I can climb down this tree in a dress. I hear her argument, but I can't take my eyes off her hand around my arm that's still sending shockwaves through me. KALEB? The sound of my name pulls my attention from her hand, and my gaze locks with hers. Yeah? Climbing? Dress? You see the problem? She blinks. Oh, dress. I smile as my gaze travels from her face down the length of her body. Just when my pulse was slowing, it's back to a speed that would qualify me for a NASCAR race. I notice that. You'll be fine. I have an idea. GINNY pulls free from me and runs to her dresser. Talk about leaving someone hanging, I say to myself, clutching onto the windowpane for dear life. I watch as GINNY takes out a pair of sweats from the dresser and puts them on, one leg at a time. As an 18-year-old boy, this is not helping my impending heart attack, so I look away. GINNY inspects herself in the mirror. This will do it. I look up and hold back a laugh. Those bulky sweats underneath her dress look ridiculous, but if there's one thing I've learned from my dad, it's that saying stupid things like that will have you sleeping on the couch. With this being our first official date, that's not the spot I want to be in for the remainder of the night. You're a vision. As GINNY walks back toward me, she asks, should I go first? Chewing my lip, I look down and back to her. It's one thing if I get my neck broken for this charade, but it's another thing entirely if I get GINNY's neck broken. In light of this, I decide to treat her as if she's a princess made of glass. I'm going to hold onto the window while I'm holding your hand. When you're just out of reach of the tree, I want you to get down low and crawl. Okay. Her voice is soft, like what she's about to do is just hitting her. She leans farther out the window and casts her gaze to the ground. For a girl who has never really disobeyed her mom, I suspect this is really hard for her. I use my finger and tip her chin up. Whatever I was about to say is lost as our eyes meet. Man, she's gorgeous. And soft and sweet and so many other things. My heart is in my throat, and I know I shouldn't kiss her. I know I shouldn't. Unfortunately for me, my head and my lips have zero communication. Before I can stop myself, I touch my lips to hers. All the pep talks in the world about not getting my heart broken take a flying leap as she returns the kiss. I know I should stop it, but I can't. I want to kiss her. I want to hold hands with her, hold her, and all the other myriad of things a real boyfriend does. My foot slips, breaking the kiss, and I yelp. Not the manliest things I've ever done for sure. It's underlined as GINNY gives a small chuckle. Are you laughing at me? I ask. A smile lifts her lips, and she rolls them in, trying to stop. Maybe. Are you ready? Yeah, she says as she brings a leg over the windowsill, followed by the other. I watch in anticipation. This time, I keep my laser focus on my footing and hers, now that she's outside the safety of her room. Now, start to walk out toward the tree. My legs are shaking. You've got this, my love. GINNY gives me a playful smack on the chest and then takes a few slow steps toward the tree. She instantly slips, and instinct takes over as I wrap my arm around GINNY's waist. She looks at me like she's had the wind knocked out of her, and my heart races. As much as I want to kiss her again, the location isn't ideal. Romeo and Juliet is a pretty cool play, but the end isn't something I want to recreate. GINNY nods her head and closes her eyes. I can do this. Yes, you can, I say as I loosen my hold on her so she can work her way down the tree. She begins her slow steps again, and once my arm is fully outstretched, holding her hand. GINNY does as I told her and crouches down low, crawling to the tree. Once she reaches it, I feel a flood of relief. Now it's my turn. I've done this before and feel pretty confident. I could close the window to Ginny's room, but I figure the whole point of this is to get caught anyhow, so I leave it open. The return trip to the tree is easier since I've got a feel for the slope of the roof. Instead of saying anything, I just show her how to get down the tree. Once I reach the last branch, I drop down to the ground and then look up at Ginny. She shimmied her way down to the bottom branch while I was mid-climb. Her eyes are wide as she realizes the last step is a doozy. I hold out my arms and say, "I'll catch you." She shakes her head in dismay. "No way." I shrug. It's either this or climb back up. The internal debate is written all over her face. "Come on. I won't let anything happen to you." Taking a deep breath, Ginny closes her eyes before lowering herself down from the branch with her arms and then letting go. The fall isn't too bad, and I catch her. Yet again I have her in my arms and we're facing one another. It's at this juncture that I realize our little plan is a bit dangerous. We're trying to get caught in the act. We're also trying to pretend like we're dating. That she's madly in love with me or something. Only, I'm not so sure it's out of the realm of possibilities for me. Ginny and I lock eyes as I'm still holding her. Then I smile as I reach up to her hair. "What is it?" she asks. "You've got a leaf." I pull it out and show her. "Thanks." Ginny's gaze runs from my face to my hair, and my heart about stops when she slides her hand through it, pushing it back from my eyes. "No leaves." Her hand pauses for a second, and she clears her throat, yanking her hand back. "Now what?" "We go on our romantic date," I say, taking her hand.
Chapter 21. Ginny. I repeat the same sentence in my head over and over. He's holding my hand because he's pretending. He's holding my hand because he's pretending. He's holding my hand. Is there such a thing as a sensation that just feels delicious? KALEB lightly squeezes my hand as we walk. I feel like I'm breaking out of prison with Prince Charming, but KALEB is not Prince Charming, and by the end of this night, all I'll be left with is a glass slipper. All things considered, I might as well savor it, because my hand in his is one of the greatest feelings ever. KALEB's voice breaks me from my reverie. "You gonna wear those sweats all night?" I stop dead in my tracks and look down in mortification. Oh goodness. These things are great for sad days or lounging in bed, but they look horrible. KALEB is laughing, and I can't help but do the same. I mean, it's a good look, I guess, but I doubt you meant to keep them on. I glance from side to side to make sure I'm in the clear, then I reach down and pull the sweats off. Once I have them in my hands, I fold them. I catch KALEB staring at me. "What?" I ask innocently. KALEB smirks and looks away. He takes the sweats out of my hands and puts them on top of her mailbox. "They'll be waiting for you." He takes my hand again, and we keep walking. It's Port Crest, so he's not wrong. Where are we going? I look up at the twinkling stars overhead. They remind me of the butterflies in my stomach. KALEB turns to me and smiles mischievously. "It's a secret." Well, it can't be a secret for long. Unless you plan on walking for hours. There's a warmth in his eyes as he smiles. I'm not an expert on relationships, but if my instincts are right, he's enjoying this as much as I am. Or I'm wanting it so much that I'm seeing what I want. Inwardly, I chastise myself. If this back and forth keeps up all night, I'm going to get seasick. My head is still spinning from the kiss on the rooftop. There was already a ton of adrenaline to begin with, and that made the kiss feel positively electric. For a moment, I was floating. The world was just out of reach, and it was just me and him and his lips on mine. It was a dreamy bliss. In fact, this whole night feels like a dream so far. My stomach flips again as I think about how my mom could have totally caught me going out the window. What if she had come upstairs to ask me about my homework or something? I suppose the whole point of this is to get caught anyhow, but thank goodness I get to spend a delightful evening with Caleb before the crazy punishment comes my way. I feel so tempted to stop and give Caleb another kiss. There's nothing I want more, but even if this was real, I don't know how he feels about me. Would I ever be sure he wasn't fulfilling the deal with my mom? Before I can think too hard, we come to a stop. It's right up there. Caleb points down the street. We've made it to the beach, and I recognize the place he's pointing at instantly. Maggie's Beach Hut has been a local hangout for years. It's where all the cool kids go. Surfer dudes, college dropouts, and girls that climb out of windows. I guess we've come to the right place. I've never been there before. Because your mother is Principal Gray. Caleb squeezes my hand. Never in a million years did I think I'd end up at the hut, as they call it. Legend has it that Dixie once came here and was grounded for a year. Funny, I know the feeling. Despite my trepidation, excitement fills me and I take my phone out of my purse to text Ronnie. Me, you'll never believe where I'm at right now. Ronnie responds instantly. Ronnie, did you actually sneak out? I roll my eyes. Okay, she has a point. I'm a chicken, and it wasn't until I was walking away from my house that I actually stopped debating whether to go through with it or not. Me, yes, I snuck out. Ronnie, to be fair, we are talking about you. Me, shut up. Just guess. Ronnie, okay, where are you? Me, Maggie's Beach Hut. I watch those 3 dots dance up and down while Ronnie is feverishly typing. My heart pounds in anticipation. Ronnie, are you serious? Me, yep. Ronnie, I know you're trying to get into trouble, but don't try to make up for all the years you were perfect in one night, okay? Me, whatever. I won't. I promise. Ronnie, I want details the moment you get home. Chuckling, I text back. Me, okay. Are you ready to pay attention to me yet? I turn, and Caleb is looking at me intently. His gaze darts to the phone in my hand and back to my eyes. Suddenly, it hits me. I'm on a date. Not just any date. A date with Caleb Quinn. All of a sudden, I'm 10 again and my knight in shining armor is standing in front of me, having slayed the bully and taken the heat for popping him just so I don't start my new school by ratting someone out. And he's beautiful. Yes, I say and put my phone back in my purse as we approach the hut. There's a patio in the front that faces the beach. A tiki torch is lit and a group of kids sit in chairs, laughing and talking. The vibe is fun and relaxed. Something, it seems, my soul has been crying out for. Life doesn't have to be serious all the time, unlike what my mom might think. Caleb opens the old wooden door for me, and inside we're met with more people lounging on boho couches and swings. The music is loud and people are dancing. Off to the left, there's a counter where folks are lined up, probably to buy drinks and snacks. Everyone turns to us. It's like that moment where the record scratches, the room goes silent, and everyone stares you down. That's how it feels to me anyhow. I lean into Caleb and whisper, "Why is everyone staring at us?" He whispers back, "Because you've never been here before. This is a tight-knit group." "And you've been here?" I look to Caleb with expectation in my eyes. He looks back at me like I'm crazy. Of course I've been here. Right. Crud. Why did I even ask? After a few moments, the room goes back to normal and everyone carries on with their business. Caleb is still holding my hand, and the feeling is no less potent than it was before. Actually, it's more intense now that everyone has seen it. "What do you like to drink?" Caleb leads me to the refreshments line. I look up at a chalkboard that displays everything that's on offer. Root beer. 1 root beer it is. Caleb takes out his wallet. Holy cow, this is a real date. I've never had this experience before. A guy holding my hand, opening doors, and paying for things. If only it weren't pretend. As we're standing in line, I take another look around the room and realize this place really isn't as crazy as I thought it was. Sure, it's not my crowd, but there's definitely no knife fights going down. A root beer for the lady, and I'll take a Coke. KALEB leans in and gives me a kiss on the cheek. I blush profusely. You want fries too? Nodding, I say, yeah. Sure. KALEB pays for our order, and we step off to the side and wait. I lean my back against the wall, and KALEB faces me. He places his hand above me and leans in. OMG, he's going to kiss me again, and very much in public. Part of me wants to protest, thinking it's too much, but the majority of me enjoys it far too much to say no. He kisses me softly, and my chest lifts up toward him as I will myself to breathe. You'd think I'd be self-conscious about all of those people watching, but yet again, the world melts away and it's just us. The guy behind the counter calls out, root beer, Coke, and fries. KALEB pulls away, and as stunned as he looks, I wonder if he got caught up in it as much as I did. Again, that little fake word roars in my brain, but this time I tell it to shut up. I want to forget about the plan. If only just tonight, I'm letting it go. Tonight, he's my boyfriend and I'm his girlfriend. I'll deal with the wreckage later. I'll get it, he says, walking toward the counter. I instinctively bring my hand up to my heart after he's gone. Looking around, I see a few people looking at me, and then they quickly look away. KALEB returns with a tray in one hand. You okay? Yeah, what do you mean? A smile creeps across his lips. You look nervous. I'm not nervous. Much. I'm not, I say and take a deep breath. He leads us outside, and there's conveniently an empty table with 2 chairs just where the patio meets the sand. Go snag that table, he says. I'll get some napkins. Okay. Sitting down at the table, I look up at the colorful lights strung along the trellis. I didn't realize the hut had such a nice atmosphere. Off in the distance, I hear people laughing and screaming as they dive and play in the ocean. A feeling comes over me that I can't quite put my finger on. Contentment? Happiness? Then I realize what it is. For the first time in my life, I feel alive and free. Before I get too wrapped up in my thoughts, KALEB returns and places the tray on the table. Not bad, huh? He seats himself and grabs a French fry from the plastic basket. I didn't realize this place is so cool. I thought there'd be Harleys parked out front or something. Nah, that's just the rumor we spread about the hut so that nerds won't come. KALEB takes a packet of ketchup and opens it with his teeth. Are you calling me a nerd? He squirts the ketchup onto a napkin and narrows his gaze. You're the most notorious nerd Port Crest has ever known. I put my hand to my heart in mock shock and laugh. Maybe you should have more nerds in your life. They'd be a good influence on you. KALEB leans in to whisper in my ear. I'd rather it was just you. With a playful push on his shoulder, I laugh off the statement. Stop that. I know you're pretending. KALEB clears his throat and leans back in his chair. What if I'm not? Here's that moment again where everything comes to a halt. My eyes go wide. Did he really mean what he said? Now you're really messing with me. His eyes lock with mine. What if I'm not? Can I even have this conversation right now? I don't know what to believe. Then I'd say we're in some serious trouble. KALEB's gaze bores into mine until that Cheshire grin comes to his soft lips. I'm teasing you. I finally exhale for the first time in, 5 minutes. I knew it. KALEB speaks flatly. Can't get one past you. I'm smiling, but on the inside, I'm shaken. Yes, Caleb was teasing me. It's all an act, but I realize it would be effortless to fall for all of it. His kisses, his smile, and how easy it is to be around him. I told myself I'd deal with the devastation later, and I will. Tonight when I get home, I'll have a good cry about whatever I thought this could be and remember to stick to the plan the next time I see him. Taking a deep breath, I reach for a fry and dip it in his ketchup while Caleb watches me. The flavor explodes in my mouth, and I moan. I hold my hand in front of my mouth. Oh my goodness. This is amazing. I can't even point to a time when I remember having a regular French fry. A couple months ago we had rutabaga fries, but they were nothing compared to the culinary delight I'm chewing on. A smile lights up his entire face, and he pops a fry into his mouth. When he finishes chewing, he says, "They've got some good food here. You should try the quesadilla next time." The second it's out of my mouth, I can't help but wonder if there will be a next time. As soon as my mother gets wind of this, I'll probably never be seen out in public again. Maybe she'll ship me off to the nunnery like Ophelia in Hamlet. That would be a fitting end to this love story.
Chapter 22. Caleb. Next time. The way it comes out doesn't sound so hopeful. I can't really blame Ginny. Once her mom catches her sneaking out, she's done for. The thought squeezes my chest. I feel things for her that I've never felt with someone else. I told her I was teasing, but that's only because I chickened out of telling the truth. The war inside my head about this thing with her is frying my brain. Most of the time, I'm as surprised as her by what flies out of my mouth. Ginny grabs another fry, dips it in ketchup, and looks to the ocean where a few people our age are playing in the water. When she finishes the fry, she says, "That water has to be freezing. We could find out." She looks at me. "What?" I shoot her a smile. "You heard me." Shaking her head, she grabs another fry and pops it into her mouth. "I'm good." "Chicken." "I am not a chicken, I just..." My jaw drops. "Have you ever been in the water here?" Slowly, she shakes her head. "My mom says it's not very clean." Of course her mom would say something like that. I've lived here my whole life, swam in that ocean every summer, and I haven't grown 2 heads or webbed fingers. I get up and hold out my hand. "Come on, we're taking a dip." She catches her bottom lip with her teeth, and I can see in her eyes the debate that's going on. "You're a rebel now, remember?" Her lips curve into a smile that nearly takes my breath away. My heart races, and a warmth spreads into my soul. When my parents were together, my dad would say things to my mom like, "I love waking up to you." At the time, I didn't understand what he was saying, but as I look at Ginny, I can feel the words. I can see myself taking her hand and dancing in the living room and bringing her flowers. I can see so many things I've never pictured before. Ginny reaches out and takes my hand. "You might have to throw me in." Challenge accepted. I chuckle. I pull her from the chair and lead her to the sand. "We'll take care of the food later." Before we reach the edge of the surf, she kicks off her sandals, stacks her purse on top of them, and I take off my shoes and tuck my phone in one of them. A warm, gentle breeze mixes with whatever fruity body wash or shampoo Ginny's wearing, and my pulse jumps again. It's an absolutely perfect night. I'm really grateful to be with Ginny Gray. Right before the water touches her toes, she jumps back. "You first." "Okay, but if I go first, you have to follow." "No matter what I do." Her eyes narrow. "No. Way. Chicken." "I'm not a chicken." "Then do you trust me?" She doesn't even hesitate. "Yes." The second it leaves her lips, I dive in, t-shirt, jeans, and socks. I'd thought about taking my clothes off down to my boxers, but I didn't want her to think I expected her to do that. Emerging from the waves, I find Ginny with her hands to her mouth and her eyes wide. She's just close enough. I take my hand and rake it across the top of the water, sending a spray of it toward her. She screams and giggles as she tries to dodge it. You're going to pay for that. She walks toward the water and dips her toe in. I roll my eyes. Come on. It's warm. I can't. I'll get my dress soaked. Did you say you wanted your mom to catch you? She takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly, shaking her head. I can't believe I'm letting you talk me into this. Ginny holds her nose with her fingers, closes her eyes, and drops down into the water. A second later, she breaks the surface and wipes the water from her face. I swim to her, stopping about a foot away. Not as warm as I wanted it to be. She shivers and hugs herself. You get used to it, I reply and close the distance between us, setting my hand on the small of her back. When she lifts her gaze to mine, she palms my chest. No doubt she's feeling my heart hammering against my ribs. Most of the people who were playing in the surf are gone, and the sun is melting into the horizon. I don't think I could have picked a more romantic scene if I tried. Between the crashing waves and the blood rushing in my ears, it feels like a wall has slammed down, separating us from the rest of the world. When Ginny lifts on her toes and presses her lips to mine, I'm both surprised and elated. She's kissing me. All of our kisses have been amazing, but this one? It's different. Maybe because she started it. It means there's a possibility that she has feelings for me too. The last two words hit me hard, but it's the truth. I have feelings for her. As the kiss continues, it deepens with a passion I've never experienced. There's no plan, no scheme, nothing. It's all wiped from my mind, and the only thing left is how much I never wanted to end. Not just the kiss, but us. I like us. The sound of it. The feel of it. Everything. Only, the rational part of my brain clicks on, and I know this can't lead anywhere. Pulling away, I feel an ache so profound I'm nearly doubled over. What's worse, I can see it in her eyes too. But I don't want to break her heart, and I can already feel mine crumbling into pieces. We should probably get you home soon, I say, trying to catch my breath. There's a flash of sadness in her eyes, and then her expression softens. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm not looking forward to climbing that tree again. She looks down at herself and laughs. Especially in wet clothes. I chuckle. I'll help you. Actually, it's a pretty warm night. By the time we walk back, we'll have dried off a little. The silence between us has me wondering if she's as disappointed that our date is ending as I am. Does that even accurately describe how I'm feeling? Honestly, I don't know. Once we reach Ginny's house, I notice her sweats are gone from the mailbox. She sighs loudly. Oh crud. Those were my favorite pants. Stolen? Hopefully. If they weren't stolen, that means her mom has them. I'm torn between not wanting to get caught just yet and begging for mercy that this is our one and only date. Another kiss like that one at the beach, and I'm not sure I'll survive the fallout. I keep my thoughts about her mom to myself. That's crazy if someone stole them. Who would do that? Ginny looks from side to side on the empty street. My guess is, she's trying to push away her suspicion too. I mean, it's her mom. The woman is a bloodhound. We finish the walk and stop at the base of the tree. Ginny looks up and then at me with terror in her eyes. How are we going to do this? I'll give you a boost. Ginny looks down at her wet dress and cringes. Just close your eyes, okay? Of course. I clasp my hands together so Ginny can put her foot there for me to hoist her up. She places her hands on my shoulders, then her foot in my hands, and I count to 3. I lift her up easily because Ginny is not heavy at all. The rustling of the branch lets me know she's grabbed it. Okay, she says, and her foot leaves my hand. Turning my back to her, I keep my eyes pinned to the grass. I'm a guy. Okay, not just a guy. An 18-year-old guy. Let's just say, I'm exercising Herculean strength to keep my gentlemanly demeanor. How's the progress up there? I'm doing it! Let me know when the coast is clear. Within moments, she's made it to the roof and calls out to me, "I'm up." Knowing that Ginny is no longer exposed, I look up and watch as she crawls along the roof. I stand below, waiting until she's safely inside her room. She waves and then blows me a kiss. I catch the kiss and return the wave before strolling back down her driveway. About halfway home, I realize I'm smiling and humming a John Mayer song my dad used to listen to right after my mom left. Slow dancing in a burning room. Man, I haven't thought of that in a long time. I swear the man had it on repeat. Enough that I could practically recite it for a while. Eventually, he stopped playing it. At the time, I figured he'd just grown tired of it. Maybe I'll ask about it one day. Once I get home, lights are streaming from the windows. Dad's up and I'm late. I heave a deep sigh, raking my hand through my hair. Better to face the music now than later. Walking through the front door, Dad lifts his gaze from whatever he's reading. "You're late." "Yeah, like 5 minutes late." He takes the book he's holding and slaps it closed. "Still. You could have texted." "Where were you?" "The hut." Dad pinches the bridge of his nose with his fingers. "Oh, Caleb, not there." I take a seat adjacent to his and prop my feet on the table. "Dad. Really? It's not as bad as you think. People are just having fun. It has a bad reputation." Dad finally looks at me, and his eyes narrow. "Are you wet?" Now that I'm in the house, the wet clothing is making me cold. "I went swimming." "It's not a big deal." He sighs. "You went swimming with your clothes on?" With a groan, he puts the book on the side table where an empty glass sits. "Why?" For some reason, I feel like I need to defend myself. At least I have my clothes on. I pause. "Dad, I'm not a bad kid." "I'm trying." Blinking, he leans forward. "Is that what you think? That I think you're a bad kid? Don't you?" "That's the impression I've had this whole time." "No. That's exactly why I don't want you at places like that. So others won't think it." He shakes his head and sits back. "You've never been a bad kid. Rebellious. Smart-mouthed. A pain in my rear. But I've never thought you were a bad kid." I don't know what to say. Even with our heart-to-heart the last time, I figured he still saw me as bad. "Really?" "Never." He smiles. "You thought that?" Shrugging, I reply, "I gave you every reason to think that." My dad chuckles. "I thought you hated me because your mom left." Now that he's said it, it throws me. I did, but I don't now. I didn't handle things the way I should have. I wish I could go back and change it. There's a catch in his voice in the last sentence. "I'm sorry." I clear the lump from my throat. "I'm sorry too." "Were you out with Ginny?" "Yeah." I smile. "She's different." He returns my smile. "You really like her, don't you?" Should I spill my guts? I take the halfway approach. "Yeah, I do. She's smart and sweet and amazing." Dad grins wider. "And totally out of your league." "Totally." My cheeks burn with the admission, but they catch on fire if I said what I'm really feeling. That I've fallen for her. A couple more dates like the one tonight, and there'll be no return. The smile on his face fades. "Just don't get your heart broken." "I won't," I say as I stand and walk to the stairs. "And don't break hers." He gives me a pointed look. Again, the temptation to return to the sofa, sit down, and tell him everything hits, but I don't want him to be disappointed in me. To know I made a deal to break her heart for the chance to attend MIT. What would he think of me if he knew? We're just starting to fix things, and I like where we are. Not a chance. I shoot him a smile and charge up the stairs, shutting the door to my room. Dad's words swirl in my mind, and I can't help but wonder about myself. I made a deal with Ginny's mom. Yeah, I confessed it to Ginny, but it doesn't change the fact that I shook on it. What kind of person does that? Who sets out to hurt someone? My thoughts go in a million directions as I shuck out of my wet clothes and into dry ones. From the deal to the new plan and everything in between. Once I'm dressed in dry clothes, I drop onto my bed and close my eyes, shutting down the war going on in my head and my heart. This is going to work out for both of us. I'll get into MIT, Ginny will make her mom listen, and we'll both come out the other side just fine. All I have to do is keep it together for a little longer. Principal Gray isn't stupid, and in no time, she'll catch us. I'll have fulfilled my part of the deal with both her and Ginny. Then it'll all be over and everything will be back to normal. Even as I think it, I know I've told myself lies. I can feel the burn of the impending heartbreak beginning smack in the middle of my chest. It's going to be brutal.
Chapter 23. Ginny. It's Tuesday, the end of the school day before Thanksgiving weekend, and I'm waiting for KALEB just outside Mrs. Yates's class. When we aren't sneaking out on the weekends to have dates, we've been studying what feels like non-stop. I know this last test was hard for him because it was about poems, which are still a struggle for him. The bell rings, and I move aside so I'm not in the way as students stampede out of the room. Some look elated, some disappointed, and then there's KALEB. His lips are tugged down at the corners, and dread pools in my stomach. That test is a huge portion of his second 6 weeks grade. If he failed it. He stops in front of me and holds my gaze. I'm desperate to see some sort of clue in his eyes. I'm sorry, he says, shoving the paper into my hand. What? No. I don't even look at it. It's not possible he got a bad grade. He studied too hard. No, I push past him, charging into the room. Mrs. Yates, KALEB studied hard for that last test. I swear we worked so hard. Mrs. Yates blinks at me like I'm speaking a language she can't understand. That's when KALEB grabs my hand and pulls me back out of the classroom. I protest until he wraps me in his arms, my hands caught between our chests and wrinkling his test. You didn't even look at it. He leans back, a smile stretched across the entire width of his face. It slowly hits me, and I let go of the breath I've been holding. I take the paper and uncrumple it. The second I see the almost A, I fling my arms around him. I knew there had to be a mistake. As he embraces me, his breath tickles my ear as his lips press against my hair. I don't think anyone has ever been so quick to fight for me. The sensation gives me goosebumps and sends tingles of delight into my stomach. You're worth fighting for. You always have been. He leans back, giving me a crooked smile. At least we get a long weekend. I'm glad too. Fall break in October wasn't nearly as long as I needed it to be. Not with volleyball and college coaches vying for my attention. Although, after having dinner with Coach Williams, there didn't seem to be many of them calling me anymore. I shove the niggling thought away and smile at KALEB. This moment is about celebrating his achievement. Yeah, I guess I'll see you on Monday, I reply. Maybe by then I won't be grounded anymore. We'll see each other over the weekend. Unless you're saying you don't want to sneak out. There's something in his eyes that I can't quite put a finger on, and I quickly dismiss it as wishing something was there. I do. We just never talked about Thanksgiving break. I didn't know if you and your dad do anything. The holidays changed after, he clears his throat. The smile that was there vanishes for a brief second but returns just as brilliant as before. He's wanting to hang out this year. How about you? Any special plans? Shaking my head, I push a piece of hair from my face. No, I take that moment to skim through my past Thanksgivings. They don't sound any more exciting than KALEB's. You know, you could come to my house. You and your dad. Maybe it'll spur my mom to make something besides tofurkey. KALEB's lips curl up. What? Tofu in the shape of a turkey. I grimace. It tastes just as bad as it sounds. Which is why Ronnie has smuggled in Thanksgiving dinner for as long as I can remember. I don't mind my mom trying to cook healthy, but tofurkey comes out about as great as her dairy-free cheese shell tacos. Gross. Try eating it. I laugh. His gaze dips from my eyes to my lips and back up. So, I'll see you. I chew on my bottom lip a second. The beach tonight. Not near the hut. I'll tell my mom I'm taking a run. I smile. It'll mean I actually have to run, but I don't mind. Okay. Tonight. What time? Maybe 7? We can talk about our next secret date. I wiggle my eyebrows. Caleb shakes his head, laughing. Okay, bad girl. We hug again, and before he fully releases me, he touches his lips to mine. It's sweet and soft and brief, but it feels like there's an entire chapter of exposition in it. His gaze catches mine. Maybe we can talk about a few other things too. Oh. My voice is barely audible. He winks and turns, and I stare after him as he strolls away. If my heart had stopped, that would have been all the electricity needed to restart it. He wants to talk about a few other things. I palm the spot over my heart, and it's still furiously beating against my ribs. Well, I'm not dead, and I know I'm not dreaming because the kiss was far too quick for it to be a dream. An arm snakes around mine, and Ronnie says, he doesn't have a bad side, does he? My cheeks warm at the comment. No. I steel myself as Ronnie twirls to face me. This is one time where I don't want her prying. I'm not sure if it's because my feelings for Caleb have changed over the last few weeks or if I'm hoping I'm not the only one feeling that way. This did start as a scheme. A huge scheme. The potential for heartbreak has grown increasingly possible every moment I've spent with him. Like a feather being gently lowered to the earth by the wind, I've fallen for him. My heart takes off at a gallop. I've fallen for him, and it's taken no effort. So, Ronnie says, breaking through my thoughts. It's a good thing because I don't need to dwell on that. Even if Caleb does feel the same way, we've both agreed that our paths are forking once high school ends. I focus on her by pulling my gaze from Caleb's retreating form. I had the brilliant idea that you should spend the night at my house tonight. Mom has already called your mom and set it up. Her lips turn down. Please don't say you can't. Now I've got a choice. Break my best friend's heart or bail on my fake boyfriend who I wish wasn't so fake who wants to talk about other things. Of course, I can hang out with you. Good because I have some bad news. She shrinks back. Like what? Like, I hope you don't mind eating fake turkey this year. My jaw drops. What? All thoughts of Caleb are gone. Not that fake turkey is more important than Caleb, but fake turkey. Ronnie toes the floor with her tennis shoe. My mom kinda made plans with our family who live in California. We haven't seen them in a few years, and they're planning on being in the country. I won't be back until late Sunday night. Whatever happy wind that was keeping my boat floating along is dead as a doornail. But I'm so sorry. I groan. You're sorry. I'm the one who's sorry. A small smile appears on her lips. But I'm making up for it. Mom gave me the credit card, and I've got her blessing to gorge tonight. Dixie might even join. I figure we'll order enough so you can have provisions for Thursday. Inside, I'm whining like a 5-year-old. I don't want day-old provisions. I want turkey and dressing and gravy and all the other stuff. Instead of throwing myself down on the floor and screaming like I want to, I say, that sounds great. I'll sneak away in a little bit and text Caleb about the change of plans. As disappointed as I am about Thanksgiving dinner, I'm even more so at not knowing what we were going to talk about tonight. Just as I'm about to respond, my phone dings. Excitement courses through me, imagining that it's KALEB. When I pull out my phone and see it's my mom, it's Buzzkill Central. I lift my phone so Ronnie can see it. Mom. She nods in understanding. I tap the screen and read the message. Mom, I told Ronnie's mom you can spend the night, but you still need to get a run in. Just because the season is over doesn't mean you need to go soft. Also, no junk food. No junk food? Yeah, right. And running on top of that? If ever there was a good reason to meet up with KALEB, this is it. Me, run? Isn't that rude? Mom, Ronnie's mom understands. She's fine with it. Me, okay. Mom, I push you because I love you. The first thought that rolls through my head is that I wished she loved me a little less. Me, I know. I love you too. So, Ronnie says, hooking her arm in mine again and pulling me into a walk. I'm thinking pizza from Giusetto's, mozzarella sticks from Toby's Shake and Shack. My eyes go wide. And fried pickles from Jillian's Burger House. Ronnie nods emphatically. Oh, how long has it been? My mouth is watering. It's been a while since I've had plain girl fun and ate junk until I wanted to puke. I'm not sure when my senior year got so complicated and heavy. It was supposed to be an easy year, but nothing about it has been easy so far. Maybe if I just hang on until the new year, things will be better. Over winter break, I'll be deciding which college I want to attend. Granted, I'm limited to the ones offering scholarships, but I do have several to choose from that are days away from Port Crest. Once I pick a school, the pressure will be off. Just then, Dixie joins us, taking the opposite side from Ronnie. Okay, I'm here. The party can start. Ronnie tips forward a little and looks at her. No plans after all? Dixie clears her throat. Nope, I'm as free as can be. The way she says it tells me I've missed something. Are you okay? I ask her. Fine as bone china, she replies, her sassy twang back in prime form. Broken china maybe. I pull the three of us to a stop. Oh, we are so talking. Ronnie nods. Yeah, not only are we feeding you, but Dixie's got dishing to do. Yes. Yes, she does, which means my meeting with KALEB tonight isn't happening. My friend needs me, and as important as KALEB is to me, Dixie's equally important and her heart's hurting. Greasy fried food, too much gooey cheese, and if I take one more bite of that chocolate whatever, I'll puke. Lying back on Ronnie's bed, I moan as my stomach feels like it might explode. There is zero chance of me running tonight either. If I do, there's no doubt I'll throw up. Oh my word, y'all, I think I'm gonna die, Dixie says, groaning as she joins me on the bed. Why did we do this again? Ronnie's joined in on the fun, but not nearly as much as me and Dixie. Because we're drowning your sorrows, giving GINNY food for Thanksgiving, and giving me a chance to hang with my two best friends before flying to California in the middle of the night. Well, we got the drowning part right, but I'm not sure about the sorrows. Dixie sighs. I raise up on my elbows and tap Dixie with my knee. Yeah, about that. Oh, I'm being stupid. She waves me off. It's nothing. Great, Ronnie says. Spill it. Dixie cuts a glance my direction. You remember that guy who was with KALEB at my party? Chris? The name comes out more like a question than I want it to. I absolutely remember Chris. He's cute, just not KALEB cute. Ronnie's face lights up. I remember him too. Geez, he's smoking hot. A smile breaks out on Dixie's lips. Don't I know it? So what's the problem? Ronnie asks. Shrugging, Dixie says, I thought he wasn't with anyone, but I saw a girl kiss him yesterday. My eyebrows shoot to my hairline. Did he tell you he wasn't with anyone? Dixie nods. Ronnie scoffs in disgust. Gross. Better to find out he's a jerk now than find out later. I know, but Dixie's sentence trails off. I just thought, she waves it off and rolls her eyes. On to bigger and better things. It's stupid anyway. We were just talking. It's not like I have a claim on him. Just then it hits me that I haven't texted KALEB yet. I pull out my phone and check the time. I'm supposed to meet him in 30 minutes. Crud. I push off the bed, holding my stomach. Bathroom break. I'll be right back. I get to the door, and Ronnie says, when you're texting KALEB, ask about Chris. My cheeks burn, but I don't turn around. I'm just using the bathroom. Right? Ronnie laughs, and Dixie joins in. I am, I say and run to the bathroom. Okay, so yes, they know what I'm doing, but I refuse to verbalize it, and I don't want them spying over my shoulder. When I reach it, I shut the door and lean my hip against the sink counter, furiously typing out a text, letting him know I'm at Ronnie's and I can't meet him. 3 little dots appear, and then his text pops up. KALEB, no chance of sneaking away, huh? Me, no, I've been a little absent lately. Plus, I really don't want to eat tofurkey. KALEB, I wouldn't either. KALEB, I was looking forward to our little rendezvous. Me, I was too. I'm sorry I didn't text sooner. KALEB, it's okay. See you tomorrow evening? I chew my lip. That seems so far away. Me, how about at sunrise? 3 dots appear and disappear. It's a full minute before another text finally pops up. KALEB, do you know how early sunrise is? I snicker. So, he's not an early bird. I'm not really either, but I'll sacrifice sleep if it means I see him sooner rather than later. Me, yes, I know how early it is. What are you saying? You can't hack it pre-dawn? KALEB, real funny, bad girl. Yeah, I can hack it. KALEB, but only for you. The second text pops up immediately after the first. My heart thumps harder, and my stomach flutters. Does this mean he's missing me too? I sure feel his absence way more as of late. I'll keep that to myself for now, though. Seeming too eager before I know how he feels doesn't seem smart. Me, okay, see you tomorrow morning. KALEB, sweet dreams, girlfriend. I don't know what to text back, so I don't. Maybe by tomorrow morning I'll have a witty reply, but at the moment, my brain is frozen. He called me the G word. My heart hums in my chest like it's dancing with the butterflies swarming in my stomach. Girlfriend. Warning bells and alarms are going off, but things are different now. I don't think we're pretending anymore. I know I'm not. Before I can get too wrapped up in my thoughts, a knock comes from the door. I actually do need to use the restroom, Dixie says. Quickly, I flush the toilet and whip the door open. I really had to go. Dixie rolls her lips in as we pass each other in the doorframe. Sure you did. It hits me right then that I forgot about Ronnie's request, and I shoot a quick text to KALEB asking about Chris. Of course, he gives me a smart aleck response. Am I interested in his friend? Nope, but my friend sure is interested in his friend. When the news of Chris's dating status pops onto my screen, I'm thankful for it. By the time Dixie returns to Ronnie's room, we'll have something other than my love life to discuss. I don't know what I have with KALEB yet. Maybe tomorrow morning I'll have a better idea of what it is I do have with him.
Chapter 24. KALEB. It's not quite sunrise yet. I don't know why I was up way before my alarm went off. other than the anticipation of seeing Ginny had me awake well before our planned meeting time. I don't know what it is about the last few weeks that has me in a rose-colored fog. My head and my heart both scream, that's a lie. I know exactly what it is. Aside from my rising GPA, spending the last few weeks sneaking out with Ginny has reminded me why we were friends until I started turning into a jerk. It feels like it was forever ago, and I can't remember having a reason why I stopped talking to her. By 8th grade, I was getting old enough to understand that my parents were fighting. Not a lot at first, but enough that it affected me. I acted out at school. It spilled out into every aspect of my life. I was angry all the time. The stress in my house was growing, and I didn't know how to handle it. Deep thoughts? Ginny's voice takes me off guard, and I jump. Her laughter fills the air and my heart. A little. I look up just as she's parking in the sand next to me. You're early. You're earlier. She smirks. Is everything okay? I shrug and stretch my legs out in front of me. Yeah, just woke up and figured why not head to the beach? Hugging herself, Ginny shivers. It wasn't that cold when I left Ronnie's house. Her little running shorts and tank top are not the correct attire for a windy day on the beach in November. I slip out of my coat and put it around her shoulders, taking the opportunity to breathe her in. Whatever she washes her hair with sets my nerves on fire every time. Thanks, she says, scooting closer to me. I'm sorry I had to bail on you last night. I hung out with my dad. It was fun too. I didn't spill my guts yet, though. Not sure I'll ever be ready for that. The last thing I want is to disappoint him, and I think he will be. I know I am. I don't like this deal I've made with Ms. Gray. Mostly because my feelings for Ginny have changed. She smiled. Good. I'm glad things are better. Are things better with you and your mom? No, her soft reply floats on the breeze, and I nearly miss it. She takes a deep breath. I want it to be, but no matter what I say or do, she'll just run me over. At this point, I think my best bet is just graduating and getting out of that house. Maybe some time apart will make her see me differently. My heart hurts for her. I can hear the defeat in her voice. I lift her into my lap, wrapping my arms around her and kissing the top of her head. I'm sorry. She snuggles closer. Me too. We sit like that until the sun is cut in half by the horizon. Just me and her and the sounds of the waves. It's peaceful. Beyond peaceful. I feel contentment. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, holding the girl I'm supposed to hold, and I can see into the future, doing this exact thing until I'm too old to walk to the beach without a cane. I say and pause. My heart's hitting my ribs, and with her palm flat against my chest, no doubt she feels it. She sits up and tilts her head. Is everything okay? Can we not pretend anymore? I ask. What? Her lips turn down, and hurt flashes in her eyes. You. I don't want to pretend to date. I want to date. No faking it. I meet her gaze with mine. I want to see where this can go. Her lip is caught in her teeth, a quirk that makes it hard to think or speak. Those lips. All I want to do is kiss them until I can't breathe. She slowly nods. Okay. It hasn't been fake for me for a while, but I wasn't sure how you'd. She cuts me off with a kiss, and my thoughts scatter. Clearly, I'm not the only one who thinks this isn't fake anymore. I bury my hands in the silky strands of her hair, feeling the rise and fall of her chest against mine, and all the rules are gone. This is as real as it gets. The sun is a full yellow ball not even close to touching the edge of the water when we come up for air. I'm not sure how fast the sun moves, but it's moved far too quickly for me. I know Ginny needs to get back to Ronnie's. I set my forehead against hers, struggling to regain enough air to speak. I guess you need to get back? I ask. Yeah, comes her breathy reply. I guess so. We untangle and stand, but as soon as we're on our feet, I wrap my arms around her. It's cold when she's not close. See you later? Her head moves my shirt as she nods. I'll be waiting in the window. Maybe sometime soon you can walk through the front door. She leans back just enough to look up at me. Maybe. I want to come clean, but if I do. I get it. She's caught in the middle of this whole mess. That only means I need to extricate myself from it. We'll get her to listen. That's priority. I feel bad. I don't want to lie to her, and I don't want you to think I'm using you. I know you aren't. We'll stick to your plan. Then I add, I'm done with hers. She nods as she slips off my coat, hands it back, and smiles. See you tonight. With that, she takes off running. I watch her until she disappears from sight and blow out a breath of air. I've fallen for her. I don't want to say that until after her mom catches us sneaking out, though. When I tell her how I really feel, I don't want there to be any doubts about my motivations. Yeah, I still want MIT, but I want GINNY more. Way more. As long as the college I pick has a good architectural engineering program, I'm good. Not sure how my dad would feel, but I made a deal with him too. It means that I may end up having a dual major, but the girl who stole my heart is worth a packed course load. I don't know how long it's been since I felt hope, but standing on the beach, knowing how I feel, that's what's filling me. Happiness, hope, and love. I might be too young to understand it as deep as I should, but I understand it enough that I want to hold on to it with both hands. It's a good feeling and one I'm fighting to keep.
Chapter 25. GINNY. My long Thanksgiving weekend is made bearable only because of KALEB. I would have invited him and his dad, but fake turkey. I want his dad to like me, not think I'm trying to poison him. Hopefully, I'll get to meet him soon. The food I'd snuck into the fridge was gone on Thanksgiving Day, and I managed to choke down a few bites of the tofurkey my mom cooked. I had a sinking suspicion my mom would discover it and toss it, but I didn't tell Ronnie. She felt bad enough ditching me without adding a sad tale of fake turkey and gravy that was lumpy this year. I didn't even bother tasting that. Sneaking out with KALEB makes time fly at the speed of light. Before I know it, it's almost Christmas, and while it's fun being him, all the games are making me tired. It's gone from just a day on the weekend to a couple of times during the week. We don't go anywhere. He just climbs the tree and we sit on the roof talking. It's felt like we've made up for lost time since 8th grade. I don't want to sneak out anymore. My skin tingles, and I press my fingers to my lips. That morning on the beach shifted things in our relationship. We haven't talked feelings, and I don't want to just yet. Not when it could be tainted by this seemingly never-ending weird dance we're doing with my mom. I bounce on the balls of my feet as I look over the students milling in the halls before lunch on Monday before winter break. My heart flits in my chest as KALEB's face comes into view. Oh, that smile. When he reaches me, he takes me in his arms, pressing a quick kiss to my lips. Always too quick, even when it wouldn't be considered quick at all. Last day before winter break. I'm ready for it. Are you? The unspoken subject of his 2nd grade hangs in the air. We've been studying, just not as hard as before. The last couple of weeks we've gone over Shakespeare's shorter plays, and they seem to click with KALEB much like the longer plays. Let us charge forth and take our futures firmly in our grasp. He tries using a British accent and fails miserably. What was that? I ask, laughing. I was trying the whole Shakespeare thing. His lips pinched together. But I think I crashed and burned. I think gasoline was involved. This time he laughs, and his lips touch mine. Ready for lunch? When we part ways after we eat, I float to Mrs. Yates's class. Hi, I say to her as I bounce into the classroom. Mrs. Yates's eyebrows rise. You seem very chipper this today. It's a good day. I'm especially thrilled that neither of my friends is in this class. By the time the last bell rings, they'll be heading out of state, and I'll be on my own. There's no doubt they'd question the root of my good mood if I saw them later. The rest of the students trickle in, and Mrs. Yates picks up a stack of papers from her desk. A thought occurred to me over the weekend that perhaps I could make this class a little more immersive. Immersive? I'm not the only one confused based on the murmurs coming from other students. Mrs. Yates hands sheets of paper to the first person in each of the 5 rows. The second semester outline is changing. I'm letting you know now so it's not a shock when you return from break. It'll be a rather large project. In fact, if you fail it, you will fail my class. Why would she change the syllabus halfway through the year? It doesn't make any sense. I know it doesn't because students have talked about her class. The syllabus has been used since she began teaching at Port Crest High. Has someone cheated or something? The first 6 weeks of next semester, you'll be picking a play, researching it, and then writing a paper on it. That is the first part of the project, and it's individually graded. It will make up 25% of your grade. More grumbling ripples across the classroom, but I'm golden on this part. I can write a paper in my sleep. Mrs. Yates hushes them and continues. The second 6 weeks, you'll pick a modern-day movie. There are 26 students in this class, which means there will be 1 day assigned to each of you. For that day, you'll lead the class by presenting the similarities, the differences, and why you picked that movie. Another thing I can do in my sleep. What I'm freaking out over is the third part of this honking huge project. The final 6 weeks, you'll pick a scene from the movie you researched in the second 6 weeks and perform it with a student I will assign to you. Those will be done by the middle of the term. She glances around the room. That way we can account for sick days or things like that. Man, she was good. In addition to performing for the class, I'll be picking the 20 best performances for a showcase as well, which you will perform in front of the school one night only. I gulp. It's bad enough to be acting for my class, but for the whole school? Parents, teachers, everyone? I think I'm gonna be sick. Mrs. Yates pirouettes on her toes and walks to her seat behind the desk, lowering herself into it like she's just picked a bunch of daisies instead of sentencing me to a very public embarrassment. She is not on my favorite person list, and she may never return to it. A smile graces her lips. Also, I have 3 Shakespeare classes this year. Therefore, there is a very good chance you will be paired with a student from a different class. That will be especially possible for students who end up picking the same movie. It'll make it easier on all of us if everyone is on the same page. My hand shoots up, and I'm waving it like I'm flagging down an ice cream truck. Mrs. Yates gives me a smile. Yes, Ginny? I'm not an actor. I'm a volleyball player. I mean, you're a very bright student. I'm absolutely confident you'll figure out a way to make this work. Her head turns as she scans the room. Any more questions? A few more questions are asked about the different parts of the project, but I'm barely listening. My heart is jackhammering in my chest. I'm going to be in front of people, performing a scene from a movie, and I can feel my throat closing up. I'm still dazed when the bell rings, and I stumble out of the classroom. KALEB. What is he going to think? I need to tell him so he's not as shocked as I am. Only, it'll have to wait. We're on opposite sides of the building most of the day. Unlike most schools, Port Crest doesn't release early before winter break begins, which is dumb. It's not like we're really doing any classwork. I'd text KALEB, but the last thing I need is to get caught texting him. We may not be doing any work, but that doesn't mean the rules don't apply. I warn him between classes, and when the last bell rings, signifying the end of the day, I head to my mom's office. She's asked me to meet her there so we can do some shopping a couple of hours away in Galveston. It means no KALEB tonight, but I've been looking for a gift for him for Christmas to no avail. What do I get him that means something? I reach her office and stop as I realize she's on the phone with someone. Not sure who it could be since, other than the librarian, she doesn't hang out with many friends. Just as I'm about to turn to give her privacy, I hear my name and stop. She's talking about me? Instead of leaving, I sneak closer to the cracked door to listen. I assure you she will be happy to attend. We've talked about nothing but Gilroy since our meeting in October. She's not planning on committing to any other school. My jaw slowly drops, and the reason the other scouts became scarce becomes clear. I have to be hearing it wrong. My mom loves me. I know this as a fact. No, Coach Williams will have no issues. She'll be ready to sign in May. You have my word. I burst into the office, staring at my mom. You've committed me to Gilroy? My mom's eyes widen with surprise, and she quickly ends the call. They have the best offer. You're getting a solid 4-year ride. No tuition, books, nothing. The other colleges were only offering partial rides. You don't want to start life drowning in debt. Gilroy is the best option. But you committed me without even talking to me. I don't care about debt. I don't want to go to Gilroy. There's no hiding the desperation in my voice because it's coming from a place so deep I don't have words to describe it. I know you, and you do care. She stands. Ginny, I'd planned to talk to you, but the coach caught me off guard. She said they were looking at other players since you didn't seem interested. I didn't want the door closing just because of one dinner. I thought you'd want to keep your options open, all of your options. Honestly, I don't know what to believe. My mom has been pushing Gilroy, but the vibe I got from the coach was that she was equally pushy. There's a chance my mom is telling me the truth. Aside from the deal with KALEB, she's never gone behind my back on anything. And I can actually understand her reasoning with the deal she made. My dad hurt her, and in her mind, she's looking out for me. As misguided as it is. One of the reasons I'm sneaking out is to shake her up. To get her to open her eyes that I'm not her. Just because I fall in love with someone doesn't mean my heart has to get broken. The word love floats around my brain, and I quickly lock it down. I won't even entertain the word until I've had it out with my mom. When I tell KALEB how I feel, it'll be me and him and none of this nasty deal business standing in the way. I guess my silence makes her nervous because she jumps to continue her explanation. Really, Ginny, I was going to talk to you. Actually, that's kind of the reason I wanted to get us out of Port Crest. I thought maybe a change of scenery would help. What? I ask, blinking. Who is this woman, and what has she done with my mother? My mom has a routine set in stone. Yes, we do shop in other cities, but not for a change of scenery. She smiled. In fact, I rented us a house for the entire break. My jaw goes slack. Huh? Rounding the desk, she laughs. I've been in a rut. Doing the same things over and over, and I realized over Thanksgiving that I needed to break things up. This means no KALEB. At all. For the next 2 weeks. Part of me wants to pout, but my mom is making an effort. Is there a chance that maybe, just maybe, she'll start hearing me? If there is, and it doesn't involve me actively lying to her, then that's what I want. We've been a good team for years. I don't want to break that. It sounds great. Her smile brightens. It does? Yeah, it'll be awesome. I pause and carefully choose my next words. Over break, there will be no reason to text KALEB about tutoring. At least nothing that couldn't be said in a text, but knowing I'm going to be gone during break, I want to see him before I leave. I know you don't like him, but could I please go find KALEB and tell him I won't be here? He's pulled his grade up so much. He's nearly acing Mrs. Yates's class. My mom regards me a second and then nods, pulling me into a hug. Yeah, I guess so. She leans back. You really like him, don't you? I take a second to think about my answer because I'm not sure of the motivation behind the question. Does she want yes or no? I go for neutral. It's easier to tutor him if I don't hate him. Very diplomatic, Ginny. I smile and shrug. Gray for president. She releases me and tips her chin toward the door. Go tell Mr. Quinn about our change of plans for the break, and then get home so we can head out. Don't forget to pack a swimsuit. We've got a hot tub to use. A hot tub? I moan, thinking about soaking in the warm water. I'll beat you home. You're on. I race out of her office and go to meet KALEB out front. When I reach him, he's leaning against the wall, a smile fixed in place. Hey. Hey. I nearly skip to him, even though I'm going to miss him. Maybe when I return, we won't have to sneak around. He wraps one arm around my waist and kisses me. You look happy. Or happier since we talked at lunch. Because all we talked about was Mrs. Yates's syllabus change. Mostly it was KALEB trying to talk me off the edge. I do not want to act in front of anyone. It's not about Mrs. Yates's class. I pause a beat. I won't be here for Christmas. And that makes you happy? His face is a blank slate, and his eyes are guarded. I don't think he realizes how deeply affected he was by his mom's leaving. There's still part of him that worries he'll be abandoned again. No, not that part. I think my mom is trying to hear me. She's rented a place in Galveston, and she's never done anything like that before. This is maybe the thing I've been waiting for. The smile slowly returns to his lips. Oh. I take his face in my hands, and his eyes close. The only thing making it awful is not seeing you during break. I'll miss these eyes, I say and press a kiss to each. I'll miss this smile. And these lips. And everything else about you. I kiss each part as the punctuation on each statement and then touch my lips to the spot behind his ear that seems to be the only part of him that's ticklish. He laughs and jerks away. I hate that you found that. You like that I found it. His eyes pop open, and his gaze holds mine. You're the only one I want to know about it too. I would hope so. I smile and hug him around the chest, squeezing him. I'll miss you. His cheek comes to rest on the top of my head. I'll miss you too. We stand like that a few more minutes before breaking apart. I'll have a gift for you when I get back. I haven't been able to find the right one yet, I say. I don't need one. He taps my nose with his finger. I'm perfectly happy with you. Just you. Oh, this boy. He makes my heart sing, my head dizzy, and my mouth run dry. I lunge forward, taking his face in my hands again before kissing him as passionately as I've ever kissed him. I'm putting everything I am into it. All my wants and desires and hopes and happiness. They're tied to him. The thought is like a slap to the face. My world is tied to him, and when that happened, I don't know, but it's flashing neon in my head. I want a career and I want KALEB, with him edging out the other by a fraction. I don't want to let anyone down, and that includes myself. We finally break apart when my lips are raw. I hate leaving him, but at the same time, this trip with my mom gives me some hope that it'll help my relationship with her. At least, that's how I'm approaching it. I hope with all the hope I have that I'm right.
Chapter 26. KALEB. The trek home is miserable. Not that I mind spending the holidays with my dad because, for the first time since my mom left, we actually have a decent relationship. I'm just bummed Ginny won't be around. Even more bummed knowing I won't get to kiss her the whole break too, especially after that last kiss. I don't know what she was thinking, but that kiss was giving me visions of the future. It was passionate and hungry and all the things I've been thinking about her. A future with her. Our lives together. Yeah, high school romances are destined to fail, but they don't have to. I know what failure looks and feels like. So does Ginny. Maybe if we take what we've learned and apply it to us, we can grow closer together as we get older. Our relationship doesn't have to be our parents' relationship. I'm also missing her because I was hoping to introduce her to my dad. Maybe I can convince her to FaceTime me and introduce them that way. It wouldn't be the ideal situation, but it'd be better than nothing. Dad's car is in the driveway when I reach the house. I'm still getting used to him being around more. These were my most dreaded 2 weeks out of every year because of being stuck with nothing to do and dealing with my dad. There's no hanging out with Chris either. He and his family head to Wichita each year to see his mama. I'd tease him about the word, but you just don't make fun of a mama. It's just a known bro code rule. As I walk in the door, Dad looks up from his phone and smiles. Hey, bud. Again, I'm struck by how different things have been between us. We used to avoid each other, like it felt actively done. Now it's like we make reasons to hang out. Crazy part is, I'm enjoying it. Hey, I reply and let my bag slide off my shoulder to the floor just inside the door. Any plans for this evening? He slips his phone into his dress shirt, giving me his undivided attention. So weird. Shrugging, I walk to the couch and flop down. Nah, Ginny's going to Galveston with her mom. I'm flying solo. Sorry, bud. I was going to see if you'd ask her to join us sometime on Christmas. I nod. I was thinking of doing just that. Really? He asks the question like he's shocked that I want her to meet him. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Isn't the first step of a serious relationship introducing the person to the parents? Well, yeah. I wasn't sure if she'd be able to, but I was at least going to ask. I pause. I guess I should have checked with you first, huh? I'm sorry. My dad waves me off. It's all right. I would have been happy to have her over. We sit in silence a few minutes. It's not the oppressive silence from the past, but comfortable. It's just us, and we're just spending time together. Nothing to feel weird about, actually. Have you gotten her a Christmas present yet? I groan and rub my face with my hands. No, because I have no idea what to get her. We both agreed we wouldn't get each other a gift, but there's no way I'm not getting her something. Mostly, I want to find something that will make her smile. Well, how about tomorrow we hit some shops and find something? He smiles. We don't even have to stay in Port Crest. Really? I'll be straight, I wasn't expecting that. Talk about different. This Christmas isn't looking at all like the ones before Mom left. Once she left, it was like holidays were the enemy. But to be honest, that had happened long before she split. The last Christmas before she left was the worst ever. I was a freshman, so it wasn't like I didn't know what was going on or couldn't see the writing on the wall. I just didn't see the coach's name scribbled there too. My mom wanted to have Christmas early so she could go hang out with friends. Translation? She wanted to ditch us so she could go meet the coach in the next town over. Only, we didn't know that yet. It wasn't until the next year that we figured it out when she accidentally sent my dad pictures of her and the coach making kissy faces at the camera. I'll never forget that day. Never. Of course, he never showed them to me. I found them on his phone after he nearly drank himself to death a week later. I still associate the smell of scotch with that moment in my life. To this day, I can't be near the stuff without feeling sick to my stomach. I was younger and stupid and the world revolved around me. Looking back, there's no mistaking the heartache my dad was experiencing. I wish I'd seen it back then. Maybe the last few years would have been different. I shake off the memory. I've learned dwelling on it doesn't change the past, it just makes the present miserable. You don't have to work? I ask my dad, excited at the prospect of hanging out with him, shopping for a present for my girlfriend. Not only does that word roll off my tongue with ease, but it floats through my mind like I've known the whole time how I've felt about her and my brain is finally catching up with my heart. Shaking his head, my dad says, "Nope. I've taken the entire break off." I can see his excitement too. He's actually looking forward to spending time with me. Will wonders never cease? You want to run to Denny's and grab some dinner? Maybe we can hit up the Red Box on the way home and find something to watch. Denny's is cool with me, and so is a movie. He leans forward and lightly smacks my knee. Let's go, then. I'll miss Ginny these next 2 weeks, but there's a tiny part of me that's glad she's not here. I like the idea of looking forward to Christmas. At least there's hope of that, which is more than I've had in a while. It's noon the next day before either my dad or myself roll out of bed. After snarfing down too much food at Denny's, we checked out a few movies and then gorged on some snacks until we could barely move. After hitting a few stores on our shopping trip, I start to get discouraged. So far, nothing's felt right. I don't want to get my girlfriend foot-softening socks or perfume or some other lame gift. My dad and I are sitting at a picnic table under a tree near the local food truck area, throwing back some street tacos as I'm racking my brain, trying to come up with a good idea. Well, he says and wipes his mouth with a napkin. What's Ginny like? Geez. I don't know. She's just cool. He chuckles. She's just cool? I think you can do better than that. I sit there for a moment as my gaze slowly drops to the half-eaten taco on my plate. What is Ginny like? She's beautiful. Strong. If you get hit with a ball that she's spiked, you'll need medical attention and plastic surgery. Her skin is soft and warm, and it glows when she's in the sun. It hits me that all of those are superficial. She's more than that. Deserves more from me than that. Okay, those seem good. Looking up, I shake my head. No, Dad. When I first met her at the library in Groves, instead of just expecting me to fail that first 6 weeks, she was upset that Mrs. Yates was already threatening to fail me. Not that it was true, everyone had me pegged but her. That last test before Thanksgiving break, I aced it, but I pretended I failed. She didn't even look at the test before she was flying into Mrs. Yates's room and sticking up for me. She's bright and funny and kind to her core. At the beginning of school this year, I felt more alone than I ever had. My dad's face falls. I'm sorry. No, I get it. I wiggle my finger between us. Our relationship problems were just as much mine as they were yours. I pause and quickly add, and part of what changed things for us, was her. She sees things differently. Made me see things differently. Made me want better for myself. She believed in me long before I believed in myself. She's a precious stone. The kind you find in a pan of dirt at the end of the day when all you've had is lumps of roots and rocks. She's that one thing you've been looking for and didn't know it. But now you do know and you don't want to let it get away. A smile slowly stretches on my dad's lips. That sounds a little like. I know what he's implying, that I love her, but he doesn't know the context. Thinking like that before this thing with her mom is over is just a bad idea. No, we've just started dating. I don't want to rush anything, but I do want her to know that I care about her. All right. If you think so, then I won't push it. He finishes off the last of his taco and takes a drink. Well, you said she was a precious stone. When's her birthday? It was a couple of days before school started in August. He pulls out his phone and types something before turning the screen to me. There's 3 different stones. Maybe she'd like one of these? I take the phone and scroll the page, reading the information about each stone. Peridot stands out because it's apparently formed under extreme conditions, but it's still soft, like Ginny. With a chuckle, I hand his phone back. The green one seems to fit her best. Okay, well, seems we have a game plan. We'll check out a few jewelry stores until we find the right one. Do you know what size her finger is? I sigh, and my shoulders sag. No. Don't worry about it. You can have it sized later. If she's half as wonderful as you say, it won't matter what you give her, she'll like it because it's coming from you. Well, I can't refute that. Actually, she's infinitely more wonderful than I could ever express. Although, the part about her liking it coming from me is debatable. Not that I don't care about her, but that deal I made with her mom is sitting heavy on my chest. Maybe I'll talk to her about it when I see her again. Suddenly, I'm torn between enjoying the holidays with my dad and the desire to see Ginny. The selfish side of me is wishing she'd stayed in Port Crest, but that lasts for about a second. She needs the time with her mom as much as I needed this with my dad. Hopefully, she's getting some things worked out with her mom. What are the chances that she returns and this whole deal thing is over and done? They say Christmas is full of miracles. Maybe we'll both experience a little magic over the holidays. I can at least hope for it.
Chapter 27. Ginny. Oh, this is nice. I sigh as I slowly slip into the private hot tub sitting just outside the room my mom booked for us. She has never booked anything so extravagant in my lifetime. I knew when we pulled up to the place it wasn't cheap, but I was flat out speechless when I walked through the door into the room. It was decked out with a full kitchen, an oversized shower with jetted tub, and the softest, most comfortable beds I've ever slept in. The hot tub on our balcony has been my home since we arrived. What is it about hot water and bubbles that can make stress float away? My mom nods and leans her head back, closing her eyes. I couldn't agree more. She gives a heavy, languid groan. It's like these jets can make my muscles into butter. Right? I need to look up who invented them and tell them thanks. I take in a long drag of air, and as I let it out, the tension in my body goes with it. I'm thinking this is how I want to spend every Christmas Eve from now on. She laughs. Agreed. Things between my mom and I have slowly felt different over the last few days. I can't explain it. On one hand, I love it, but it's like there's this undercurrent of weird. Like, all is not what it seems. For the umpteenth time, I shrug off the feeling. I told myself I'd keep an open mind, and I am. For a while, we sit in the tub and soak. My mind wanders from one thought to another like it's running a race. Finally, I have to just count to 100 to get my head settled and let the tension really go. Then I feel my mom's eyes boring into me, and I look at her. What? I don't think I've realized just how much you've grown. Her lips pinch together. I still remember the baby I snuggled close to my chest. This tiny little thing that the universe gave to me, trusted me with. What's there to say? She hasn't stopped treating me like a baby. Maybe the universe needs to have a heart-to-heart with my mom and have her lighten up on the Hilter she's channeling. As if she's read my thoughts, her head tilts and she smiles. But, you're not that baby anymore. Her chest rises as she takes in a deep breath. I'm sorry for not treating you like the young woman you are. I guess I've been so focused on being a good parent that maybe I lost sight of what that is. I've been terrible. No, you haven't. Okay, yes, she has, but she's apologizing. I won't kick her when she's trying. You haven't been listening to me. That's all I've wanted. Another deep breath. Okay, I'm here and I'm listening. Talk to me. She doesn't mean to sound like she's giving a basic command to a dog, but it feels a little like that. Again, she's willing, and that's more than I've had in a long time. Really, Ginny, I want to hear you. I've felt suffocated. You have your thumb on me all the time, like you don't trust that I can make any sort of judgment call without you standing right there. You're so strict, and I could understand it if I wasn't a good student or something, but you act like if you give me an inch I'll mess up my entire future. Like I've got no stake in anything. She doesn't reply, just nods. You treat me like I'm a prisoner in my own house. I sag a little. Mom, your fake turkey is the most disgusting thing on the planet. I think I'd rather eat roaches than that. At first I think she's going to jump all over me, then she just busts out laughing. It's awful. My mouth drops open. Then why do you keep making it? Shrugging, she says, all the books I read said that the best way to get a child to eat healthy was to exhibit those habits. Then there was that continuing education seminar I went to and they had a nutritionist. He said all this stuff about tofu and how great it is for your body. After that, it's like the floodgates open. We talk long into the night about everything from how I'm feeling about college to what I think I might want to do with my life. I've applied to several different schools, and instead of being upset, she's ecstatic. The rest of the night we talk about the pros and cons of each school. By the time I doze off, we've had the best conversation we've had in years. I can't even remember the last time I felt any hope of having the mom I remember as a kid and not this overbearing principal/teacher she's turned into. The next morning, as we're having breakfast in the room at our hotel, my mom takes a sip of her orange juice, and as she scoops up a spoonful of cereal, she asks, I almost hate to ask because I don't want you to think I'm prying, but how's Caleb doing? For a second, I'm frozen. What do I say? I know I've been hard on you and him, but I do want him to succeed as a student. I see her lips moving, hear the words, but just how much do I say? She hasn't confessed to making the deal with Caleb. Not that she knows I know, but if she was really trying to make things better, wouldn't that be the first thing she righted? It's okay. You don't have to say anything. She sighs softly. I haven't exactly given you any reason to trust me. No, she hasn't. It's on the tip of my tongue to say just that, but I hold it back. I'm tutoring him. I mean, I care about him from that standpoint. He's worked so hard, and I want to see him reach his dreams. I set my elbow on the table and my head in my hand. He means the world to me. As a friend, I quickly add. Just a friend. His mom leaving like she did hurt him. Plus, he wants to be an architectural engineer. That's a lot of work, which leaves little time for a relationship. I've said more than I planned, but nothing I said is a lie. All I did was leave out the part where I'm falling in love with him. To get that information out of me, my mom will have to come clean first. That's a gargantuan elephant that can't be ignored. Before she can respond, my phone rings. I smile at the caller ID as I put it to my ear. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Caleb says. I don't want to butt in on time with your mom, but I couldn't not call. The sound of his voice sends my pulse skyrocketing. We've texted a little here and there, but his voice is so much better than just words on a screen. I hadn't realized how much comfort his voice gives me. I'm glad you did. I take my phone from my ear and cover the receiver with my hand. I'm going to take this outside. I brace for a fight, but there's no need. My mom waves her hand toward the door, giving me the space I need. Maybe all my suspicions are wrong. There's a chance she hasn't told me about the deal because she's felt the strain on our relationship too. Maybe she wants to build a few more feet on the bridge before tackling that monster. Crossing the room, I step out onto the balcony and lean on it. Okay, I can talk now. Would you mind if I FaceTimed you? I was kinda planning on introducing you to my dad over Christmas break. I can hear the awkwardness in his voice, but the giddiness I feel at seeing him and meeting his dad has my inner teenager with a crush squealing. Sure. A second later, I answer the FaceTime call. Caleb comes into view first and then his dad. This is my dad, Shelby Quinn. I wave. Hi, Mr. Quinn. His dad laughs. You can call me Shelby. Grimacing, I shake my head. Yeah, probably not, and especially not if my mom is around. That's okay. I'm glad I'm getting a chance to meet you. Caleb has had nothing but good things to say. I should also thank you for helping him with Mrs. Yates's class. Caleb has told his dad about me? Good things? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, I guess, but I am. Oh, well, I look at Caleb and our gazes lock. I'm glad I was able to help. Again, I'm so lost in Caleb that I'm not sure when his dad leaves, but when I pull my gaze from his, he's the only one framed by the screen. How's your trip so far? Caleb asks. I'm giving him a tour of the entire suite before I realize it. Lava temperature heat floods my face. I must have steam billowing from my ears. Sorry. I cast a glance toward my mom, and she's either lost in the newspaper or actively trying to seem like she's not eavesdropping. Maybe there is hope that we'll end this trip with all our cards on the table. He shakes his head and laughs. No, I'm glad you're having fun. That hotel room is sweet. I had no idea they could be that nice. Me either. It's been so awesome. I take the conversation back out to the balcony to continue. A cool breeze takes a little of the warmth out of my cheeks, enough to make them slightly comfortable. I take a seat in one of the two balcony chairs so he can see the beach behind me. I'm glad you called. There was no way I wasn't wishing my girlfriend Merry Christmas, he says and winks. Thanks for letting me introduce my dad. He seems nice. We've had a pretty good time. His dad's voice carries from somewhere else in the house, and Caleb looks over his shoulder. I'll tell you more about it when you get back. I think he's killed the turkey. I haven't killed it. Mr. Quinn yells. There is a chance it's maimed. We laugh and wish each other Merry Christmas again before ending the call. As I sit outside, I try to think of a gift to get him. We said no gifts, but that's so not happening. I just don't want it to be lame, and so far all the ideas I've had are just that, dumb. I check on my mom inside, and she's tapping a pen against her lips. She's working on a crossword puzzle, and she's stumped. I know because this is her typical way of working through the puzzle. Then it hits me. A pen for Caleb. One quick search on my phone, and I've got a list of architectural pens that are popular. The only issue is that most are plastic, which I'm not stoked about. I send a text to his best friend, Chris, asking him what he thinks of the gift. The only reason I have his number is that we were in a class the previous year and I've just never deleted his number. I'd planned on it and forgot. Now, I'm glad I didn't. 10 minutes later, I've got the thumbs up I was hoping for. I jump up from the chair and fling open the door, startling my mom. She drops her pen and clutches her shirt. Oh my word. Sorry. I bit my thumb. I'm a little hesitant to tell her that I want to give Caleb a gift, but I figure it's my turn to slap a few boards down for that bridge we're building. I want to get Caleb a gift. For a moment, I think she might freak out, but it's my turn to be surprised. Okay. You two have spent a lot of time studying together. It makes sense that you would want to get him something. Nope. Still not chucking my eggs in that basket. Exactly. Think you could help me pick it out? She smiles. I'd love to. Grab a shower, and we'll hit the town. I'm seeing some ice cream in our mid-afternoon future. Seriously? Who is this woman? Maybe there's a little more hope for us than I thought. Rushing over to her, I hug her. Thanks. I won't take long. As I close the door to the bathroom, I'm suddenly filled with giddy joy. There's the real prospect that maybe my mom is seeing me, hearing me. That maybe our relationship can go back to what it was, and that I can confide in her my real feelings about Caleb. Not before she tells me about the deal, but since the moment this all started, I'm thinking she will. That she's had a genuine change of heart. The thought fills me with happiness. And hope. Real, tangible hope.
Chapter 28. Caleb. For the second time, I'm standing at the beach waiting for Ginny. I got a text a couple of hours ago that she'd meet me here. She and her mom were returning from Galveston this afternoon so they could get ready for school starting back up tomorrow. I'm not sure how she's managed to sneak away, but I'm not complaining. KALEB. Her voice floats on the breeze, and her fruity scent follows. I turn around, and she is every bit as beautiful as she was when she left. Maybe more so, but that might be because of how much I missed her. She's wearing a coat with a t-shirt peeking out at the top and a pair of jeans that hugs every curve perfectly. She's perfect. GINNY runs to me, throwing her arms around my neck, and I bury my face in her hair. Until this moment, I knew I missed her, but not how much. I'm not sure that could ever be calculated. Breathing her in, I feel a sense of peace I've never felt before. I missed you too. I hold her for a while before leaning back so I can look at her. Did you have fun? Her face says everything and more. Yes, it was so great. We talked and shopped and she heaves a heavy sigh. It was the best trip I've ever had with her. I didn't have to sneak out to meet you. I asked, and she said it was okay. My mouth drops open. Principal Gray has been body snatched. Really? I know, right? At first I thought she was going to tell me she was dying or something, but we talked. I told her how I was feeling about being so restricted and that I felt suffocated. She smiles the biggest, widest, happiest smile she's ever given me. I still haven't told her I know about her deal with you. I want to ease into that. See how things are. She pauses, chewing her lip, and then smiles. I think things are going to be okay, though. That's amazing. It really is. No more pretending or sneaking or any of it. Does it mean she's okay with us? Nodding, GINNY says, yeah. I told her I cared about you. That you mean the world to me. She's hesitant to say anything more, and I understand. I am too. For some reason, this deal I have with her mom is still a cloud hanging over us, even if they've made peace. It's the elephant in the room that we need to deal with before we go any further. You mean a lot to me too. I can't stay long. I told her I'd come back and help her get laundry done. She smiles and pulls a rectangular box out of her coat pocket. I hope you like it. We'd said no gifts, but I didn't listen either. I take hers from my jeans pocket. We swap them at the same time. I'm equally eager to see her reaction as I am to open my gift. She peels open the paper, opens the small box, and gasps at the ring inside. It's beautiful. It's not huge. Just a tiny silver ring with her birthstone in it. I take the ring and slide it onto her index finger. I know it's small, but, funny story, my dad helped me pick it out. Her eyebrows shoot up. Your dad? Yeah. It was pretty cool. I had no idea what to get you, so we hung out one day just going to different stores. He asked me a bunch of questions. Like your eye color and hair color and stuff like that. I'm leaving the part out about when he asked if I cared about her, L-word her. I haven't even so much as allowed myself to think it, much less tell someone before I say it to her. She bites her lip, her gaze dipping to the present she's given me. Your turn. I love the sparkle in her eyes when her gaze meets mine again. I put it to my ear and shake it. What could this be? She gives a small shrug. Open it. Keeping my gaze locked with hers, I feel out the paper and tear it off. Only when I feel the box do I drop my gaze. I flip it open and pull out the silver pen lying inside. I look at GINNY. It's an architectural engineering pen, but I found this little shop that did engraving. I googled the best pens, and this one popped up, but it was plastic. The little shop had this one, and I wanted something that would last. It's refillable and everything. She bounces on the balls of her feet. I almost didn't even go in, but my mom knew I was looking for something. I was so shocked when I saw it. I knit my eyebrows together. Engraved? Her teeth catch her bottom lip as she nods and smiles. Turning the pen, I look down and I'm left speechless. Kayla Quinn, licensed architect. Most people looking at this inscription would call it lame, but what they don't know is that you have to register as an architect. It's not something you just call yourself. It's a hard 3 years and passing the architecture registration exam. A lump forms in my throat. This pen isn't just a gift, it's an investment in me. It means she has faith not only that I'll get a degree, but that I'll succeed at something I thought I loved most on this earth. And tell her, you're going to do it. I know you will. And now, every time you pick that pen up, you'll be reminded that even when you might be doubting yourself, someone out there believes in you. Just because the stars are hard to reach doesn't mean you stop trying to catch one. You're not limited at all, KALEB. A small gasp escapes her lips as I take her in a crushing hug. I'm 18 and remarkably clueless. Even thinking that makes it sound like I'm less clueless, but I'm not. I know life is a lot harder than what I've experienced so far, but isn't it better to face life with someone? Her arms wrap around me, and she buries her face in my chest. She takes in a deep breath, and when she releases it, she melts a little more into my embrace. Thank you, I whisper. It's about all the volume I can find at the moment. She has no idea what she's given me, and I doubt I could express it in words that could properly convey it. Even if this thing with her doesn't last, this gift will, and it's way more than a pen. It's time to talk to her mom. To come clean. To tell her exactly how I feel about GINNY. Whatever the fallout is, it is what it is. I can't play by Principal Gray's deal anymore, and I can't sneak around either. I'm all in. All in. The next few weeks fly by. Well, sorta. That research paper kicks my tail. If it weren't for GINNY, I'd be quitting school because I'd have no hope of passing. None. Zero. She pushes me, though, and I'm glad. I'm not allowed to talk negatively about myself. I will succeed. I am smart and talented, and the words kind of blur because by the third sentence I'm usually kissing her. We're meeting later tonight, and we're not sneaking out. I don't even have to talk to her mom. I'm walking through the front door, and we're hanging out in the living room for a while. I guess GINNY explained our Shakespeare class project. Both of us have that movie to pick, and since we'd like to be paired, we'll pick the same one, Othello. I suspect that's partially responsible for Principal Gray allowing us to study together in her home. Since I'm home until then anyway, I thought I'd fix dinner for my dad. Plus, it'll give us a chance to talk and I can tell him where I'll be tonight. As I'm standing in front of the stove, my dad walks in the door. For a second, shock registers on his face. I figured he would be. 1, I'm not in my room, and 2, I've cooked dinner. Okay, so it's a prepackaged meal, but I had to read the directions. That's cooking. Hey, bud, what's this? He asks, setting his briefcase on the floor by the door. I shrug. I dunno. I thought you might be hungry when you got home. I mean, I'm 18. I have to figure out how to cook at some point, right? He laughs. It would help. I also need to talk to you. I stir the hamburger and seasonings simmering in the pan. Oh? The question is a mix of fear and curiosity. Most likely, he's expecting me to tell him I've messed something up. I guess in a way I have. He reaches the table and sits. So, what's up? I've applied to Baylor. He chokes. What? I grab 2 plates, dish up the meals, and take them to the table. I don't want to go to MIT anymore. I figure Baylor is a good school. I can take law classes and do architecture too. It'll be a heavy load, but I'll be there to study, not party. I've applied to MIT because somewhere deep inside me, I hope I do get in. Not that I've done anything to deserve it, but maybe if I show them I've worked hard, that I want it, maybe they'll accept it. My Baylor application was sent out a week ago, but even if I do go to Baylor, I could have an MIT acceptance. I'll know I could have gone, and that means almost as much as actually going there. My dad doesn't even register that I've set a plate in front of him. He's just silent and calm. I have no idea what he might be thinking. I take a bite of my meal, and it's abundantly clear that there's more to cooking than reading directions. I've missed a step, because this stuff in my mouth is the most disgusting thing I've ever tasted. Dad snorts. Is it bad? I'm coughing and hacking, trying to rake out every bit of the nasty that I've stuffed in my face. It's awful. He pulls out his phone and brings up the app for the local pizza place, and I know he's ordered us a Philly cheesesteak. It's our typical go-to. Okay, so why the sudden shift? MIT is expensive. Baylor is close. I can come home for visits. I mean, it's just practical. I can't tell him about that deal. I just can't. I know how he'll look at me. I've done so many things, and I think this one would crush him more than anything else I've done. My dad is quiet. I figured he'd be jumping for joy, slapping me on the back and welcoming me to the club. No. The food is bad, but I didn't put anything in it to make me hallucinate. What? No, he shakes his head. Caleb, you aren't the only one who's been doing some thinking. I wanted you in law because I was so afraid that if you ever left for good, you'd never come back. I thought if I forced you to stay close that maybe I could figure out how to fix us. All this time my dad just wanted his kid? Really? My dad holds my gaze. I want you in whatever school will make you happy. It wasn't hard for me to follow in my dad's footsteps because I loved it. You would be miserable. You love drawing. You need to do what you love. If MIT is what you want, go get it, bud. This was not how I expected this conversation to go. You're serious. As a heart attack. But the deal we made, I reply, still wondering if I'm hearing things. Shaking his head, he says, I know. I was wrong to insist on that. The fact that your grades have come up so much, I know this means a lot to you. I'm making a new deal. Just keep talking to me. There's no way I'm telling my dad about that deal now, and I'm telling Ginny's mom I'm backing out. If I get into MIT, it'll be on my merit alone. I stick out my hand. Deal. I'm going to make my dad proud of me even if it kills me. My phone chimes in my pocket, and I pull it out and see it's a text from Ginny. There's a picture attached of her and Chris that has me confused. Mind if I run upstairs really quick? Yeah, go ahead. I'll clean up the dishes. Thanks. I cross the room and take the steps 2 at a time, shutting the door before I check my phone again. I pull up the text, and my lungs deflate. There's no air in the room. Slowly, I lower myself into my desk chair, staring at my girlfriend and best friend locked in an embrace at school. In the next photo, her face is angled toward his, and then a third is them making kissy faces. The last 2 look like they're taken in a grocery store. What is happening? There's not an actual picture of a kiss, but I'm smart enough to put 2 and 2 together. My mom walking out broke my heart, but that is nothing compared to the shards ricocheting in my chest right now. The pain radiates outward, touching every atom I have. Maybe I should ask Ginny to explain, but I see the pictures. There's no explanation needed. She's with my best friend. How stupid am I? She even asked about him. Why didn't I see this sooner? It's no different from my dad finding out about my mom. She sent him photos just like this. She tried to play it off with my dad, telling him it was nothing. For months he bought it until he couldn't deny the evidence. Maybe he was holding on to hope that my mom would choose him, but I'm not my dad, and I'm not giving her a chance to do what my mom did to my dad. Why did I think things would ever work for me? If this is even an ounce of what Dad felt when Mom left, then his pain had to be unspeakable. Gripping the phone tighter, I chuck it across the room where it bounces off the wall and onto the wood floor. Part of me says there's no point in even trying anymore. What was the point of bringing up my grades? But if there's one thing I've learned through all of this, it's that my choices affect me. I'm not letting Ginny break my heart and take my life too. For a brief second, the thought pops into my mind that this could all be a false flag. I mean, her mom is underhanded and I could see her doing this, but why? She has no idea Ginny and I have been pretending. Nah, I'm not falling for it. If she thinks I'm going to slink away, she's grossly underestimated me. I'm going to give her conniving mother exactly what she ordered, and I'm going to MIT. I might even twist the knife a little more until we graduate just to make sure this heartbreak sticks around for a while. With the way I'm feeling, I know I won't be over it anytime soon, so why should I make it easy on Ginny? No, I've got plans for her and Chris.
Chapter 29. Ginny. I crane my neck to look for KALEB just as the lunch bell rings. He was supposed to come over and hang out last night, but he never showed. I texted and called, but there wasn't even a text when I woke up. It's so unlike him. Just then I see him stroll through the front door and head straight to the office. It's a little odd, but maybe he didn't see me. I weave through the hall as fast as I can, trying to catch up with him. By the time I reach the administration area, he's slipping inside my mom's office. The copy machine is working overtime, so there's no one behind the desk to catch me spying. It's stupid. I should just walk in, but I've got this weird uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I peek through the crack and strain to listen. I'm surprised, Mr. Quinn. When I asked you to come in early, I figured you'd be at least a few minutes late. My mom smiles. Shaking his head, KALEB says, I'm trying to be a better student. Right. She takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. Mr. Quinn, I'm not stupid. I know you told Ginny about the deal. My pulse jumps. She knows I know? But how? KALEB is quiet a moment and then says, she overheard us that night. How else was I going to gain her trust? I suck in a sharp breath and hide before my mom can catch me. He'd seen me that night? He'd known the whole time that I knew? Tears cloud my vision, and my heart plummets to my stomach, crushing every butterfly I've ever had. They continue talking, and I gather myself together enough to peek through the door again. My mom's mouth has parted a bit as she stares at KALEB. I wondered if that wasn't the case, but I didn't realize you'd seen her eavesdropping. The laugh that pours out of him is more like a cackle. All I had to do was show a little interest in that stupid zombie movie, act a little troubled, and spill my guts. I knew she'd buy it. I squeezed my eyes shut. My mom wanted my heart broken, and KALEB delivered. But my heart isn't broken. It's been ripped out and thrown against a brick wall. To be honest, I'm a little shocked. With the way Ginny spoke of you, I thought maybe you'd actually fallen for her. KALEB scoffs. Not hardly. I needed my grade up in Mrs. Yates's class, and you gave me the chance to go to MIT. Because of that, my dad isn't pressuring me to go to Baylor and study law anymore. He chuckles. I guess I can thank you for that too. I can't listen anymore. If it was just KALEB, maybe the betrayal wouldn't feel so bone deep. But it's not just him. It's my mom. Ultimately, she's the reason for what's happening. Still, KALEB took those marching orders of hers and played me. I let him do it, too. I stumble out of the administration office into the hallway and find Dixie with her arms crossed over her chest. Her eyebrows are knitted together with her lips twisted into a snarl I've never seen before. If you wanted Chris, all you had to do was say something. We're friends, or so I thought. But if you want him, have him. I sure don't want your leftovers. Chris? With all the arrows I have buried in my skin, I may as well be an archery target. Dixie, what are you talking about? She rolls her eyes. As if you don't know. And just so you know, she wiggles her finger between us, we're not friends anymore. Don't call me, don't talk to me, don't come near me. Her shoulders square, and she spins on her heel, marching away from me. A second later, someone bumps into me. It's KALEB. I thought my heart had hit bottom, but when he looks at me, there's a coldness in his eyes I've never seen before. Thanks for the help, sweetheart, he says and winks before sauntering away like I'm nothing. Fat drops of tears roll down my cheeks. I've been used and lied to, and now one of my closest friends is telling me I've committed a sin so horrible that she no longer wants to speak to me. I don't even know what I've done wrong. I pull out my phone as I reach the classroom. My head is saying to talk to Ronnie, but I don't have the words. I'm gutted. The circle of friends I have is small, and I've just lost 2/3 of them. What is there to say? Even if I did have words, I'm not sure I could get them out. More droplets of tears streak down my cheeks, and I'm wiping them as quickly as I can. I take a deep breath, hold it, and then let it out through my nose. I need to pull it together long enough to get through this class. After this, I don't know what I'll do, but for now, I'm going to make myself into stone. I think it's the only way I'm going to survive this. The day grows longer by the second. By the time the final bell rings, I'm a wrung-out rag. I've cried, gotten angry, cried some more, and I've used more hall passes than I've ever used before. When I reach my locker, I set my forehead against it, letting the cool metals seep into my skin. I close my eyes, searching for signs I missed. I've done that all day as well. What didn't I see? There had to be signs I missed. Something that could keep me from making the same mistake again. Are you okay? Ronnie's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I step back from the locker, shaking my head. No, but I don't want to talk about it. Something's wrong with Dixie too, and she said the same thing. What's going on? Do you know? No. Ronnie crosses her arms over her chest. Someone needs to tell me what's going on. My 2 best friends look like the world has crumbled, and neither of them is telling me why. I don't want to talk about it, I snap. My friend flinches as if I've physically slapped her. I was just trying to help. Geez. Why are you biting my head off? A shudder runs through my body. I can't. I just can't talk. I know I should, but grief is slowly swallowing me whole. I'm sorry, I manage to say. Then I run. I don't know how far or how long I run until I finally collapse on the beach as the sun is descending behind the ocean. I'm spent. Emotionally. Mentally. And now physically. At some point, I've lost my book bag and all I have on is a t-shirt and jeans. The wind whips through my hair and dries what little tears I have left. I should be freezing, but I'm numb. I ache all over. My heart is bleeding, and I've never been so lost in my life. I feel like I've been yanked off my feet, turned upside down, and shaken. What do I do now? KALEB used me, but my mom is the root of everything that's happened to me. Anytime I disagree with her, she says I'm being difficult. There's no argument. No compromise. Nothing. She has her thumb on me, grinding me into powder. The despair is being devoured by anger. It bubbles and boils, turning to acid and rising so fast I feel it burning the back of my throat. I've been diligent, obedient, hardworking, and everything else she's expected of me. I don't want to kill my chances of going to college on a scholarship, and I'm not going to. By now, Texas Tech, College of Charleston, and the University of Texas have my application. There were a few others, but those 3 are really the only ones I want. The only way I'm getting away from her is by keeping those options open. That doesn't mean I can't make my mom's life a living nightmare. By the time graduation rolls around, she'll be helping me pack, if not just flat out tossing me out. I'm done. I'm done being understanding. I'm done caring. I'm done with all of it. She might not want a war, but she's getting one. Imogene Gray just became a beast off the court too.
Chapter 30. KALEB. It's been a month since you spoke to me, my ex-best friend Chris says as he walks onto the outdoor basketball court not far from the hut. I say nothing because I've said all I'm going to. I've said little to anyone, including my dad. Though I haven't been antagonist about it. It's not his fault my girlfriend was a cheater. Girlfriend. The ball in my hand almost slips from my grip as the word tears through my heart. Seeing her at school has been killing me. It takes all I have to keep her name off my lips and out of my thoughts. I work to look indifferent if I accidentally catch her gaze when we're passing each other in the hallway. Since that night I received the photos and the text, I haven't spoken to her. I especially have nothing to say to her. Man, come on. Are you ever going to tell me what happened? Chris asks. You know what happened, I blurt and grumble to myself. I'm not speaking to him. I hold the ball, eyeing the hoop, and then Chris is standing directly in front of me. You owe me at least a reason why you stopped talking to me. No, I don't. I tip my chin toward the exit. Now get off my court. No. You want to know what's really weird? Dixie isn't speaking to me either, or to Ginny. Chris sets his hands on his hips. Just tell me what I did. Believe me, if I knew, I wouldn't be here. Why am I even staying here? I turn to walk off the court, but I don't get 2 steps before Chris is blocking me again. Caleb, man, we've been friends since we were in kindergarten. What happened? You kissed my girlfriend. I don't even bother keeping my voice down. Chris's eyes shut as he shakes his head. What are you talking about? Really? He's still going to play innocent? I snatch my phone out of my shorts and shove it into his hand. How about look at those photos Ginny sent me, then tell me it's not what I think. He eyes me a second and then looks at my phone. Where did these come from? A bark of laughter pours out of me. Right. Dude, this selfie of me and Ginny was from last year. We were in the same class. Our teacher made us take that. Actually, she made us take 2 pictures. One at the beginning of the year and one at the end. We were supposed to go back to the first and talk about the changes we saw in each other. Just a weird little class assignment neither of us understood. I cock my head. Whatever, I say and try to snatch my phone back. Chris dodges. No. There are explanations for all of these. You can ask Greg Demetrius because he was in that class too. He dodges another one of my attempts to take my phone back. And this one of us hugging is from after winter break. I knew it. She texted me asking what I thought about your Christmas gift. She was nervous about getting you something like that, thinking it might be lame. Kayla Quinn, licensed architect. That stops me in my tracks. When I showed the pen to him, he never picked it up, and I didn't tell him the inscription. At the time, I didn't want to share it. That part of the pen felt like a secret I wanted to keep for a while. How do you know that's what the pen says? Because, you idiot, she told me. That's where 2 of these pictures are coming from. The grocery store. One is from right before she hugged me, and the other is us hugging, but she was just telling me thanks. I don't know how she had photos of that, though. How did she get your number? Chris rolls his eyes. Because instead of taking 4 of those stupid pictures, she took them and texted them to me last year. What about that 3rd picture? What about the kiss? What kiss? Dude, I've never kissed that girl. She's your girl, and I'd never do anything like that to you. Chris pushes the phone back into my hand. Why would you even think I'd do something like that to you? He waves me off and starts to walk off the court. Oh, I've screwed up so royally. Wait! I run after him. Wait, I'm sorry. He doesn't bother to stop. Yeah. You are. Sorry for thinking so little of me and Ginny. I get that you have trust issues, but that girl loves you. She said she loved me? No, you moron. I could see it. She told me how much you liked the pen, and she nearly started crying. He stops walking and faces me. What I don't understand, even if you didn't trust her, is why you didn't trust me? You didn't even bother to come talk to me or anything. My chin drops to my chest as I hang my head. I know. I'm so sorry. I paused to get a handle on my emotions. I saw the pictures, and I lost it. It's exactly how Dad found out about my mom. She accidentally sent pictures of herself and the coach to my dad. I rub my face with my hands as everything sinks in. If I'd just taken a second to think about it, there's no way I would have believed Chris would ever betray me like that. Chris crosses his arms over his chest. We've been friends a long time. You could have at least given me the benefit of the doubt. Just a little. But you didn't. You just stopped speaking to me. I know, and I'll never be able to say I'm sorry enough or make it up to you. I pause. I am so sorry. My voice cracks. We stand there a minute, and Chris punches me hard on the shoulder. Part of me wants to punch you out, but I know how hard it was on you when your mom left. I don't know how I'd react. He sighs. Didn't it even cross your mind that something was weird? I look up at him and finally make eye contact. Like what? Your dad finds out about your mom's affair with the coach by text, and that's the exact same way you find out about Ginny? I mean, coincidences happen, but that's one huge similarity. Chris shrugs. It doesn't pass the smell test. I didn't think about it. Duh. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been acting like a complete jerk. Chris huffs. I know you did the same ghost act with Ginny too, so I doubt she'll be willing to help figure it out. I look down at my phone and look closer at the pictures. In the kissy face picture, Ginny's hair is way longer, and now that I'm scrutinizing it, she's got bangs too. Geez. Oh, man. She's got bangs in this picture. The last bit of the Saturday sun is glinting off my phone, and I walk to a shaded area with Chris following. Before I look at the next two pictures, I ask, Dixie isn't talking to you? I haven't been trying to keep tabs on Ginny, but it's hard not listening when her name is spoken. If the rumors are true, Dixie hasn't been talking to her either. Nodding, Chris replies, no, and I've been begging her to tell me what I did. That's why I tracked you down. I needed to figure out what was going on with her. Now that I know, maybe I can reason with her too. Has she made up with Ginny yet? Not that I've heard. People say Ginny is different. I hit Ronnie up for information too, and she says the same thing. The dull ache of losing Ginny is replaced with a newer, sharper ache. I've caused this wreckage, and I don't know how to clean up the crime scene. I haven't heard too much. More like actively ignored. There's been no tutoring, and communication about our project has been going through Mrs. Yates. So far, if she knows something is wrong, she hasn't said anything. Most likely, though, she knows. Mrs. Yates is sharp. There's not a lot that gets by her. Chris shakes his head. She's all ice. Comes to school, goes home, and that's about it. What am I going to do? I don't know, man. You may have caused irreparable damage. I look at the photo of Chris and Ginny in the grocery store, and I catch a weird shadow in it. When I zoom in, I know I can't be seeing what I'm seeing. No. Wait. Is that who I think it is? I tilt the phone toward Chris. He sucks in a sharp breath. Oh, that is messed up. Her mom? He looks at me. But, thinking back to that day in her office, she said she knew I'd told Ginny about the deal. For a second, she threw me, but I'd recovered quickly enough to make her think I'd known all along when I didn't. At the time, I really didn't care how broken Ginny's heart was as long as it was in as many pieces as mine. Ginny thought she was being sneaky, but I knew she was listening in. I figured she wouldn't care anyway since she was cheating on me, but if she did for some reason, I wanted it to crush her to think I'd played her the whole time. She'd played me, and turnabout was fair play. Except she hadn't. I need to talk to my dad. Chris, take the ball. I have to go, but I promise I'll tell you everything, okay? Chris grins. Yeah, man. Call me later. We fist bump, and I take off for home. My dad isn't working near as much as he used to, and when I get to the house, his car is in the driveway. The relief that washes over me is instantaneous. He's going to look at me different when I tell him. I know he is. I just don't know what else to do at this point. Ginny is never going to believe me. Never. Even if by some chance she does believe me, she'll never trust me again. When I walk in the door, my dad greets me with a smile. Hey, bud. I thought you'd be out a while. I take a seat on the sofa closest to his recliner. I have to tell you something. He pushes the footrest down and leans forward in the chair. Whatever it is, we'll deal with it. But you don't even know what it is yet. What if I've done something so terrible that you'll hate me? Never going to happen, bud. Never. Just tell me. Over the next hour, I tell him everything, starting from the very beginning. My dad doesn't interrupt, but he's so stoic that I have no idea what he's thinking as I'm talking. He said he wouldn't hate me, but that was before. I made a deal with Ginny's mom to break Ginny's heart. To purposefully deceive her. It's wrong. It's a level of wrong I never thought myself capable of. I finish the tale, and I feel like a monster. I'm ashamed of myself. My dad is quiet long enough that I'm positive I've destroyed my relationship with him. I'm antsy. My leg bounces. The longer he's quiet, the closer to the floor my heart gets. Dad. Principal Gray made a deal with you to break Ginny's heart? I nod. His eyes narrow. That woman came to you and told you she'd help you get into MIT? A fire lights in his eyes. I'll make her regret stepping foot in this town. My eyes widen. What? But I'm the one who accepted the deal. And then I did it. I broke Ginny's heart. I know I did. She wasn't cheating on me with Chris. His lips pressed together in a tight line. No, but she knew what happened between the coach and your mom, he says, standing and muttering a few curse words. They'd started an investigation because he was funneling money from the athletics department to pay for his getaways with your mom. They used the photo she sent me by accident to prove one of the transactions because of the location tag. That's part of what got me. It was the same thing that happened to you. It was like she knew just how to wreck me, I say, keeping my seat. I didn't know anything about the investigation. Not a whole lot of people did, but Norma Gray did. He sets his hands on his hips. I swear I'm going to make her regret ever speaking to you. There's a menacing tone that laces the words. My dad is furious. And not at me. Dad. I let out a chuckle. I appreciate the willingness to go to battle, but all I really want is Ginny. I rake my hand through my hair. I love her. The word flies out of my mouth, and I'm stunned. I shouldn't be. I was thinking it before all this went down. I buried it when I saw the pictures, but it took nothing for that flame to return and burn brighter than ever before. My dad freezes and then smiles at me. You love her? I drag my gaze to his. With all my heart. He takes his seat again. I think we need to go after Principal Gray. What she did was unethical, and I'm sure I could get legal charges brought against her. Part of me wants to, but Principal Gray loves Ginny and my dad starts to protest, and I stop him. I've seen the look in her eyes when she talks about Ginny. She honestly believed she was protecting her. It was totally twisted, but if Shakespeare has taught me anything, it's that sometimes people do dumb things. The woman has no business being a principal or anything near a school. Caleb, I don't think you understand the seriousness of this. What she did was wrong. And I'm 18. I could just as easily have said no, but I didn't. My dad's shoulders round. Because I was pressuring you to go to Baylor. That's what that MIT conversation was about. Yeah, but I don't want it now. Not if the price is Ginny's heart. That's worth everything to me. Nodding, he says, okay, but this isn't over. I need to think it through. 18 or not, you're my child, and it's my job to protect you. I don't want to hurt you or your chances with Ginny. From the way you talk about her, she's sweet, and I've never heard a bad word about her. But that doesn't change what her mom has done. She used you and manipulated you. This goes far beyond the deal, and I'm not sure I can let it go. I take a deep breath. He's doing his best, but he's right. Ginny's mom did something pretty sketchy. I get it. You do? My dad exhales heavily. I just don't want to hurt our relationship. You won't. I push out of the seat and stand. I'm going to go get cleaned up and try to figure out a game plan. Should I order something to eat? Sure. Chow mein? A smile stretches on his lips. It's like you read my mind. I laugh as I head to the stairs. See you in a few. I take the steps 2 at a time. Things are messed up. I'm pretty sure my relationship with Ginny has no hope, but I can't not try. Her favorite movie is about a dude who kills the girl's boyfriend and eats his brains. What I did can't be worse than that. If there is even a sliver of a chance, I'm taking it. I want her, and I'll wait as long as she needs me to.
Chapter 31. Ginny. I stop in front of Ronnie's house and knock on the door. The last thing I want to do is hang out tonight, but she begged me. It's been weeks since I've said more than a few words at a time to her. Anger is eating me alive. I know I shouldn't be allowing it. It's just there. As much as I don't want to feel this way, I don't see how I can fix it. Not yet. Mrs. Yates's class has been hard. Of course, thinking KALEB and I were still together, she paired us, and we're supposed to be picking a movie. I refuse. It's not like he's gone out of his way either. Although, he did try to say something to me today and I ducked into the girls' restroom. If I'm not speaking to my mom, I'm definitely not giving him the time of day. Dixie. I don't care. She accused me of something I'd never in a million years do, and if she thinks that low of me, then fine. I don't need her. Why would she want to be friends with someone who would ever do that to her? Now she's been coming around, lips pooching out, pouting and asking for forgiveness. Forget it. The door swings open, and Ronnie smiles in greeting. Hey, thanks for hanging out with me. Yeah, sure. She still has no idea what happened. I've wrapped that overheard conversation into a nice, neat, tidy box and shoved it as far back in my mind as I can. Oh, she's asked, but there's nothing to say. I pass by her, and we walk to her room. My parents are having a date night, so we've got the house to ourselves. Cool, right? Sure. The word is clipped. Honestly, that's how most of my interactions are now. My mother has been getting the brunt of it. What's wrong, Ginny? Why are you fighting me, Ginny? On and on and on. I've been biting my tongue to the point of almost severing it. I speak to her when I'm forced to and nothing more. Ronnie waits for me to enter her room and then locks the door. That's when Dixie steps out from behind the closet door. I spin around. You open that door right now. No. You sit your behind down and listen. I know she's furious. It's only happened a few times, but when Ronnie gets really mad, it's next level. Her mouth is barely moving, and the words come out like a hiss. She gets in my face, towering over me. I should have known that's why she answered the door in heels. Sit, she barks. Pulling my shoulders back, I say, no. There's no one here I want to listen to. Dixie sighs. I told you. I throw, shut up, over my shoulder and continue glaring at Ronnie. She softens. Ginny, she says, please, please listen. I haven't cried since that day I ran from school. Anytime there's been even a hint I bite the inside of my cheek, pinch my arm, or do something else equally painful. I will not cry. I will not. I've cried all that I'll allow myself to, but it's bubbling up despite how hard I'm trying not to. Taking my shoulders in her hands, Ronnie pushes me down on the edge of her bed. Please. Dixie sniffs. Ginny, I know, her voice breaks. What I did was awful. I should have never done it. You would never have done anything like that. I'm so sorry. I should have talked to you, but I didn't know. I didn't know until a couple of days ago. It's not the first time she's tried to apologize. It did start a couple of days ago, but I'd make a quick retreat. There's nothing to say. No what? Dixie passes her phone to Ronnie, who holds her hand out to me and says, "Let me see your phone." I lean back. Why? Could you find just a sprinkle of trust for me? She asks. Without a word, I pull my phone out of my pocket and slap it into her hand. She taps a few buttons and then her gaze jumps from one phone to the other and back. Lifting her gaze to mine, she says, "Look." Our gazes stay locked until both phones are in my hands. I look down at the phone and a gasp breaks free from between my lips. There's a text with photos of Chris and me sent to Dixie from me, but I never sent it. The day and time I was supposed to have sent it isn't in my text history. I look back up. What is this? Look closer at the photos from the grocery store. I set my phone down and zoom in on the picture. My breathing quickens. I'm trying to reconcile my mother telling me she loves me and what I'm seeing in these pictures. I know it's her pointing the camera and taking the picture because she's wearing one of her favorite outfits. A sob catches in my throat, and big fat drops of tears plop onto Dixie's phone. Dixie gently pulls it from my grip and kneels in front of me, taking me into her arms. Ginny, you are one of my nearest and dearest friends. I know I can't ever make this up to you, but I swear to you, it will never happen again. I'm full-on weeping now. The ugly, runny nose, hiccuping kind of crying. I've been betrayed all over again, and by the one person who has always sworn to love me. How can she even whisper the word when I'm looking at something so heinous that the word love can't possibly apply? She used my phone to text Dixie. It probably means the reason KALEB stopped talking to me was because of these pictures. That doesn't change what he told my mom, but knowing his past, how his mom had an affair, I doubt he even considered that it could be a lie. But he did trick me, and he did break my heart. Even if he thought he had a good reason. It means our entire relationship was a lie. Maybe by the end, if he'd said he just didn't feel that way about me, we might have been able to talk and come away as friends. Not now. I don't know how long Dixie holds me while I cry. I just know at some point Ronnie's joined in, and we've got a group hug going on. I'm both miserable and somewhat relieved. I mean, KALEB should have come to me. He should have talked to me. All it would have taken was a conversation, and all of this could have been worked out. Maybe I should have tracked him down and forced him to tell me what was wrong, but I haven't exactly been the role model for level-headed decisions. Granted, I still have plenty of reasons to be angry with my mom. This has gone beyond her trying to teach me a lesson. She's nearly ruined the lives of 3 of my friends as well. I grab another tissue and dry my face off. I'm sorry, Dixie. She shakes her head. No. I probably would have done the same thing. Accuse me of something I didn't do? Shoot, I'd have probably slashed your tires. That is, if you had a car. Ronnie smacks her lightly on the arm. Dixie. What? It's true. She chuckles. I've got good insurance if it'll help make you feel better. I bust out laughing. No. I'm good. But I need to go talk to my mom. What are you going to do? Ronnie asks. I'm not sure yet, I say and stand. If something happens, do you think I could spend the night? I direct the question to Ronnie. I'll ask to make sure, but you know the answer is always yes. Dixie takes my hand. And you can stay with me too, Whatever happens, I've got you too. Thanks. I sniff, forcing back what little tears I might have left. I'll see you guys later. I leave Ronnie's house and march straight to mine. To tell the truth, I don't know how I feel. My stomach is swirling with emotions. I'm mad and hurt and disappointed. My mom has no idea how damaged our relationship is now, and I don't know if she'll even care. In the short distance between my house and Ronnie's, the weariness of the last month or so comes bearing down on me. If I could, I'd walk straight to my room and sleep for a year. When I step inside the house, Mom is sitting at the table, sipping on tea and working on her laptop. She looks at me and seethes. Are you finished acting like a brat? Well, I was tired. I don't know. You finished acting like a jerk? My mom works her jaw, stands, and marches through the house until she's a few feet away. What did you say? You heard me. What has gotten into you? She practically yells it. I'm so angry my hair is standing on end. If I were a skunk, I'd have already sprayed her twice. I don't know. Maybe it's my mom conspiring with a boy at my school in the hopes of breaking my heart. I tap my chin. No, wait. It's probably the text she sent from my phone. To not only the boy she hired to break my heart, but also to one of my best friends. Her face loses every ounce of color. What are you talking about? Wow. Why am I even talking to her? She'll never admit fault. I stare at her a second longer and then stomp up the stairs to pack a few things. I'm not staying in this house another minute. I've caught her. She knows it, and she's still acting like she has no clue what could be wrong. Imogene Gray, you do not walk away from me. She stomps up the stairs behind me. She almost gets to my door when I slam it shut. I'd lock it, but I'm not staying. I grab my bag from the closet and drop it on the bed. She barges through and stands by the door. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Who do I think I am? I'm done. That's what I am. I'm going to go where I please when I please, and you don't get a say in it. I say all this while trekking back and forth from my dresser to my bag, filling it up so I'm not wasting time. Funny thing, on my third trip to the dresser, I find my favorite sweatpants buried beneath my jeans. I'd bring it up, but what's the point? She knew I was sneaking out, and I knew it too. Besides, there's a lot more to talk about than sweatpants. I'm still your mother, young lady. You stopped being my mother the second you conspired with KALEB. The fact that you could even think to do something like that, the sentence dies on my lips because there aren't words to describe what she's done. She holds out her hands. Wait. Just wait. She softens just a fraction. I did it, but I don't want you to wind up like me. I don't want you pregnant at 18 and a single mom by the time your baby is a toddler. That's not the life I want for you. For a moment, I stand there, our eyes locked. It's been the two of us my entire life. We're supposed to be friends. That's what she always said to me. That she wanted to be the one I relied on when things were hard. But that's not how things have been for years now. As I think about our relationship since we moved to Port Crest, I realize her constant hovering has warped it. It's not that she wants to be my friend, she wants to be my jailer. And right now, what I see in her eyes isn't a mom who is wanting the best for me and not thinking straight. She's a woman who wishes her life had been different. You regret having me. It's not a question. There's no other way to interpret what she's saying. She wishes I'd never been born. She sucks in a sharp breath and shakes her head. No, not at all. You are the best thing that ever happened to me. I love you. And I'm supposed to believe that, how? I zip up my bag and put it over my shoulder. Her gaze flicks from me to the bag. What are you doing? I walk to the door. Ginny. Stop. We can talk about this. She rushes forward and takes me by the arm, turning me to face her. I do love you. I've never regretted having you. I panicked. I could see what was coming. You and KALEB spending all that time together. I wanted to show you that you're too young for anything serious. Both of you are. She's not really sorry. I can hear it in her voice. She still thinks she was right. There's no apology. No recognition of wrongdoing. Nothing. I think back to that first day of Thanksgiving break. She told me she was leaving my options open. With what I know now, I'm not convinced of that anymore. Did you tell Coach Williams I'd sign with Gilroy? I narrow my eyes as I hold her gaze. Did you? She chews her lower lip, her eyebrows furrowing. Right then, I see it. She lied to me on the first day of break. That's exactly why recruiters haven't been calling me. She's promised I'll go there. I guess that answers my question, I say and yank my arm away. I take a step and stop. I know the next words out of my mouth are going to be daggers, but my mom has lied, controlled, and manipulated me for years. At this point, I don't care if I ever speak to her again. You know, if you were this controlling with Dad, it's no wonder he didn't stick around. He probably got out as soon as he could. Just like I am. With that, I leave the room without so much as a look back. I don't care if she's hurt. When I said I was done, I meant it. If she'd have shown just even a little bit of remorse, maybe it would have changed how I feel. There was nothing, though. Nothing. So, why should I even care?
Chapter 32. KALEB. I'm sweating bullets. Ginny texted me last night to meet her in the library. It's the end I've been wanting. Just a second to explain and tell her I knew she was listening in that day in the office. That's why I said it was all a lie from the beginning. It was totally stupid. The most boneheaded thing I've ever done, but I wasn't using my head that day. Not only that, but we're supposed to be acting out a scene from a movie. It's 75% of our grade. I don't want either of us to fail. There's exactly a week until we're supposed to be performing it in front of the class. That's not a lot of time for two people who aren't even close to being actors. I guess I should just be glad that she's willing to meet, and hopefully we can have our stuff together by then. Behind me, I feel a body stop a few feet away. Let's get one thing straight. Well, she's speaking to me, so that's at least a start. I turn, and she backs up. I'm not here to hash out our relationship. That's over, and there's no discussion. But, no. If you want to pass Mrs. Yates's class, you will never speak of it. If you do, I will walk out. And before you ask, yes, I'm willing to fail. When Chris said she was icy, he wasn't kidding. Her muscles are tense, and her jaw is tight. She's not quite shooting daggers, but she's giving enough tiny cuts that I can still bleed out. A sound between a sigh and a groan pours from me. And those are the only terms? I don't get a say at all? That's not fair. Her lips pinch together, and she shrugs. It's as fair as you're getting from me. You should be glad you're getting anything at all. Can we at least talk about the pictures? I'm not hiding the desperation I feel. Chris also told me that Ginny is staying with Ronnie. According to him, Dixie and Ronnie cornered Ginny. I guess she put two and two together and realized that those same pictures were sent to me. This face-to-face means that she at least knows there was a little reason behind why I reacted so erratic. No, she says without hesitation. Ginny, I say and take a step toward her. She quickly backs away. No. You stay over there. There will be no touching. We discuss our movie, what scene we want to do, and practice. That is all you're getting from me. It's the only way I'll get to see her. If I don't play by her rules, it's over. All right. I'll play by your rules. Good. Now, go sit over there at the far end of the table. As I take a seat, she sits on the floor with her back against the bookshelf. Any farther away, and we won't even be in the same atmosphere, I say, trying to make a joke. Her gaze lifts to mine, and a tiny shiver races down my spine. I'm not here to joke with you. Slouching in my seat, I sigh. Great. I'm supposed to act out a scene with a hostile partner. And I thought when we picked Othello that it was going to be difficult because it's a tragedy. How wrong I was. Have you watched the movie yet? She asks. 10 Things I Hate About You. Yeah. I didn't hate it like I thought I would either. Actually, it was pretty funny, which surprised me since Othello isn't funny at all. I really liked it. Her lips turn down even further if that's possible, and she works her jaw. Right. The last movie I like that she's aware of is the movie on the beach. I like that one too. If my thoughts are floating back to that, I can only imagine what she's thinking since I also lied about that to her mom. The hour I spend with Ginny is torture. I can't talk to her about anything other than the play or the movie. There are only so many things you can say about 2 topics. Honestly, by the time we're packing up, I'm glad. With the tension as thick as it is, I need fresh air. Over the next week, there are no changes. Ginny is cold and distant. I'm miserable and hopeless. If she even thinks I might possibly say anything, she glares at me until I want to yelp and run from the library. We end up performing our scene during my class period. It's not even close to great, and while I'm glad we won't be performing it in front of the school, I do worry it'll affect our grades. The bell rang 5 minutes ago, but I'm still slouched in my seat as the last student files out the door. I'm staring at the sheet I used to memorize my lines. We chose one of the milder, popular scenes where Kat is in a verbal battle with Patrick. If Jeannie hadn't been so stiff that she resembled a concrete slab, the scene might have actually been as funny as the real thing. Mr. Quinn, is there something I can help you with? Mrs. Yates asks. With a shrug, I stuff all the junk on my desk into my bag. I don't think so. Are you sure? She asks. I'm not surprised since there was no conviction in my voice. No. A light laugh comes from her. Want to talk about it? She stands from her chair and takes the desk in front of mine, sitting sideways so we're face to face. My brain says, no, but then what flows from my mouth is my heart, yes. For a split second, I sit there stunned, and then I pour my heart out. I only thought my situation was bleak until I said something. It's worse now. There is no way Ginny is ever going to forgive me. I don't even know why I thought she would. If the roles were reversed, I'd certainly never speak to me again. Mrs. Yates takes a deep breath. Oh, to be young and in love. Past tense. I don't think so, KALEB. The line between love and hate is microscopic. If she didn't have feelings for you, there wouldn't be so much animosity. My emotions are all jumbled. I don't know, Mrs. Yates. You saw her today, right? She's so heartbroken and desperately trying not to be. Mrs. Yates smiles. Her head tilts a fraction. I've seen that look in her eyes before. Her sleeve is 10 miles long, and she's about to pull something out of it. I have an idea. You do? It comes out skeptical because I am. She stands and walks back to her desk. Good news, Mr. Quinn. You and Ginny have performed well enough to be in the showcase that's 2 days from now. What? No, we didn't. Are you questioning my authority in this class? Her voice isn't harsh. There's laughter in it. No, but... Mr. Quinn, we've been studying Shakespeare all year long. I'm sure you're bright enough to figure out something that can win the hand of fair Juliet. What are you saying? A bark of laughter comes from her as she shakes her head and groans. KALEB, use that big brain of yours and come up with something to win Ginny's heart back. Win her back? How on earth? I lock eyes with Mrs. Yates and grin. She winks at me. There you go. You just had to flip the light switch. Springing to my feet, I jog to the door, stop, and run back to hug her. Thank you for this year. You're the best teacher I've ever had. She's stiff in my arms. I mean, I'm a student and I've hugged her. It's pretty much a no-no, but it's the only way I know how to show how much I appreciate her. She pats my back. The hug is very brief, and I don't look her in the face. Her hand comes to rest on my forearm. Caleb, you haven't made the best choices, but you've never been a bad kid. You were hurting. All I did was try to decipher what you were saying. If I speak, I'm not sure I'll keep it together, so I just nod. My teacher has no idea what she's done for me this year, and there will never be a way to put it into words. She gave me more than a chance to reach for my dreams. She's given me a chance to reach for the one person I want to share those dreams with. I just hope I can. I leave the room and absent-mindedly walk through the hall until I hear the clearing of a throat behind me. It's a voice I'm familiar with, so I turn to face Principal Gray. Is there a chance I could speak to you for a moment? She pauses and then adds, please? Please? Whoa. I guess. Would in my office be okay? Sure. She turns, and I follow her to her office where she shuts the door. There are windows that people can see into, but with the door shut, our conversation will be confidential. When I look around the office, I notice all the pictures, diplomas, and knickknacks are gone. The whole place feels weird and empty. I owe you an apology. That won't come close to making up for the way I treated you. You are one of my students, and the way I treated you was despicable. Her voice is softer than I've ever heard it before. I will never be able to make right what I've done. Her voice breaks on the last word. Speechless is the only word I have. I'll be calling your dad today to apologize as well. As of this morning, I've tendered my resignation. You deserve better. I was so caught up in my own. She stops and shakes her head. Whatever reasons I might have had do not justify what I did. They never have, and they never will. Wow. What's even more impressive is that I'm pretty sure she wasn't forced to resign. My dad knows too many people in this town, and if the school board was making her quit, he'd know about it. He would tell me too. With the way he's been grumbling about her, he'd have been thrilled to know they were ousting her. Thanks. I will do my best to apologize to Ginny. To tell her that you never saw her that night we made the deal. My eyes widen. You flinched, Caleb. She offers a tiny smile. There's a reason you were always in trouble. You're a terrible liar. There are a million reasons to hate this woman. Solid, justifiable reasons, but I don't. I laugh. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I know. The smile fades from her lips. Ginny is lucky to have met you. You're a good guy. I only wish I hadn't been so blind. I'm not offering any guarantees because I can't, but I'll do whatever it takes to make sure she knows it was all me. I hope it's enough that it fixes your relationship with her. I've never seen her happier than when you were together. My breath catches. Thanks. I owe you that and more. She nods toward the door. I'm finished if you want to leave. Pushing out of the chair, I head to the door. I stop and almost rethink what I'm about to say. No, she needs to hear it. Ginny just wants you to hear her. She loves you. Ginny's mom lowers her head and nods. Thank you, she whispers. I'm pretty sure she's crying. I leave the office and almost feel a little hope that maybe I might have a second chance with Ginny. I just need to find a way to make her listen. Then it hits me, and I know I've got the perfect opportunity. At least, I hope I do. Our movie scene just got a lot more personal.
Chapter 33. Ginny. I don't even know why I'm here tonight in the school auditorium, standing in the room backstage waiting to be called on. Of course, Caleb isn't here yet, so it's just me and two other pairs waiting. There is no way Caleb and I were good enough to be picked to perform for the entire school, plus all the parents. I was going to be perfectly happy if we landed a C. For my part, I know I was horrible. Aside from not wanting to perform at all, I've been stuck with Caleb. Someone I don't even want to be on the same continent with, much less practicing a scene from a movie where the girl ultimately falls for the guy. We've spliced together a few scenes where Kat is fighting with Patrick. Only, I know my heart was nowhere near in it. I was reciting that poem, and the entire time, my heart was crashing against my ribs. Caleb doesn't wear combat boots or drive my car, but I hate that I don't hate him. Even though I think he deserves it. Ginny. I hear my name whispered and turn to find my mom standing not too far away. I haven't spoken to her since the day I left. I've roomed with Ronnie, and if I see her in school, I walk the other direction. She's more than made it clear that she doesn't care about me at all. For a second, I'm a little frozen. Why is she picking now to try to talk to me? I walk over and stop in front of her, crossing my arms over my chest. Yes? I'm sorry. What I did was wrong, cruel, and heartless. I could offer excuses, but I won't. There are none. You deserved better from me. Deserve better from me. Admittedly, I'm floored. Never did I ever think she'd actually apologize. She's never done it before, so I had no reason to think she would. I called Gilroy and told them you have no desire to attend their school. I also called all the recruiters from the other schools you hadn't made up your mind about and gave them your number. You should be hearing from them soon. Really? My mom nods. I've apologized to Dixie, Chris, Caleb, and his dad. I also resigned from the school. I cleaned out my office a few days ago. Resigned. You quit your job? Ginny, what I did was a crime. I have no business leading the school when I can't even use clear judgment. My jaw drops. I've started going to counseling. It's something I should have done long ago, and if I had, we might not even be standing here. I was too ashamed to admit that I needed to or that anything was wrong. Your dad leaving affected me in ways that I wasn't willing to recognize. She sighs. I've given them your number as well in case you need to talk to someone too. I'm in some sort of alternate reality. I have to be. Either that or I hit my head and I'm seeing and hearing things. Really? Geez, it's like my brain is broken. I mean, I'm a little surprised, to be honest. She grunts a laugh. I know. I'm so sorry. I can hear the sorrow in her voice. She means what she's saying. There's remorse in her eyes too. Yeah. Thank you. She swallows hard and shifts on her feet. You need to know that Caleb didn't see you that day I made the deal with him. My guard comes up. Yeah. He didn't. We both knew you were listening behind the door, and you didn't see his reaction, but I did. He's a terrible liar. I knew the second he said it that it wasn't true. He only said what he did because he was heartbroken. He told you about our deal that night on the beach because he's a good person. She offers a tiny smile. I hope you'll give him a second chance. Before I can respond, I'm called to the stage. I look at my mom. We'll talk another time. Go be the star that you are. She smiles a little wider. Okay. When I get to the stage, Caleb is already there. I have no idea when he got there or how. I feel very singled out, too, because I can feel everyone's eyes on me. Mrs. Yates is at the podium, sitting off to the side. Ginny Gray and Caleb Quinn performing the poem scene from 10 Things I Hate About You. What? That's not what we performed. I specifically picked scenes where Kat was verbally assaulting Patrick for a reason. I look at Caleb, and he's got this weird grin on his face. Okay, so he may not have lied about seeing me that night my mom made the deal. That doesn't mean he can go around changing our project and think I'll be okay with it. I walk over to Caleb and whisper, "What are you doing?" He hands me a paper with lines printed out for Mr. Morgan, the English teacher in the movie. "Why are you giving me this? Just do it." He flicks his gaze to the crowd. "Or do you want to stand here for the next 10 minutes being stared at?" My face burns. Fine. I take a few steps back from him and realize the podium is empty. I walk over to it, set the sheet down, and begin reading. "Okay," I say in the manliest voice I can. "I guess everyone's finished their poems. Anyone want to read it out loud to the class?" That's totally not a direct quote. I know because I've watched it so many times. Caleb looks around a second and then raises his hand. Rolling my eyes, I say, "Go ahead." I sigh heavily like the teacher did in the movie. Caleb clears his throat. The paper in his hand is shaking so hard I'll be surprised he can read it. He licks his lips, looks at the audience again really quick, and then pins his eyes on the paper. He sucks in a lungful of air and lets it out slow. I kind of feel sorry for him being so nervous. "I really hate the deal I made, and the way it made you feel," he says and takes a step toward me. "I really hate that I lied that day and made you feel betrayed." His gaze locks with mine, and he lowers the paper. "I really hate to see you cry, and I really hate that I'm a dumb guy. I hate that I can't hold you close or wipe away your tears. But most of all, I hate that I caused you pain, even a little, even at all." With each sentence, he's moved closer, and he's standing right in front of me where I'm frozen in place. He's said all of this in front of everyone. "I hate that I waited so long to tell you I love you, and I hate that I couldn't make it rhyme." My vision blurs. Is that true? I can't rhyme at all, and I love you. The last 3 words are spoken softly as he rubs his thumb across my cheek. "I love you with all my heart." He takes my face in his hands and touches his lips to mine. "With all my heart. I love you too." I fling my arms around his neck and kiss him like I'm not standing on a stage being watched by who knows how many people. Honestly, I forget they're even there. It's how I've felt every time we've kissed. That we're the only people on Earth and it doesn't matter what life throws at me. I have him to hold on to. I don't know about forever, but my right now is about as perfect as I could picture. When the cheering turns into a roar, we break the kiss, stand there with our foreheads touching, and smile. I feel more peace than I've felt in months. No more lying or pretending or being controlled. I'm free, and I'm free to love the person I want the most. Epilogue. Ginny. 6 years later. I knew you'd pass it. I smile at Caleb sitting across the table from me. You studied too hard to fail. The moment he got the good news a couple of days ago, we planned a celebration. It was a big feat passing that test. Lots of long hours and time spent studying for it, giving up some of our social life so he was properly prepared. He shrugs. I know, but nothing's ever certain until you see it. I'm so proud of him. He graduated from Baylor with honors, found an internship, studied hard, and today he got the email that he passed his licensure test. We now live in Charleston, South Carolina, where I'm getting my master's in English. I'll begin teaching at a high school in MIIT Pleasant in a few weeks when the fall semester starts. We haven't married yet. I live a few miles from him in a townhouse I'm in the process of purchasing. I knew it was certain, I reply. Actually, we both graduated from Baylor. It ended up being my first pick, and they gave me a great scholarship based on both volleyball and my grades. Waco was far enough to give me the space I needed but close enough to work on my relationship with my mom. Plus, I knew I wanted to be close to Caleb. And even though he was accepted to MIT, Caleb chose to stay close to his dad. It's been a long road, but that day she apologized behind the stage in the auditorium was life-altering for both of us. There are still times she wants to control things, bad habits are hard to break, but she's worked to be a better person. So have I. I didn't realize the anger and resentment I'd held toward her. Over the last year, we've both been attending counseling together. She lives in Houston, so we video chat for our meetings. She returned to teaching just this year, moving from Port Crest to another small town a few hours outside of Lubbock called Anton. She flew all the way to Charleston to congratulate KALEB on his achievement. KALEB's dad is beaming. I knew you could do it too. Thanks, Dad, KALEB says. You've done great, KALEB, my mom says. I'm so happy for you. He leans forward with his arms on the table. I'm really glad you came, Norma. I've been wanting to ask you something, but I really didn't want to do it over the phone. My mom's eyebrows knit together. Okay, ask away. I have no idea what he's talking about, so I'm just as confused as my mom. It's a little old-fashioned, but I love you, and I want to know that I have your blessing. Doesn't shock me that KALEB says he loves my mom. She's actively worked to have a good relationship with him. Not just for me, but for herself and him. He's part of my life and hers as well. Absolutely. What is it? I'd really like to ask GINNY to marry me, if it's okay by you. My mom sniffs and nods. Totally okay. My heart hits a speed I didn't know it was capable of. What? He turns to me, going down to one knee, and takes a small box from his pant pocket, flipping it open. A decent-sized diamond ring is center stage in the dark blue velvet slit holding it. We've waited to get married. Worked together, loved, grown as people. There is no one else on this earth who I love more than you. Will you please marry me? My head is bobbing up and down so fast that there's a chance I'm giving myself brain damage. He's been the love of my life since high school, and my love for him has only increased since then. Yes, I would love to marry you. He guides the ring down my finger and crushes me to him. I love you. Thank you for being mine for so long. I can't wait to see what the future holds for us. I love you too. I think the future is going to be great as long as I'm sharing it with you. And the future will be great. For both of us.
This has been Tutoring the Bad Boy by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2020.